America's #1 news source.
and a tropical storm warning and a tropical storm watch down through Miami-Dade County. The storm likely to track off to our north, but that does not mean we won't see impacts here, and that's what we want to talk about, the impacts that the system will bring as it marches off to the west. Now remember, we're working off the 4 p.m. advisory at this hour. A new advisory will come into play. Now remember, we're working off the 4 p.m. advisory at this hour.
The stage is
determined tonight.
with key battlegrounds still in play and Congress up for grabs.
Republicans need to gain just 1 seat to take power.
Will tonight solidify the president's agenda?
Now, America must choose.
After months of campaigning, it all comes down to this. Who is ready to stand up and seize the moment? We've got it all covered.
What many Americans might consider uncharted territory tonight.
With reporters at every major race across the country and only 60 minutes till the first polls close.
Our decision desk will be making the calls, and our panel of experts will digest it all.
Following every race, every angle, with real-time data as it happens.
Digest it all.
Following every race, every angle, with
Dwyer there in Chester County, Pennsylvania, outside Philly. Thank you both so much for being with us. And Devin, we start with you. The turnout is key in those races for Senate and governor there in Pennsylvania. What have you been hearing from both parties about the voter engagement today?
Hey, Kena, about 3 million Pennsylvanians cast ballots by mail in the 2020 election. Roughly about half of that have turned in ballots so far here in this tight race. And anecdotally, we're hearing today that the polls have been very busy here in Pennsylvania. We've seen it in Chester County here, a lot of engagement. Republicans in particular in this part of the state, in the heartland of Pennsylvania, have been very engaged and participating in this election today. Democrats, it's been a tougher sell, and we've heard that today from a number of party leaders and activists that they have had a tough time getting people to come out. They're confident about what they've seen today, but they know that if things don't go their way tonight, it could be because of the difficulties in getting people to register and come out. Here's what one of those activists told me just a short time ago. Because of the difficulties in getting
Trying to get over the voter apathy. So many people we have engaged are those who maybe cast a ballot in 2008 and haven't since. Maybe they voted for the first black man to be president of the United States and decided that they're going to stay out afterwards because their lives really didn't change for the better in their minds. We actually registered 2 100-year-old women this year, 2 100-year-old women. And when asked what took them so long to get registered to vote, they said no one ever asked us. 100-year-old women. And when asked what took them so long to get registered to vote, they said
no one ever asked them, so those women did sign up. They did vote today, so Democrats, Kena, are very happy about what they've seen, but as that activist told me, she said she's not counting her chickens just yet. She wouldn't even make a prediction tonight. They're very nervous about turnout here because it will come down to turnout. Both races for the governor and the Senate, which we're watching tonight here on ABC News, very, very close in the polls to the end. And it will be several days until we get those results, Kena.
Oh, right, still a long time to wait there, Devin. Thank you. And Zorine, we have seen some big names out there campaigning in Mark Kelly. Stumping with him. And talk about things like border security. Yeah, so do you think that if Mark Kelly distanced himself a little bit from his party and starts talking about things like border security, that would pay off for him?
You know, we'll have to see. But look, in some cases, he has. A lot of people don't feel like those two people are very popular exactly in this state. Joe Biden's poll numbers, just nationally, of course, are underwater. And so you have Mark Kelly, who's really distancing himself from Joe Biden. You have his opponent, Blake Masters, who has been pushing hard, trying to align Kelly with Biden. We'll see if that pays off for either of them tonight.
All right, Zorine, and Devin, back to you. We talked about the significant number of voters there casting their ballots, and we also have talked a little bit about how long it will take for us to learn who wins that race. How long exactly are we going to be waiting, do you think?
A lot of people are asking that question, Kena. How long until we know the results in Pennsylvania? Well, I can tell you that it always takes a lot longer in Pennsylvania because this is one of 9 states in which those mail-in ballots, more than 1.2 million of them turned in so far, can't even be opened until this ballots. More than 1.2 million of them turned in so far, can't even be opened until this Friday. So certainly we'll be seeing projections overnight. We'll start to see the precincts coming in as they close after 8 o'clock tonight. We'll start to see those numbers tick up. But the mail-in ballots, which will be so critical, especially for Democrats, since more than 70% of mail-in ballots that have been turned in so far are from registered Democrats. Those numbers won't come in until the next 24, 48 hours or so. So people are going to have to be patient as they look at those results tonight and try to make sense of them in the morning. This is going to be a close race. And so we're really going to have to wait to see. And, you know, the ballots from overseas, the military ballots, Kena, those don't even come in until November 15th. So if things are really down to a razor-thin margin here, it could be several days to a couple of weeks, Kena.
And certainly a case where we could see one candidate really take a lead that changes as the days go on. Devin and Zareen, our thanks to you, of course. And our team coverage continues now with our ABC News political contributors, CEO of Democracy for America, Yvette Simpson, along with former Republican operative and Trump administration official, Sarah Isker. So thank you so much for joining us. Yvette, let's start with you. So it appears that we're on track for record turnout for a midterm election. Millions of Americans, as you hear there, are voting early. You've told us that you think that Black and brown voters, along with young voters, will be the ones making a difference here. Why, and what does that tell you?
You know, I think this year we did the thing that we don't always do. We let everybody know what's at stake. Because of the last election, we now know that we have to engage voters early. So there was a huge get out the vote effort with young people. Young people are tired of not being heard. They're tired of this big war that's happening, this conversation that's happening around them. And so engaging young people in this process.
Determine the margin in the House, and we may not know that for several days. So buckle up. It's night one, perhaps, as we begin now. Brett, Martha, back to you.
All right, thanks, Bill.
Thank you very much, Bill. So 2 of the biggest battlegrounds in this cycle that Bill was just talking about, Georgia and Pennsylvania. We've got Team Fox coverage. Aisha Hasni at Herschel Walker's campaign headquarters in Atlanta. But let's start tonight with Brian Yennis, who is live from a polling location in Bensalem, Pennsylvania. Hi, Brian.
Martha, good evening. Polls in Pennsylvania close at 8 p.m. except in Luzerne County, where a judge has ordered polling places to stay open until 10 p.m. after some locations ran out of the paper needed to tabulate votes in voting machines. Luzerne has a lot of Republican votes. President Trump won that in voting machines. Luzerne has a lot of Republican votes. President Trump won that
already. Brett?
Aisha, thank you.
So Fox News voter analysis will explain the asking voters around the country, more than 100,000 of them, how they voted and why. So this is our first look tonight at Fox News voter analysis. We've got a new method to analyze their decisions and to tell you why they voted the way they did. The top concern for voters, not surprising, it is the economy. Nearly half of the electorate, 47% that we talked to, say the economy is the most important issue facing the country. That's nearly 5 times as much as the next issue. Abortion is a distant second at 10%, immigration at 9%. Falling behind financially. That is twice as many.
Nice night out there in New York City as the fall is happening. It was very interesting to be sitting with my colleagues of the 5, as I'm sure it is for you in many ways, to think about how this midterm cycle has really been going on since January 20th of 2021. And the history repeats itself. Midterms are usually won by the
in a number of states, 6 actually, including all-important Georgia. We'll be right back.
This is war, and we're up.
We knew this day might come.
Doesn't make it any easier.
The North Koreans.
We knew this day might come.
Doesn't make it any easier.
We know public works departments are focused.
It's Alex Samuels and ABC News contributor and SiriusXM radio host Mike Muse for more on this. Thank you so much for being with us. And Alex, listen, you've written multiple columns exploring what is on the minds of voters of color this year. So what issues do they care about the most?
Yes, so we actually had two columns under our Voices of Color tag, specifically focused on communities of color, one on Latino voters and another on Asian American voters. Of course, we cannot paint either group with a brush. One on Latino voters and another on Asian American voters. Of course, we cannot paint either group with a brush. The economy were top of mind for them.
Certainly, like most of the 80% of likely voters, of course, call the economy their top issue. It's also shaping up to be a record year for candidates of color, with a record number of black men and women running for Senate and governor. And interestingly enough here, a record number of them are Republicans as well. So, Mike, do you think that this will help motivate black voters?
Absolutely. Representation matters. We talk about that often. And so when you're allowed and you're able to see black candidates, in particular at the top of the ticket, it is exciting to get people out to vote and to get the effort going. We talk a lot about the known candidates like Stacey Abrams and Wes Moore, but let's talk about lieutenant governors like Garland Gilchrist out of Michigan, Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes, who's going for Senate, and Chris Jones, who is vying for the governor mansion in Arkansas, going against Sarah Huckabee Sanders. It's an exciting time right now with a wide range of different type of candidates up and down the ticket. We could see coming out of tonight the first black female to come into the House of Representatives from the state of Pennsylvania. The same goes for the state of Tennessee. And so we're seeing also two record-breaking moments right now tonight.
And Alex, to you, we talked about the importance of the economy among these voters. What specific kitchen table issues are they talking to you about?
So much like the rest of the country, inflation is a huge issue on the minds of voters of color. For the small number that I spoke with for the column that we did, again, inflation was top of mind, but it wasn't just inflation when it came to economic issues. There were fears of a possible recession, increased costs of living. There are also concerns about job security as well. I think one interesting wrinkle that I found in doing these interviews, though, is that people are really sticking to their parties. So even if voters of color don't necessarily agree with all of the recent spending,
Attention, front office morons! Your triumphs mean nothing. You all stink. You can sit on it and rotate. I fear no reprisal. Steps in 5, 1, 7 out.
Because the number of migrant encounters at the southern border has increased over the past 2 years. Moreover, at least 2 of the 3 districts that we're watching in South
South Texas, the 15th district and the 34th, look pretty much in a dead heat. So I think we can expect to see Republicans make more inroads in these districts, if not outright flip one or two of these seats.
All right, Alex Samuels and Mike Muse, our thanks to you as always. And keep in mind that our friends at 538 will have complete election data, forecasts, and models and analysis throughout the day and night in the coming days and weeks. You can simply scan the QR code below or check out their website at 538.com. And ABC News special election night coverage of the 2022 midterms continues in a moment. Stay with us. The 2022 midterms continues in a moment. Stay with us.
The election by not only certifying President Joe Biden's win in 2020, but becoming a staunch defender of Arizona's election integrity. She is promising to cut sales taxes and has centralized her message on defending democracy. At one rally warning, quote, "This could be the last election of our lifetime." Lake, a former local TV news anchor who is endorsed by former President Trump, has found traction in not only attacking her opponent, but the media. Lake has garnered national attention with her unabashed statements questioning the legitimacy of Biden's win and promising to declare an invasion at the Arizona-Mexico border on day one. Both have heavily courted Maricopa County voters. No candidate wins a statewide race here without it. As the second largest voting jurisdiction in the country, Maricopa makes up 2/3 of the entire Arizona electorate. Heading into today, 80% of voters had cast their ballots, with 300,000 more expected today. This afternoon, Maricopa County elections officials say they resolved a technical problem that hit 27% of voting locations earlier today. For a number of hours this morning, affected tabulation machines would not count the ballots at the voting sites. However, Brett and Martha, Maricopa County elections officials now assuring folks here every ballot will be counted. Back to you.
Thanks, Alicia.
In New York, Republican Lee Zeldin has made a surprisingly strong showing against Democratic incumbent Governor Kathy Hochul. Alexis McAdams is live at a polling location here in New York City. Alexis.
Hi, Brett. Yeah, all eyes around this governor's race here in deep blue New York. As you mentioned, it's pretty surprising just how close it is. And I think it was a shocker, according to some experts, that say that Governor Hochul's campaign did not think it would be this close this late in the game. Republican Congressman Lee Zeldin says it's all a numbers game at this point if you ask him. He says if he gets more than 30% of the vote in New York City, he'll be the next governor of New York, which would be historic for him. So as we know, that gap has really been shrinking in this race. And in recent weeks, as the gap closes, voters say they're energized here by this race because they don't want to see where this is going. They don't like the movement this is heading in here in New York. Zeldin would be the first Republican elected in 20 years to statewide office. Incumbent Democrat Kathy Hochul took over for disgraced Governor Andrew Cuomo last year and is looking to make history as the first woman elected to be governor of New York. Crime, the hot topic in this race, not surprising. Zeldin has focused his campaign around that issue, Brett, slamming Kathy Hochul for having what he says are soft on crime policies, trying to convince as many independent voters as possible that he is their guy. Governor Hochul shifted her focus to crime in recent weeks here, launching a new subway safety initiative, which has been important here. Back out here live, we can tell you that we've been talking to voters all day who are looking forward to seeing who's elected tonight, and it could be close. Brett?
Alexis, thank you.
All right, let's bring in a few more members of our panel. Karl Rove is with us, former Deputy White House Chief of Staff to President George W. Bush. Karl Rove is with us, former Deputy White House Chief of Staff to President George W. Bush.
In fact, no lottery has ever sold a ticket for this amount of money. And you can see they have this sign. The California Lottery came out here earlier today. It says millionaire made here. They had to put this makeshift B on the sign because the winner got $2 billion. Now, so far, we don't know who that winner is, but we spoke to the store owner just a short time ago. That's Joe right there with the yellow hat on. That's the store owner. Take a listen to what he had to say. That's Joe right there with the
Don't be selfish. Share. Share with whatever needed from your family, from your neighborhood, from your church, with the church, with everybody. Be generous. Let God give you the money. Share the money.
It's safe to say that Joe is now the most famous gas station owner in the United States. And because the winning ticket was sold here, he gets a cool $1 million as well. So he is all smiles today, Kana.
All right, well, we appreciate you, and congratulations to that one lucky winner. Try to stay dry out there. And ABC News Live special election night coverage of the 2022 midterms continues in a moment. Stay with us.
Exchange FTX could be headed for insolvency with its sister company, Alameda Research. Now, that led to an ugly Twitter war between Freed and rival crypto exchange owner CZ Binance. But today, the billionaires appeared to bury the hatchet, with CZ Binance agreeing to buy 90% of Freed's non-United States exchange unit to stave off FTX from possibly going completely under. So what could this mean, if anything, for the Heat and the Heat arena?
They want to be respected in the marketplace, so they go out and look for the most iconic, millennial.
Sixth attack on the Capitol is seen by people on the left and right as a threat to democracy.
Kellyanne's a great point. I mean, that's the world that we live in, where each side has the issues that they're most fired up about, and it kind of seems like they're living in two separate countries almost at times. You've looked at the Fox News voter analysis as we get a gauge of what's on people's minds. What do you think so far?
So, Martha, this country no doubt is divided. Our Senate is divided. Washington is divided. Some of our households are divided. But the country is not divided on the biggest issues that are motivating them to the polls in these midterms. Over 70% of Americans tell the Fox News pollsters and other pollsters that they are very or extremely concerned about crime, about inflation, about immigration and border security. And yet the Democrats have taken a huge gamble on creating this parallel universe and talking about something totally different. We'll see if their gamble pays off. The other thing that is not in doubt is that you're dealing with a very unpopular president whose disapproval rating has been over 50% for a year. Independents are leaning far more toward Republicans. Will they show up? I think for independents, the big question in midterms is not just for whom to vote, but whether to bother at all. Some of those partisans, particularly Democrats, voted early. I think the Democrats were able to bank their votes early. The other thing is the Republicans, I think, this time have gambled on expanding the electorate. And now the Republican Party's electorate, the voters, look a lot more like America, and so do their candidates. And we'll see if that gamble actually pays off. I believe it will. The Republicans have invested in what I call the non-sexy stuff in politics, not just the big TV ads or the rallies or the candidate. They have talked to voters, 100 million contacts, 1 million volunteers. The data and digital from 10 years ago when Romney lost and they did their autopsy is much better. One other thing I'm looking at tonight, if it's real that these suburban women, 20% of the electorate, are trending Republican, I think many of them are not voting their gender, they're voting their kids. And they're still out there as parents a year after Glenn Youngkin took Virginia and Jack Ciattarelli, New Jersey, almost did. They are still parents. They're still upset about lost learning and reduced test scores. Little bit of abortion, a lot of inflation and crime, but so much education is a sleeper issue in this election.
Yeah, we'll see how that breaks down.
So we're counting down to the first poll closings in 6 battleground states, or 6 states total, I should say. Next, he's not on the ballot, but President Biden has loomed large over this election. So does he help or hurt vulnerable Democrats?
And the economy is a top issue, driving voters to the polls. Larry Kudlow on how record high inflation will impact who wins tonight.
When the fog clears, dozens of new conservatives will be heading to Washington. When they arrive, they'll have an ally, the Heritage Foundation, America's outpost in Washington. Right fight, right ideas, right now.
The day you get your Clear Choice dental implants makes every day a let's dig in day, a chow down day, a take a big bite day, a perfectly delicious day, a love my new teeth day. Because your Clear Choice Day is the day everything is back on the menu. A Clear Choice Day changes every day. Schedule a free consultation.
My team and I are always moving around our country to connect with so many great people. My schedule is extremely fast-paced. And as I've gotten older, well, the aches and pains have crept into all parts of my life. But I'm not ready to slow down. That's why I take Relief Factor. I feel the difference it makes in my life. You can too. Not only do I move better without pain, I just feel better. Would you like to get back to living the life you used to live without aches and pains, including elbow, hip, knee, neck, and back pain? That's what Relief Factor you used to live without aches and pains, including elbow, hip, knee, neck, and back pain. That's what Relief Factor
Senator Maggie Hassan won her seat by only 1,017 votes. And Dawn Baldick, her challenger here, a former Army Brigadier General, thinks it could be that close. Obviously, they are hoping for a big win here tonight. I have to tell you, Canada, the issue that I hear hearing over and over from voters is the price of energy. I mean, this is New Hampshire. They are bracing for a cold winter, and the price of energy has nearly doubled in some places. Home heating oil nearly doubled in the last 2 years. It's a big talking point. It's not just New Hampshire, though, that has been, obviously has a close Senate race, obviously out in Colorado, all across the country. I'm going to toss to my colleague Mo Lange out in Colorado, who is following a close Senate race out there.
The ballots in the county are being tallied here tonight. Two major races we're watching statewide. The U.S. Senate race as well as the race for governor here in Colorado. For Senate, Democrat incumbent Michael Bennet has maintained a fairly comfortable lead throughout the campaign. While that lead has tightened in recent weeks, he was still besting Republican challenger Joe O'Dea by about 8 points coming into Election Day. That's according to 538 polling data. The other statewide race is for governor. Incumbent Democrat Jared Polis holding a pretty comfortable double-digit lead in most polls over GOP challenger Heidi Ganahl. Colorado, often considered a purple state, one that has been trending blue in recent years. The Republicans only able to capture 2 statewide offices since 2004, and this is a state that went to Joe Biden by 13 points in 2020. Now let's go to Alex Prochet in Ohio.
Thanks, Mo. I'm going to give you a little bit of a scene setter. We're here at the GOP watch party here in downtown Columbus. There is a ton of press here, but we're expecting more people to file in a little bit closer to polls closing, which is around 7:30, a little less than an hour from now. Governor Mike DeWine was out here earlier doing a final walkthrough. Republicans are expecting a big night tonight, but all eyes are going to be on the Senate race here between Republican nominee J.D. Vance and his Democratic challenger, Representative Tim Ryan. That race is razor thin. Quite frankly, probably closer than it should be given how red that Ohio is. But I want to point out there's so much attention on early voting already here in Ohio. We have seen more than 1.5 million Ohioans that have either voted early in person or requested mail-in ballots. Now let's go to Stephanie Ramos.
Hey there. Thanks so much, Alex. We are here in Raleigh, North Carolina at the Senate Democratic candidates election party. Hasn't kicked off just yet, but they are hoping this turns into a victory party tonight. Now, the Senate race here in North Carolina hasn't gotten much attention, but it does have the potential to be historic. Beasley, if elected to the Senate, could be the 3rd black woman elected to the Senate behind Kamala Harris and Carol Mosley Braun. Beasley is trying to make that happen, but it is going to be difficult with President Biden's approval rating here on the lower side and Trump looming large over her opponent, Republican Representative Ted Budd. So we will be watching that here. It could be very close. We'll keep you posted. Now, this is over in Michigan with Juju Chang.
Hey, Stephanie, we're here in Detroit at the Motor City Casino. This is the Gretchen Whitmer Election Night headquarters. As you can see, the party has yet to begin. And yet, in this battleground state of Michigan, there are some big contests tonight. Polls close at 8 o'clock. The Secretary of State's office told us there is a slightly higher than expected turnout, at least in person. We were just at a polling site a short time ago talking to voters in a largely African-American district here in Detroit. But we've spent the better part of many days talking to voters across Michigan, from Grand Rapids to Kalamazoo to Three Rivers, and now back here in Detroit. And so Governor Whitmer is enjoying a slight lead in the polls and a lot of support. 538 has this state leaning blue in the governor's race, but that margin of error is always looming. Her opponent, Tudor Dixon, is a Trump-anointed former businesswoman, former conservative TV pundit who took a tough stance against abortion, which is relevant because this is a state where the Dobbs of TV pundit who took a tough stance against abortion.
Tonight, Jackie Heinrich is live the North Lawn of the White House. Good evening, Jackie.
Good evening to you, Brett. President Biden urged people to vote in a radio interview a short while ago, saying that Republicans on the ballot are, quote, a different breed of cat, pointing to 300 who he called election deniers and warning that they may not accept today's results. despite a hopeful closing midterm message.
And I want you to know, we'll meet this moment.
The president admits there's a real risk Democrats will lose control of the House.
I think it's going to be tough, but I think we can. I think we'll win the Senate, and I think the House is tougher.
Biden's strategy to pull Democrats over the finish line paint an alarming picture of a GOP-controlled Congress.
Democracy's on the ballot. Political violence and intimidation are on the rise all across America. And you remember January 6th, the angry mob that stormed the U.S. Capitol, attacked law enforcement, hunted down elected officials, erected gallows to hang Vice President Pence.
The White House shifting focus away from what Biden hopes to get done in the second half of his term, with his legislative reach very much in question.
Why not just tell the country what we have done? Why not just lay that out, which we have? We have laid out what's at stake.
The president's former spokesperson admitted in September Biden's unpopularity gave Democrats a narrow path to win.
I think that Democrats, if the election is about who is the most extreme, then they're going to win. If it is a referendum on the president, they will lose, and they know that.
Biden seizing on that and sticking with it till the very end.
We know in our bones that our democracy is at risk, and we know that this is your moment to defend it. Preserve it, protect it, choose it.
Vice President Harris today would also not answer how she will advance the Biden agenda if Republicans can control Congress, saying only that she's working to keep that from happening, and today is still Election Day. Brett.
Jackie, thank you.
So America's #1 issue is the economy. Inflation has skyrocketed under this president's watch, forcing Americans to pay more for gas and groceries. There's the graph of what it looks like on the wall. So here to talk about it now is Larry Kudlow. Larry, good evening. Happy election evening to you. Your thoughts as we get ready for some numbers here to roll in at 7 p.m. tonight.
Well, first of all, thanks for having me. Look at inflation is #1 for good reason. Too much spending, too much money printing, too much regulating, the war against fossil fuels. All these things contributed to a big rise of inflation, really, by the middle of 2021. And I think the problem right now is that inflation has become embedded into the economy. It's become embedded into wages. The Federal Reserve is having to crack down on raising interest rates and cutting back on the money supply. Recession looms large. You know, Democrat economists tried to warn them against it. That failed. I don't know. Right now, it's a very difficult story. No wonder it's #1. It's absolutely the key issue in this campaign, has been from day one.
You know, Larry, the Democrats didn't really turn to the economic message till the end of this campaign. But what kind of message is that? I mean, they're saying that the economy is strong inherently. Is that viable?
No, I don't think it is. I mean, look, statistically, Brett, the first 2 quarters were negative. Of this year. The third quarter was slightly positive. The fourth quarter may be slightly positive, but it's still a very weak economy. You're in a terrible housing slump, for example. And probably look at the soft underbelly of the Biden economy, frankly, is the decline in real wages. Year-to-year change, I think it's down 18 consecutive months. That's just a killer. And people don't want to work for less than what they had before. And so it shows up in grocery prices. It shows up even in lower gasoline prices, still way ahead of a year ago. But this is part of the issue of getting embedded into the economy. Once you start inflation, 8, 9, 10%, it's very difficult to bring it down. Expectations begin to form. Labor unions get restless. Railroad strike may be on the horizon. And again, one of the key factors here is the war against fossil fuels. All right, this need not have happened. We could have had an all-the-above strategy. But instead, we're still producing 2-3 million barrels per day fewer oil barrels than we had pre-pandemic. And a lot of people, including myself, don't understand this. Why not side by side? Why not renewables? Why not fossil fuels? And by the way, another inflation factor, refined petroleum products permeate this economy, literally 150 or more. I mean, from eyeglasses to MRIs to fertilizers to clothing, there's no end to it. These prices have all gone up because of the problem with fossil fuels. We're not producing enough, and too much federal spending, and too much regulating, and too much money printing. It's very hard for the Federal Reserve now, and that's where the pain is going to come in next year. By the way, if the Republicans take both houses, they're going to be faced with a very difficult situation. You're going to probably have a recessionary economy and continued high inflation. So this is a difficult one.
Yeah, we've heard a lot about layoffs, and that's kind of the part of the pain that you expect to come with all of these rate hikes that we've had over the last several months. Larry, thank you. We'll talk to you later. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Larry. Coming up, we will hear from you, the voters. Harris Faulkner asked a live audience about the issues that are most important to them and what they think is at stake in this election. As we count down to the first poll closings of the night, it's election night 2022. Keep it here.
We measure every decision against what is good for the ranch. I'm sworn to protect this family. I'm not seeking goodwill. I'm seeking the end of the invasion on my land.
Yellowstone. Check your local listing.
When I first started Ancestry, I had no idea.
As we figure out who's going to control the Senate.
Interesting trends starting to emerge. All right, Chuck, thanks very much. And our chief Washington correspondent, Andrea Mitchell, joins us now with some concerns that figure into tough numbers about our exit polls.
Exactly. Well, as Chuck was just pointing out, the top issue was inflation, but abortion was a top concern among a lot more voters than we had expected, and crime less than expected. But there's something else that really stuck out to me. This early exit poll shows that 46% of voters say President Biden's policies are hurting the country. Only 36% say they're helping the country. 16% say his policies are not making a difference. Even some of Mr. Biden's base voters, including black voters and young voters, are not convinced that his policies are working. The president, in the final weeks of the campaign, has been saying that this election is a choice.
Securing the border, national security, those are the issues right now that independent voters in particular are focused on. It is really about security, personal security, financial security, and security of the future.
Yeah, independent voters certainly could change the outcome of this election. Joe, this election cycle, also a lot of voters, they're seeing GOP candidates as an extension of Trump, many even relying on his backing to win their nominations. So have we ever seen a politician that has a strong hold on voters the way that Trump has and still does?
Certainly, I don't think over a party that Trump has over the GOP. And I think that is disturbing in many respects. You know, a lot of people that he's backed were either at the 1/6 attack on the Capitol or supported it, many election deniers. So it is remarkable, unfortunately, the hold that Donald Trump continues to have on the GOP.
And Tom, listen, outside of eating Doritos, if Republicans take the House, what do you think that the next couple of years look like?
I think they're going to have to settle into working in a divided government fashion, which, quite frankly, brings stability. And I think that's what the American people have been looking for, and they're prepared for it. They have a great plan to focus on the economy, to focus on crime and national defense, and reducing spending. And so I think you'll see them focus on that. You have a committed leadership team that's prepared to go, that's been in a leadership position in the past, and I think they're all prepared.
And certainly Americans need a relief. Joe and Tom, our thanks to both of you. And as Americans vote today, intelligence officials tell ABC News that extremists could target election-related infrastructure, election workers, even voting sites themselves. So for more, we want to bring in John Cohen, ABC News contributor and former acting undersecretary for intelligence at the Department of Homeland Security. This is along with Wendy Weiser, vice president for democracy at the Brennan Center for Justice. So, John, starting with you, law enforcement and election officials have been working to ensure that voting is safe and secure for Americans. What do you make of what we've seen so far?
Good evening. Americans should go to the polls, if they haven't already, with the understanding that for most Americans, the election will be safe and secure. Election officials across the country have been working with groups like the Brennan Center and other government and non-government organizations to protect the infrastructure from physical damage and cyber attacks. Law enforcement has worked closely with election officials to make sure that election officials and poll workers and the voting public are safe. And federal officials have been working closely with state and locals toward that same goal. So while there are serious threats out there, I think it's important for the public to know that the voting process is safe.
And while you say the voting process is safe, Wendy, what do you have to say about voters? Should they have any reason to believe that this election is not secure?
State, local, country have been prepared. There has been no incidents, and they are prepared to address them and tamp them down if anything happens. There have been actually historic levels of turnout across the country. As of this morning, 45 million people had already voted, and we've been tracking turnout in real time, and we are on par of perhaps even surpassing the historic turnout levels of the 2018 elections. And voters have been doing so safely and with confidence. And so we should be confident that the election is going to be secure. And for those who still haven't voted and your polls are still open, please do go vote. You should feel confident that you can vote safely.
And so while some polls are actually closing, Wendy, do you have any top concerns right now, again, as they start to close?
Well, I am less concerned with the security of the voting process and the integrity of the process. We do have multiple safeguards in place, layer upon layer of checks and balances to ensure that the vote count and the voting process is fair and that any kind of misconduct or fraud will be rooted out. But I am concerned that after the polls close, that there will be some, and people maybe who are trailing in the polls, and people who've been peddling misinformation about the election, who are going to try to drum up disinformation about the election.
Does this election to any of you feel different, like more is at stake? A raise of hands if so? Does this election oh, wow. Is that everybody?
Looks like everybody.
Yeah, that's unanimous. All right, Kristen, I'm coming to you first. Why is that? Why do you feel like this means so much?
Well, from my perspective, I would say that there have been things happening lately that are enormous issues, like the Roe v. Wade being overturned. And I feel like women's reproductive rights is so important to me. And I feel that this is the midterm that matters to make our voices known, to say that, you know, that's not okay. We need women's reproductive rights.
All right. And I'm guessing you voted Democrat today?
I did a little bit of both.
You did a little bit of both. Oh, we'll get into that later. A lot of people did some ticket splitting because they were split on different issues. David, I'm going to ask you the same question. Why is this election different for you?
Well, this election is very different because whoever wins, there's no in-between. Whoever wins gets to make the decisions moving forward. And that's very important of who our leaders are and what decisions they're making.
All right. And I know that you voted Republican today.
Yes.
All right. Okay, we'll move. Watch the lines on your screen now. Red represents Republicans' reaction, blue is for Democrats, and gray is for independents. First up tonight, the most powerful Republican in the House, Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, on this big election.
Which direction does America want to go? That's why we have the commitment to America. We literally spell out what we'll do. Make us energy independent. Give us an economy that's strong. Secure the border. Fund the police. Stop the prosecutors who are woke. Give you a parent's Bill of Rights. I think the entire nation should look at what the Democrats have done with one-party rule, look at what the commitment says, and make a decision.
All right, so the lines that you saw correlate with how people responded. Lee.
So you can see Democrats, that blue line, they gave it a D, Republicans an A, and independents a B+. Very different reactions across the board there.
So I know you dug deep and asked people why they did what they did. By the way, along party lines is probably pretty predictable because we're in such a divided nation, but why the grades that we saw?
Now, the independents, they're right in the middle. Well, usually are right in the middle. They were going right along with Kevin McCarthy's message there. They really responded favorably, and I think that's one of the things to watch is how those independent voters are going to react.
Real quickly about that, because you and I have done this on the Faulkner Focus too during the day, during the week, and you said independents were looking for something more from Republicans. They didn't just want complaining, they wanted answers.
That's right. So for a long time, I think Republicans were out there talking about how bad things were were. Most Americans are telling us, we know how bad things are. We want to hear a solution. So this was his effort at trying to put that together with a commitment to America.
All right, real quickly, we know Democrats called in their political star, former President Barack Obama. Again, watch the lines. All right, real quickly, we know Democrats
True democracy goes away,
President Barack Obama. Again,
people get hurt. It has real consequences. Democracy's at stake in this election. That's why it's not enough to elect Democrats at the top of the ticket. We need to elect good people up and down the ballot. Across the country, some of the folks who tried to undermine our democracy are running for offices that will oversee the next election. And if they win, there's no telling what might happen.
What grades did voters give it?
So you can see there, Democrats, that blue line, they gave it an A, while Republicans gave an F. Not surprising, that big division. Those independents, though, that gray line, they gave it a C-.
All right, we're going to go back to Brett and Martha. I know they've got some races called. More
Last
voters'
night,
voices
I really
coming up
thought
a
he
bit
was going
later.
to do it.
Interesting
a lot
stuff.
of people said,
Harris,
well,
thank you.
maybe he's going to
Meanwhile,
wait
another
till
factor
after
in
the
tonight's
election.
results,
So,
Mother Nature,
and I will say
potentially
this,
affecting some
and there's a
turnout
great
in
tweet
key
out,
states.
and you go to my
Fox
Twitter,
Weather
at
meteorologist
Brian
Amy
Glenn TV,
Freeze
you'll see it.
has more. Good evening, Amy.
President Trump puts everyone first. He has done that. President Trump could have easily, after the 2020 election, walked away. He has done that. President Trump could have easily, after the 2020 election, walked away. He has done that. President Trump could have easily, after the 2020 election, walked away. Rallies in 17 different states over the last, since he left office. And that was all an effort to promote these candidates. Now, this is what's incredible about this guy. If you know these candidates, now, this is what's incredible about this guy. If you know these candidates, now, this is what's incredible about this guy. If you know focus on them rather than on him last night.
He has endorsed 330 candidates in this election cycle. 330 candidates. Think about that. He just doesn't call them on the phone and say, hey, I'm endorsing you. He interviews them. He talks with them. He studies them. 330 people. And so he has done his homework. He's done a lot of work. And yeah, I mean, to name them off again, he's reminding the people, we got this movement going on. Don't stop now. Remember to go out and vote tomorrow. These are the people I've endorsed. Make sure you check that box by their name.
Yeah, go up and down. Flood the polls. 6:54 Eastern, 5:54 here Central Time. Now the polls close in about 6 minutes on the East Coast, so we should have a good idea once those tickers come in. Of course, you've got the small, you got some reports down below of some news things coming in. We'll have election results on the bottom of the screen as well. Remember, the broadcast you're seeing on your screen right now ends in just over 3 hours. We're going to switch exclusively on Rumble, which has been a great partner in all of this.
Can you explain that? Because I have gotten some received some questions from people. They think that when they're watching the app, the RSBN app, they have to go to Rumble.
Yeah, okay, well, I can see where that might be
so
confusing.
it's if you're on social media.
If you're on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, any other platform,
it ends there.
It ends there.
I just wanted to clarify because I do get questions about that all the time.
It's a good question because if you're on the app and you're watching us on the app, like you may have it in front of you right now, you're not going to be cut off. You're going to keep going. And of course, if you're on Rumble, obviously, that stream continues. But that's a great question because, in this age of social media, and let's just be honest, you get kind of some of our older viewers have a typical, more difficult time kind of navigating through the web, which we all do. It can get very, very confusing. So just please note, if you're watching us on anything other than Rumble and our app, it is going to end just over 3 hours from now.
Absolutely. And speaking of Rumble, we are very thankful for their partnership. The numbers last night at the Ohio rally were outstanding because I think people were waiting they knew Trump was going to say something. What was he going to say? Maybe announcing he was going to run. We weren't sure. We don't know. He's keeping everyone on their toes. But the numbers there on Rumble were really good. So if you haven't joined Rumble, make sure you do that.
Yeah, I mean, it was election eve, too, so that had a lot to do with it. And it was a Monday night. I mean, President Trump, it's been a while since he had a rally on a Monday night. I mean, He kicked it off on a Thursday night in Iowa, and that was kind of a school night, I like to say, and Friday night and Saturday and Sunday. So it was very surprising, I think, the numbers, for me personally. I think I was very surprised the turnout was huge in Ohio. But it's the night before election, and I think this midterm is a little different than the other midterms. There's more at stake here. I think the candidates are polarizing. I mean, think about this for a second. When was the last time you were following a gubernatorial race in Arizona so closely as you're doing now?
That's what I was saying earlier. Carrie Lake has put that state on the map. She has really awakened.
The current governor, they have a surplus of money, so business is good. Taxes are relatively low in compared to being a state they have in the West, of money, which sometimes business is good. You've got the California, taxes Nevada, are relatively your taxes low in compared to being out there. They have in the West. He's done a good job fiscally.
That's what we know.
The gotaways are much higher than that.
Absolutely. And so that's in the last year. So we need to finish the wall. Carrie Lake's big on, protecting our border, protecting Arizona. And that is one of the key issues. When voters go to the polls today, that is one of the key issues that they're voting on. They want to protect their state.
Yeah. And if we went out even further west to California, Gavin Newsom will clearly be, will continue to be the governor of California. That's not going away. They tried to clean up a lot of the district attorneys there in Los Angeles, the prosecutors, because they had kind of a no cash bail system where people were being not even locked up for crime. I mean, if you've seen the viral videos on social media of people smash and grab, going into stores, really robbing people on the sidewalk of cafes. And, I was out there not too long ago and was talking to some business owners, and they said, you know what? We now install, roll down lock cages because, if you have a retail store, you are susceptible to these smash and grab robberies that will basically clean you out. And so crime's out of control in California, but Gavin Newsom's not going anywhere. And I don't think the problems are going anywhere as well. I think you're going to continue to see high crime, high homelessness due to taxes, due to unemployment, due to drugs. California is very progressive on a lot of their drug stance. And what that claim your free Trump mystery box information is on your screen as well. freetrumpbox.com, freetrumpbox.com. Now, that's pretty cool.
It is.
That is an Election Day special, and we have it right there for you to take advantage of. And we want to thank those guys for being a great partner of today's program. So go check it out, the Trump Mystery Box.
I don't know how many they have, but I don't know how long we're going with this broadcast either, but I need to log on because I would love to get a free Trump box, a mystery box in the mail. And Christmas right around the corner, so that could be a great gift for someone.
It would be a great gift for somebody. So there you go. Information is on your screen, freetrumpbox.com. Okay, so we got California. Here's another great state. If we go up to Oregon, Oregon could have the first Republican governor in a number of years. So that's a possibility. Once again, it's because, people are fed up with a lot of the tyranny that's going on in these states and a lot of the crime and of course, cost of living, the taxes, the quality of life is not what it should be. These are very beautiful places in our country, Vanessa. Yes. This is some of the most beautiful coastlines and some of the beautiful, land that God has created, but it's hard to enjoy them when you have extremely high taxes and crime that's out of control.
Yes, and staying on the West Coast, Nevada is another race that we're watching there, several races there. I am seeing, when I was just there just a couple of weeks ago in Nevada at a rally, and people from California are moving to Nevada. We saw and met so many people from California who said, you know what, I just sold my house there or my condo there, and I bought a house here in Nevada because I just could not stand the policies of Governor Newsom. We couldn't take it anymore, so I just packed up my family and I left. And you know what else is interesting, Brian, is you're seeing a lot of celebrities starting to do this as well. Yeah, you've got some of them moved out of California, went to Montana. Of course, I would love to go to Montana, by the way. Beautiful. Meet me in Montana, right? I think of Montana, I think of Yellowstone, and I think of great Rip. Show. We wouldn't want to be Rip and drive that big Ram truck around and just roll the city, but roll the countryside rather. But yeah, you're seeing a mass exodus out.
Big stakes.
We need a governor who cares about the state of Georgia.
Our battle is far from over, and we will not back down.
It's all on the line.
Expect an exciting night that could go either way.
And America's decision starts now.
It is 7 p.m. in the East, and polls have now closed in 6 states. We begin with the battleground state of Georgia, where Fox News Decision Desk says Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock and Republican Herschel Walker are in a very tight race at this hour. It is too early to make a call in this race. Georgia historically slow counting these votes as they come in, so we're going to watch this one throughout the night. Also, if either candidate does not get 50% of the vote, there will be that expected runoff in about 4 weeks from now in December.
December 6th. In South Carolina, we can project that Republican Senator Tim Scott will win a second full term, defeating Democrat Crystal Matthews.
Let's go to Kentucky, where we are projecting that Republican Senator Rand Paul will cruise to a third term, defeating Democrat Charles Booker.
We can also project Indiana Republican Senator Todd Young will win his second term. He defeats Democrat Tom McDermott.
And in Vermont, Democrat Peter Welch will replace retiring Senator Patrick Leahy as the next senator for the Green Mountain State. All right, so this is a look at the balance of power right now, and you've got 32 Republicans, 37 Democrats. It is early in the night. A majority is 51, as we know, and as it stands right now, you've got a 50-50 Senate, but as we get some of these early votes in, this is a look at where we stand.
Now over to the races for governor, starting with Georgia. Governor Brian Kemp, the incumbent, has a slight lead against Stacey Abrams. Again, it's early. This race is too early to call. It's not yet clear whether Kemp can reach more than 50% to avoid that runoff we just talked to about. Back to Georgia when we have updates, more raw vote total.
And in South Carolina, the Fox News Decision Desk projects that Republican Governor Henry McMaster will win a second term in office. No big surprise there, defeating Joe Cunningham.
And finally, in Vermont, we haven't seen enough data yet to definitively declare Republican Governor Phil Scott will win more than 50% of the vote there. Again, he's got to get over 50%. there. Now, we are going to, throughout the night, now have a ticker on the bottom of the screen, and you'll see it right down here as we put it up, and we'll see races rolling through with the numbers that we have, the raw vote total in all of these races. It's one of the things that we'll have scrolling throughout, and if a check mark, well, you just see there with Todd Young, that means they've won that race. We've declared the race. Even though there are not a ton of raw vote total in, we have both the raw vote and the Fox News voter analysis, and they make an extrapolation about how that race is going to go.
And that'll be rolling across the bottom of your screen, and it's going to continue.
Polls are starting to close on the East Coast, and taking a look at social media now, we want to go back to Adam Taxon.
Yes, I have another update, semi-update, I guess you could call it. I talked about the problems with the machines, and so many more stories are coming in. But there's another theme to this election in general that I think we have to go over, and it's going to continue to be a theme tonight. Just the huge shift in voting among certain groups. You've probably heard a lot about Latinos. I've heard statistics that suburban women, I don't know if it's just white suburban women, I think it's just suburban women, but there's been like a 26-point shift just in the last month or two. And a term you hear talked about a lot is mama bears. And I saw this tweet, and I think this explains so much. This is from Sloan Rackmuth out of North Carolina, big following. She is the head of the Educational First Alliance out there. And the themes we've been talking about, some of the outrageous things I don't need to go into right now that have been going on in schools, people are taking a stand, and this is probably affecting the votes of mama bears, for lack of a better term. And I think that's a great term, actually. You can see this. North Carolina parents are out in droves to vote for safer schools that deliver academic results so that all children have access to the American dream. I'm not sure it's so much different in North Carolina than other states, or just that people, they're more organized there. I'm not sure, but this seems to embody it. And I think that's Sloan in the middle right there. Let me show you another tweet. Now let's go to Truth Social. Got to ad-lib a little bit. No, that's not where we're going to go. I apologize for getting in someone's privacy there. But okay, bioclandestine, another big following on Truth Social. This is about the theme we're going to be coming back to again and again. Interesting things going on in Arizona, not just Maricopa County, but I've also heard a lot about Pinal County. That's a theme also. There is a lot of delays, all sorts of things that are a mess going on, though I'm seeing tweets, for example, that it's an overwhelmingly higher Republican turnout there. And now the criticism of Bret Baier, you may remember what happened 2 years ago with probably not long after this part of the night, Fox News calling it for Arizona. That's a subject of a lot of ironic tweets right there. And we're not going to necessarily show Fox News, but you can see what has been going on in the text. This is the one I want to point you to from bioclandestine. Again, very big following on Telegram. Why do the accidents, malfunctions, gas leaks, pipe breaks, and ballot shortages only happen in swing states? Great question. Where is my Truth Social here? There it is. Here's a great poll that kind of speaks for itself from Blueprint, who has a big following. I give him credit. He has been banned for Twitter. It's a guy named Justin out of the Midwest somewhere. You can see this is echoing the two states I mentioned the most, so I have some accuracy so far, I guess. But Arizona and Pennsylvania are having the most stories about election fraud. I don't think people are paying attention to New Jersey, but they've had some outrageous things going on in Mercer County where things just didn't work. But really, people aren't paying that much attention to New Jersey or to Illinois, where I heard the things shut down in Champaign County over there. Let's just go and take a quick look at the Gateway Pundit. CNN, we will maybe see some fun, ironic tweets, truths, etc. about meltdowns there throughout the night. We're not quite there yet. I think polls are only starting to, I don't think any polls have closed yet. I think the first ones are 7:30 Eastern time in North Carolina and Ohio, if I'm not mistaken. But here you can see a CNN exit poll. Let's see what else is going on in Truth Social. I got a little time here. What's going on? What are we doing here? Okay, Okay, this is Dominion voting machine is down in Texas, Arizona, New Jersey, other voter irregularities reported. And the theme continues to be irregularities, technical issues, etc. Back to you at the desk.
We'll go over some of the things here trending as well. Great job there on the desk. I just got an alert that Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene has won re-election in the U.S. House in Georgia's 14th Congressional District. Now, she told me earlier that she's typically the first race to be called in the country.
I promise you, for those 2 minutes, he was not sure. How can, I need Carl or Kellyanne, how can you split your ticket Kemp-Warnock? So if Kemp is doing well, how is Warnock maybe outperforming Abrams? That's what I'll be watching tonight.
They're both incumbents.
And one more question on Senator Scott. Does he have bigger ambitions after this election?
I think he wants to buy the Dallas Cowboys. I think.
Well, you've been encouraging him to bigger things for a long time, Trey. But whether or not he's listening to you, we don't know.
Haters for that one.
I haven't talked to him in the last 30 minutes, so I don't know where the future plans are. He's grateful for the chance to serve for 6 more years. I know that.
All right. Let's head over to Bill Hemmer at the Billboard, digesting some of these races.
So we're going to introduce you to some new features this year. And for the next several hours, we're going to take our viewers and folks here in the studio here through what we believe will be the best way to track this race, okay? So 2 new features here. I'm going to start in Virginia with these key House races, okay? We call them key because at the beginning of the night, about an hour ago, we talked about the 26 toss-ups. These are 3 of the toss-ups in the state of Virginia. So they can either be toss-up states or they can be Democratic or Republicans in leadership on the House side. So you'll see that pop up through the night. The other thing is we expect some tight races, right? We expect some races that may go into tomorrow or the day after, or even Friday by the end of this week. We'll see about that. So we've been trying to find out for you at home, where is the vote outstanding, all right? So it's either purple haze or it's purple rain, okay? But you're going to see the map on me behind me change throughout the night, and the darker the purple, the more vote there is outstanding, okay? On the bar up here, you'll see a little gray area. That will denote that all the votes for that county have been counted and tabulated and reported. But the darker the purple here, that's what we're waiting on, okay? And as you can see in Virginia, it's purple haze, purple rain. You go ahead and make the call. So in this state itself, what Republicans have tried to characterize these 3 races, if they win Virginia 2, they believe they'll be the majority in the House. If they win Virginia 7, they believe this is a wave tonight. If they win Virginia 10, then you're going to count how high is that wave. So let's dive in here to Virginia 2 and take you in one more time here. Jen Kiggins is a very interesting candidate. Kevin McCarthy has gone out and tried to recruit minorities and women and many with military records. And Jen Kiggins checks all those boxes now. A very good candidate going up against Elaine Luria. No results in just yet, though, in Virginia 2. In Virginia 7, Abigail Spanberger is a Democrat going for round 3 now for her term, being challenged by Yesli Vega, and for the first time tonight, less than 1% now, okay, estimated in, but we're starting to see some numbers come in. This is a race that has to be characterized based on how the census has changed the lines throughout the entire country. This is really interesting to watch throughout the night. Sometimes there's subtle changes, but they make a big difference. Spanberger first ran in 2018 on the west side of Richmond. She had close races in 2018, another close race in 2020. But Republicans in Virginia changed the lines and moved her district north here, closer to Washington, D.C. Now, she's still in a Democratic district. However, Republicans think the weather is right in Virginia to make a change. And I'm going to come back to that in a moment here. Up here in Virginia 10, another very interesting race here. This is Hung Cao. He's a Republican from U.S. Navy. He was born in Saigon. His family fled in April of 1975, the end of that war. He wants to take down Jennifer Wexton, another woman who won in Virginia in 2018. So you've got 3 races now in Virginia where all 3 women won their first races for the House in 2018. All 3 are seeking different terms. But the lines are slightly different in each one, so we're going to track that throughout the night here. Now, I want to do something if I could here. In Indiana, You've got 2 time zones, right? Close at 6 o'clock, close at 7 o'clock. Indiana is now fully closed as of 11 minutes ago. And this is a race in the upper northwestern part of the state. Indiana 1, congressional district. This is Gary, Indiana. Tends to be more like Chicago than it does Indianapolis. But Frank Mervan is a first-term Democrat being challenged there by Jennifer Ruth Green. Republicans love this candidate. They put her on TV every time they could. She, too, has a military background. They believe, based on the minority makeup, places like Lake County, which you can see here behind me, African Americans, minority voters, they believe that she has a shot in this district. Now, I want to tell you that no Republican has won in Congressional District 1 in Indiana in close to 100 years. So again, we go back to that story in Virginia, right? If you got a wave, how high is it? If Republicans pick up a victory up here in Congressional District 1 in Indiana, you start to guess, like, what's happening throughout the entire map. So there's a couple things we're looking throughout the night. We'll check back in on the purple map as well. A second here. You mentioned Georgia. Georgia just closed. Not quite sure what's happening down there. But we got a key race down here in the southwestern part of the state. We'll watch that, see whether or not that can flip from blue to red. Big task there down here in the Bible Belt in southwestern Georgia. But let's check in right now on the governor's race. This is going to be something, okay, got a couple numbers in. The estimated number is 1%. By the way, if you're watching at home and you're seeing this number, that's the estimated vote that's in. That's what we believe the turnout will be for this race. If this thing starts pushing 90 or 95 and you see it freeze and it starts to backtrack a little bit, that shows you that turnout was greater than expected. However, it bumps up against 99 or 100, you know, all votes are tabulated. Abrams lost the Kemp 4 years ago by 1.5 points. For 4 years ago, she has said she should be the governor in Georgia. Brian Kemp back for a rematch with Stacey Abrams. We'll watch Fulton County here in Atlanta throughout the night. While I got a minute here, let's check the Senate race as well. Okay, so Raphael Warnock has some votes now in, 7%. 70%, okay, 7% tabulated with the lead over Walker. So then you ask yourself, well, where are the votes coming from? And here in the state of Georgia, Fulton County is going to be something we're going to watch throughout the night. I just want to draw a circle here. There are 16 counties that make up greater Atlanta, Georgia. Stacey Abrams campaigns hard there. Raphael Warnock spends a lot of time there. We're going to see throughout many of these different counties now how they're breaking throughout the evening tonight. So that's the setup. And we'll see how it goes, and I'll get that sucker cleared off, too, in a minute. So back to you guys with more coming up shortly.
And Virginia dumps early. I mean, they get a lot of votes pretty early. So, I mean, in the next few minutes, we should see some of that.
They are in the category of fast counters.
Which we like. we like those fast counters.
Yes.
And in some of these places, like as we said, they're going through the mail-in vote first. So you may see some surprising differences in some of these votes with the small margin that we have in right now. But just hang with us because there's going to be a lot of change as the rest of these numbers come in. And as we get closer to 7:30, we'll have
7:30.
Some more calls
we
to
have
make.
polls closing in Ohio. Republican J.D. Vance, Democratic Congressman Tim Ryan battling it out for the Senate seat. There was a really good town hall there. I don't know if you
I heard
saw
about
that. But that's the seat vacated by Rob Portman. Mark Meredith is at the Vance campaign headquarters in Columbus. Good evening, Mark.
Brad and Martha, good evening to you guys. The party hasn't started here quite yet because, as you mentioned, the poll's closing in a little less than 15 minutes from now. But we have heard from multiple Republican sources here on the ground in Ohio who say they feel very confident for J.D. Vance tonight, that they are seeing potentially lower turnout in Cuyahoga County, the Cleveland area, which was thought to be a big advantage for Congressman Tim Ryan. You guys talked about it. This race has been fascinating to watch because J.D. Vance, first-time politician, best known for his memoir, Hillbilly Elegy, he beat out a crowded field of Republican candidates to get in this primary, then beat all of them down to get us here to the general election. But he has certainly faced a lot of headwinds ever since the primary. I talked to his team tonight. They say they feel united with the Republican Party, and they believe that's going to carry over into this evening. He's been campaigning with Governor Mike DeWine, as well as the Republican ticket. But most notably, even just last night, former President Donald Trump weighed heavily over this race. He was in Dayton holding a rally on the eve of the election. Congressman Tim Ryan also getting a lot of attention for his campaign strategy, a Democrat Democrat here in Ohio, saying he doesn't agree with the National Democratic Party. He says they didn't believe that they were focusing on the working class voters in this state, so he was trying to peel off some of those Trump voters. Obviously a lot of interest in whether or not that may play as a factor into the results tonight, but we have seen a lot from the Republicans in this state letting us know they feel very confident about their chances, and we'll know soon enough. Guys, back to you.
Mark Meredith in Ohio. Mark, thanks. You know, we were just talking about the numbers that are coming in. There are some numbers from Florida. Bill Hemmer back at the board.
Yeah, the whole state doesn't close until 8 o'clock, but there's some data right now in from the 7 o'clock close, and this is going to be a story if it sticks, okay? This is the governor's race in Florida. This is Ron DeSantis up against Charlie Crist. This is Miami-Dade, okay? Right now it is red. 66% of the estimated vote is in, and DeSantis leads Crist. DeSantis won his governor job 4 years ago. That year in Miami-Dade, he lost by 20 points. If this number holds up, you've got a bit of a tremor right there in southeastern Florida. Let me try to go to the Senate race here just real quickly here. This is Marco Rubio and Val Demings. 25% of the vote is in. Back to Miami-Dade we go. A moment ago, this was blue. Now it's red. 2/3 of the estimated vote is counted, and Rubio leads Demings as well. Watch the percentage here on Rubio and Demings, and I'll go back to the governor's race and see how they well, okay. Right? I mean, it's almost a mirror of itself, 53.6. And then on the Senate side, you've got Rubio at 53.0. If this holds up, guys, major story in the Sunshine State tonight.
One more question. The Florida 27, the Salazar race, can you get there?
Yes, I sure can here. Maria Salazar ran for her first key races over here. Remember, second panel here on Florida. Maria Salazar ran in 2018. She lost. She ran in 2020. She won. Cuban-American running for re-election again. Guys, this is pretty handily here. This is 78% of the estimated vote, and Salazar is well ahead now by 11 points in her district. That Florida 27 right down here in Miami. A lot of Democrats live here. A lot of
So in the state of Pennsylvania, you remember from 2020, it looked like Donald Trump had a huge lead on election night. But that was because the way Pennsylvania counts its vote, they count the day of vote first. They don't even begin in 2020, they didn't even begin to open up the ballots to start looking at signatures and to verify the ballots until after polls closed. So he had to wait, actually, in that case, several days. Michigan's another state where the day of vote tends to be counted early. Republicans are going to look like
100,000 new registered Republicans to the rolls in Florida and 27,000 Democrats. So we're now at the first time that the Republicans have ever outnumbered Democrats in registration.
Well, Florida has changed so dramatically in the past couple of years, right? And so we'll see whether or not this is reflective of other trends across the country or whether this is a Florida story that we're watching play out.
Either way, it bodes well for 2024 for Republicans.
And we've got this brewing competition now between Mr. Trump and Governor DeSantis, which has been, obvious in the last couple of days. If it's a big night for DeSantis and his running mates in Florida, that would sharpen that competition a bit, give Mr. Trump something to think about.
Yes, it would. And we're going to focus on 2022. But you're right.
But that's a story to watch. There's no doubt about it.
We got a long time.
It's out there.
Britt's got a twinkle in his journalist eye right there.
Coming up, Lawrence Jones is in Battleground, Georgia, talking to voters about what matters most to them.
Plus, Jesse Waters joins us next as Democracy 2022 election night rolls on, folks. We'll be right back.
The commanding officer called you one of the best pilots he's ever seen. It must be hard being the naval aviator. The toughest job there is.
94% said this was about control of the Senate, not so important about the candidate. And this really speaks to what we saw last month, the headline of USA Today that said, I don't care if Herschel Walker paid for an abortion or if he blew up the planet Alderaan.
That's really interesting. Party is driving their decision there in Georgia, but we're going to be looking in other states about whether or not a split ticket choices are going to play out tonight as well. So we'll dive into that again in a minute. I want to get to Steve Osunsami, who covers Georgia. He lives there in Georgia. He's at Raphael Warnock's headquarters. And Steve, listen, it's early, but they have to like that benchmark reading we just showed where Raphael Warnock, at least in Fulton County, is outperforming where he needs to be at this point in the night.
you know, the Fulton County, all of the surrounding counties in the metro area are important to Raphael Warnock if he's going to succeed tonight, because that's where all the blue votes are. About 6 million voters live in the Atlanta metro area, and these are the bluest counties of the state. And I will say something, David, you and I have talked about, that, you know, for all the polls showing that this race is tied, I will underline that the changing demographics in Georgia actually favor the Democrats. Because when Stacey Abrams, for example, when she ran 4 years ago, she lost by about 50,000 votes. Since then, about 50,000 people have moved to the Atlanta metro area, the blue counties, each year. And that helps Democrats. There are more potential voters, they argue, in this state. And so these numbers so far look encouraging for the Democrats. But of course, as Rick has pointed out, it is early in the night. We've seen this happen many times before, where leads, large leads, evaporate. It'll be very interesting. I'd keep a close eye on what the total vote of that happened today, the election, the votes that were cast today, what that number is. And then, of course, we're all looking at the third-party candidate, especially in the Senate race, to see what that percentage is if that pushes this into a runoff, if it's close between the other two candidates. David?
But, Steve, this has been a really interesting example of one of these cases where the Democratic
in Arkansas. And, you know, we were talking about earlier, that was one race that we really haven't seen a lot of press on, maybe because she had that thing so much in a lock. It wasn't one of those heated races that we saw either in Pennsylvania and Arizona. So hopefully we can check in on that as well.
Yes, and she also was out for a bit because she was diagnosed with thyroid cancer. Right. She overcame that, so congratulations to her. Definitely a fighter in so many ways. And she said she underwent, I'm reading the release from her, underwent a successful surgery to remove my thyroid and surrounding the lymph nodes. And she says, so by the grace of God, I am now cancer-free. So congratulations to her on that. And because we know, you know, so many people out there fighting this terrible disease. And when you see someone like Sarah Huckabee fight and overcome, it gives those also fighting hope and saying, if she can do it, she's in the public eye, I'm following her courage, and she's still going out there and running this race, I can continue as well.
I think everyone fell in love with her when she was press secretary for President Trump, and what an amazing job she did standing up to the fake news press every day, every single day. And you know what? And here's what's sad. They made fun of her for her weight, her size, for her hair, what you name it. They made fun of her, but she stood there with dignity and class, and she took it, and she dished out the responses as well, but she really fought for this president, and I'm hoping that the people of Arkansas will elect her.
I hope so as well, and we'll find out tonight. And speaking of press secretaries, he had a great group right after her. Kayleigh McEnany was wonderful. Yep. And then you look at the one that they have now, and there's just no comparison between the current press secretary, Kayleigh McEnany, and Sarah Sanders.
Yeah, he's had quite the lineup for press secretaries. And of course, if you go to President Biden, he has had, in my opinion, two of the worst hirings that you could possibly want. And, you know, that's just what they do. They don't go off qualifications. They go off of whatever, you know, identity politics box they check. It's not the right person for the job, you know, and it's just, sadly, that's what it is. All right, going up to New Hampshire, U.S. Senate race there. Maggie Hassan got a pretty much commanding lead, but only 3% of the voting coming in. You know, it's interesting about these smaller states, the amount of people, the amount of votes that you ultimately get. Look at the size of that. I mean, you're talking about, you know, you don't have a big population state like New Hampshire, so it doesn't take many votes to kind of swing one way or the other. So take California or Texas and Florida, you know, these massive population of people, a lot of numbers. It does take a little bit more effort to move the needle there, but it can be done there in these smaller states. We'll keep an eye on that as well. I know that North Carolina, Ted Budd, Bo Hines is another great person up for Congress. We had a chance to spend some time with Bo Hines not too long ago. Great guy, great America First candidate, endorsed by some great people. Marjorie Taylor Greene endorses him as well, so we'll keep an eye on that race. You know, and it's important now than ever that we put the right people in place. And we said this at the top of the show, Vanessa, that, you know, we can make a difference in D.C. right now, but it's going to take the right people. Now, if people think that if this tonight goes the way we want and we're able to get the right people in office, that things are going to change immediately, and that's not realistic. It's going to take a little bit on that. Moving back down to Florida, it looks pretty good for Kat. I mean, she's got a pretty much command lead. She's a great candidate, by the way.
She's wonderful, and she was also there in Miami the other night for the rally with President Trump, and she's just loved all over the country and a lot of energy. Yeah,
they're in District 3. A lot of energy. Of course, she was on, I want to say, the America First agenda. I believe they went on bus tour that they went around talking about that as well. So I want to talk about one of our great partners tonight would be the free Trump book. Yes. I mean, you talk about a gift. You got Christmas coming up. You got even graduations to a certain degree. A lot of little kids that graduate from preschool, things like that. You want to read a book to them, you can do just that. FreeTrumpBook.com. There it is. All the accomplishments of President Trump. You know, you're not going to hear it on social media. You're not going to hear it. They're not going to see it in the classrooms as well. But you can give the gift that will keep on giving because the accomplishments don't stop. President Trump, the Kid's Guide to President Trump there, and it's absolutely free. Just you got to pay a small shipping and handling fee, but you can have that book. There's the website, freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com. We love those partners here at Right Side that want to partner up and share the prosperity of conservatism.
Yes, and you know, a great stocking stuffer. And I always read with the kids in my family if they're over at the house on Christmas Eve. Was the night before Christmas, so we may need to read 2 books, right? Like make it a tradition. Why not? So yeah.
We've been talking about also getting rid of rhinos, and I love what we did in Wyoming with Liz Cheney. And of course, I was up at the steps of the Capitol with Matt Gaetz a couple of years ago. Maybe about a year and a half ago, really calling out Liz Cheney. And Matt Gaetz was the first person, hello everybody, that called for that. And well, it happened. And so we were up there with them. And so, you know, President Trump took care of the Bush dynasty. He took care of the Clinton dynasty. And he's taking care of the Cheney dynasty of where? Hey, here's a great race here. Anna Paulina Luna, 71% reporting. Now, she's down by a couple points, but this is noteworthy here because I think if we can stay in striking distance on that House CD 13 there in Florida, we have a great opportunity to take this seat. And she's doing an excellent job right now as we get close to. Well, so you got 71% of the vote. That's a lot of votes already coming in. So apparently,
absolutely.
I'm hoping that we still have a lot of walk-in day of votings to go on that race. But Anna Paulina Luna just trailing just about almost 6,000 votes. But
it's really not bad when you think about, you know, still 71%. We still have a long way to go. And some of these counties, it might be rural areas. It may, you know, not just be your bigger cities. So we'll have to keep a close eye on this one because it is close right now and we still have some time. So, yeah, thanks for watching Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are on our app, on our website, and also Rumble.
And I love it. Of course, we'll be counting down to that. So if you're watching us on Facebook or YouTube or any other platform, get ready because that's going to dip in black in, you know, just about under 2 hours, and we'll go exclusively on our app and Rumble as well. We'll be checking in with crews across the country. There's a guy right there, Joe from Texas. Yeah. We know Joe from Texas. You know, we had him on the show last night in Ohio. And it says right there, practical solutions for America's problems. Check it out today, joefromtexas.com. He's a guy that was in the oil industry. And we can talk energy all day long because we know the policies of President Biden has hurt the American people. Joe from Texas, and go check out joefromtexas.com and read up on his energy policies. It's a common sense approach. You know, what he did was basically took away our ability to be independent with our oil and shifted it over to a foreign country. So now we're buying oil from overseas and bringing it in. Now, let me explain something to you. and I learned this from Joe from Texas himself. When a taker pulls into our port from overseas, okay, it's going to come in. We've got to write a big fat check to whatever oil company is sending us that oil. But what's going to happen is you have a tugboat that goes out there, and a pilot boat that brings that tanker ship in. You've got a couple people that's got to tie up the boats, tie up the rig, and you got a couple people that's going to pump that oil onto our shore, onto a truck, and then send off. Well, that's only a handful of jobs, right? But if we were to drill oil in this country, it's hundreds of jobs. So what Joe Biden did from day one by pretty much ending a lot of leases in oil is he eliminated jobs. And so, yes, there is still jobs involved in importing oil, but not near to the degree that it takes when we drill here in this country. So that's what he's done. And unfortunately, it is really hurting the American economy.
Yeah, absolutely. And then you think about, what else Biden has done. He stopped the building of the Keystone XL pipeline, which would also bring thousands of jobs. And so when you combine the two, it's really putting the American people in jeopardy and looking for work. Looking for work. And of course, the oil industry, and look at West Virginia with coal, and you got natural gas and oil and coal in Pennsylvania. Joe Biden lied to the voters of those states and said, I'm not going to do anything to your industry. I'm going to continue to fight for you. And what did he do? He laid off jobs within the first week. So, hopefully when these people in these states go to vote, they keep that in mind. All right, turn our attention back to Georgia. With 11% reporting right now, Stacey Abrams still having a pretty sizable commanding lead in this gubernatorial race. Now, I'd like to know what counties are mainly being reported here, but that's a pretty sizable lead at this point, but we'll see what happens as that plays out. It's always when election night's this, you can't jump to conclusions too early in the night. We found that out in past elections.
We found that out because things change and we don't know exactly what votes are being counted right now. I'm assuming that's a lot of mail-in ballots, and we know that Democrats seem to mail in their ballots and do drop boxes more than conservatives. So let's just hold off on thinking that Brian Kemp is in trouble right now.
Yes. So again, don't fear when you're seeing these early numbers come in, because it's still early in the night and still a lot of tabulations to be held. Again, it could be early voting, it could be mail-in ballots. We just don't know just yet. So we do know that the numbers are coming in. We're getting them first right here at RSBN. So continue to watch, follow that ticker at the bottom of the screen, because it's going to heat up real quick.
It's going to heat up real quick. Just to remind you, we do have crews. Catherine Cipher will be at the Kerry Lake watch party there in Scottsdale, Arizona. We'll check in with her and a little later. We got Matthew Alvarez that's at the Doug Mastriano camp down up there, I should say, in Pennsylvania. And then down at Mar-a-Lago, our own Liz Willis is live there. Which I can't wait for you to see that live shot, by the way. It's absolutely beautiful, and she looks stunning as well. What a beautiful backdrop there at Mar-a-Lago. It's everything you would expect Mar-a-Lago to look like on election night.
Could we expect anything less from Mar-a-Lago, from the Trumps? When they do everything, they do it times 100. So yes, definitely gorgeous. I can't wait to see what they have planned for tonight, because when we went out to Liz earlier, if you weren't joining us, they were just still setting up and getting ready for the evening. So yeah, I mean, a watch party at Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, and he teased on the 15th a major announcement at Mar-a-Lago, and yes, we will be live from Mar-a-Lago. We're going to wait till we get the details on that, because we don't have that yet. But when we do, we will certainly bring that to you live, because there is so much momentum right now from conservatives of what we're seeing across the board. Now, if you were to look at the early voting that we just saw, it doesn't necessarily reflect that, because it is mail-in ballots. All right, Jen Jordan, Chris Carr there, Attorney General of Georgia right now. Jen Jordan has a slight lead of 58.1 to 40.8. I say slight lead, but once again, you got 11%. This is early. It's only 39 minutes past the hour there locally, so it's too early to get too concerned, but at the same time, you got to keep an eye on a race like this. And so much went on in Georgia, election fraud-wise, and we didn't have an attorney general there that would do anything. We certainly didn't have a secretary of state in Georgia that would do anything, and we didn't have, in a way, a governor. I mean, Brian Kemp needs to win, don't get me wrong, but he wasn't the biggest supporter of let's find out what happened on November 3rd of 2020. He wasn't that. But we need him to be governor of Georgia by far. We cannot have Stacey Abrams in office.
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, what a disaster that would be. So looking at more from New Hampshire, just a few more percentage points there, reporting numbers coming in. You have 63.7% for Maggie Hassan to 34.1%.
Yeah, looking at that, I know I said earlier about the population-wise and how it might be easy to swing. That's a pretty good gap early on. It's a wide separation, so I'd like to see how that's going to play out, but I'm not too optimistic on that
about
one.
That race,
that one, but hey, look, what do I know? I don't vote in New Hampshire. So we'll continue to take a look at that. We are going to toss to some live shots here in a little bit and check in with people, because when you look at Doug Mastriano, and we have talked about the state of Pennsylvania, how important it is. We saw all the voting irregularities going in that state, that they did clean up a little bit of that, but there is some still mystery in Pennsylvania. We had mail-in ballots that were filled out incomplete, that were being tossed out. And, and let's just be honest here. If a vote is incomplete, I don't care if it's for Republican or Democrat, if it's missing a name, an address, a signature, or any kind of date, if it's missing vital information on that ballot to identify that it's really from an actual person, then I don't think it needs to be counted. It's as simple as that. And it's a bipartisan issue. I think votes, mail-in ballots, they need to be verified and they need to be real. So the days of passing ballots that are unsigned or they have a bogus name, I mean, Charlie, some really ridiculous names on there, they should not be counted. And so we've seen that in some states early on where thousands of ballots cannot be verified that they're actually real.
Yeah, and John Fetterman there in Pennsylvania wanting to file a lawsuit because he thinks they should be counted. And you're absolutely right. They should be invalid. If a voter cannot follow all instructions and leave something blank or leave something off the ballot, it has to be invalid. You have to fill out all of the information, confirm all the information, because this is what we do not want, and that's any type of cheating or inaccuracies. So when you get these ballots, fill them out properly, fill them out all the way, 100%, and then mail them in. So when you start receiving these where they're missing names and addresses and birth dates, like you said, they should be invalid, not counted. He's not happy about that, and so he has filed a lawsuit. Yeah.
A little bit later, I'm going to go over some information that I was just pulling up. Revolver.news is a great site. Darren Beatty is a wonderful investigative journalist that has written a lot about the elections, and he had something on here, a nice article. It said, "Stop the steal. It is really expect the steal and be ready." Now, we'll go over some of the changes, because certain states did certain things to clean up their elections, and other states didn't do anything. I mean, they had outright lies and violated the law, and they didn't change any of that. So certain states are in better position for a more secure election coming forward, and some states have not done anything. And so we'll go over that here in just a second. We're going to go live here in a couple of minutes out to Pennsylvania. Hopefully they've cleaned some of that up as well. We do want to remind everybody to go to our website. It's a great time to go to our website and sign up for our newsletter as well. rsbnetwork.com is our website. Sign up for our newsletter, and it's a great opportunity to really stay in touch with the issues that are concerning to you. Look, the Democrats want you to think that climate change, J6, and gender-affirming care are the things that you're concerned about, and you and I both know those things aren't concerning to you. You're concerned about your kids' education, the safety on your streets, and the money in your pocket, the financial situation of this country. So go sign up for our newsletter, rsbnetwork.com. That's rsbnetwork.com/donate. Decision Desk, Marcus Flowers getting blown out. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Now, this race has been, by some sources, already called. Obviously, I got a text from her earlier saying that she won her race, and typically she is the only one, the first one historically to win a race. So just blowing out Marcus Flowers. We knew that would happen, getting 71% of the vote. When it's all said and done, she's probably going to get a lot more than that, but there you have it. Marjorie Taylor Greene once again winning District 14 there in the great state of Georgia. Such an America First candidate by far. Marcus Flowers, side note, raised $15 million to lose tonight. Like I said, there's your, tomorrow's National Refund Day if you've donated to Marcus Flowers.
Ryan, did you make that up, or you just, is that really?
I'm going to go ahead and put that in law. Maybe I should
Ryan
just.
has made up one of those national days that we see all the time.
Maybe I
National
should.
Hot Chocolate Day, Cookie Day, Ice Cream Day. Now it's National Get Your Money Back Day.
Yeah, I need to go ahead and submit articles to my local congressman there in Texas and get that written up on that. All right, we've got Matthew Alvarez, who is down in Pennsylvania, just outside Gettysburg, at the Doug Mastriano Watch Party, another heated race there in Pennsylvania. Matthew, what is it like right now at the Mastriano Watch Party? See if we got him on the line. No, but maybe he's still partying. I don't know.
Yeah, they had the disco ball going. Yeah, we're waiting to see what he's got there. We checked in with him earlier, and they were just getting set up and started. So
yeah, there we go. So maybe we'll check in with Matthew here in just a second. And of course, you got Dr. Oz, you got Fetterman, and we've said this before, Vanessa. I can't think of a worse candidate. I got a couple. I got Katie Hobbs in Arizona, and I got Fetterman. Two horrible candidates.
Yeah, they're neck and neck.
There you go.
You're right about that.
All right, let's see if we got Matthew Alvarez, who's live at Doug Mastriano's camp there in Pennsylvania. Matthew, what's going on?
Good evening, Brian and Vanessa. Well, it's a lot more crowded here at the Penn Harris Hotel in Camp Hill, as the energy, you can definitely feel it for Doug Mastriano, the Colonel, and hopefully the next governor of the state of Pennsylvania. Joining me right now is Vish Jetnarayan. He's the campaign manager for Mr. Mastriano. And Vish, tell us about the excitement tonight and the support that you've seen throughout Pennsylvania.
It's been absolutely incredible. For the last several months, people have worked extremely hard to get to where we are today across 67 counties, across 6 regions. Our grassroots team has been a tremendous force, and we've been working closely with the PA-GOP, and there's been immense strides made. Along the way, we've seen Democrats convert to become Republicans. We've seen independents convert, and they're all coming out to support Senator Colonel Doug Mastriano.
What's driven you to be able to do this too? Because at the end of the day, you're the one that's out there on the road as well. Yeah. Are you tired? Are you ready to go? What's going on?
Tiredness is not an option right now. We've came this far. What keeps us going is that we are on a cause to see freedom restored to Pennsylvanians across the state.
All right, Vish, thank you so much. Good luck. Hopefully the results come in for a victory for Doug Mastriano.
Thank you so much.
What's your name, ma'am?
Sheila.
Tell us about your thoughts about Doug Mastriano.
Well, we've been supporting him for the last couple of years. We believe he's the right candidate for us personally and as a Hispanic community.
Awesome. Thank you so much for talking with us. Go Doug. Go Doug Mastriano. An America First hat over there as well. That's a nice blue hat. Let me see that hat. That's a very nice hat. I have to get one of these. So yeah, a lot of people here. We can take a quick pan around a little bit if we can. Just some of the people getting ready to see hopefully the next governor of the great state of Pennsylvania. Daniel Goki will also be performing. He's a Christian artist that actually got it discovered on American Idol. And then now the tour bus is here and he'll be playing entertainment here tonight. As the results hopefully come in this evening on November 8th. We're live at Camp Hill, Pennsylvania. Brian and Vanessa, let's send them back to you in Auburn at the headquarters of RSBN.
Thank you, Matthew. That was a great live shot. And let me tell you something, a lot of energy in there. We were there when he launched his gubernatorial campaign, and the energy was high. I mean, people love this guy. I mean, Doug Mastriano was one of the first guys that came out and said, hey, this election, I got some questions.
Right.
And I think that's why people love him so much.
Oh, yes. A lot of smiles in that room from the people he interviewed. So they're excited about tonight. Again, we've been waiting for this night for 2 years now. And so it's finally here. You kind of have to pinch yourself. Like, is this real? Because people all over the country have been fed up for so long, and they've been eager for this day. They've been eager to go vote, let their voices be heard. I'm hoping the elections are run right. And so we're hoping these America First candidates are put into office so we can make a change in this country. So, yeah, a lot of hopeful people out there smiling and ready for great outcomes.
Yep, here we go. Decision, a little update on that. Stacey Abrams still having a commanding lead at this point over Brian Kemp, 17%. Now, this would be, if this was to hold the pace on this would be a pretty massive upset, I would say, because we predicted, and a lot of other people predicted, that Kemp was going to basically blow out Abrams in this race. But right now, Stacey Abrams holding on to a lead over Brian Kemp. Now, when I spent some time in Georgia, obviously in Alabama, driving around, I see a lot of Kemp signs. But let me tell you something. I do see a lot of Stacey Abrams signs, but on the same token, in Texas, we see a lot of Beto signs.
In larger cities.
In larger cities.
Right.
Austin.
When you start, you start getting into the suburbs, you start seeing the conservative the parts of the states. And so when you get into these big cities, liberal-run cities, you see Stacey Abrams, Beto O'Rourke's.
You see that. So, and Herschel, you see a lot of Herschel signs as well. Back in 2016, there was a thing where you had to kind of bumper stickers. You look at bumper stickers and see, well, whose sticker do you see the most? Well, I saw a lot of Trump stickers, and you and I both have seen a lot of Trump stickers, and I didn't see as many like Hillary Clinton stickers on cars.
No.
I think I saw more Bernie Sanders stuff than I did Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, and again, I live on the coast, and there on the Gulf Coast of Texas. You go down to the beach any given weekend when there's a lot of people, you see a lot of Trump flags flying around on golf carts, on trucks, on cars. Very patriotic, and you don't see that from any other candidate from both sides. It's just America loves Trump and Trump-endorsed candidates.
Yeah, the great thing about Florida is the Trump boat parades, and we have had the privilege several times to cover these Trump boat parades, and it's fun. Hey, when you're in Florida and you got a boat and you got Trump and you got DeSantis in office, great time. Life is good in Florida. So those are always fun. And I said this, and I got criticized in Newsweek. And I think it's kind of funny. And I was like, where's the Biden boat parades? How come Biden supporters, do they not own boats? Do they not like to go out?
Basements.
In basements. They're hanging out in basements. And of course, Newsweek loved to write a story that I said, that Biden voters don't own boats. I'm sure they own a boat, or maybe a few of them do, maybe.
Jet skis, yeah.
But if they do, where's the Biden flags? Why aren't you flying Biden flags with pride? And that's one of the things that we see about Trump supporters, is we're very, very supportive of our president. And if you want to do that, there's information on your screen as well. freetrumpbox.com.
Get you a box tonight, a Trump mystery box. I love this. This is the first time I've seen this. I didn't know about this until tonight when we were on air, but this is actually great because, a lot of times you know about what's coming when you order it, right, off any website, but you don't know what's coming to you. You know that it's going to be something Trump, supporting Trump, and it's a mystery.
And it's Election Day special, which means it could be it's a limited time only. It's only for today's broadcast, so go check it out there. All right, touching base to the decision desk again. Ted Budd. Well, I was not expecting this at all. I mean, we got 36% reporting right now. Sherry Beasley with a 56.5 over 41.2. Good percentage. You got about a third of the vote reporting right now. Once again, as we get a little bit later into the night, maybe we'll get a little bit more of the walk-up vote. We've done several rallies in North Carolina over the last couple years, and they are packed. So it doesn't. I'm not too scared on this because North Carolina is a red state, right, in my opinion. It's red. So I think we're going to see those numbers reverse on that. But nevertheless, Ted Budd kind of got to pull from behind at this late in the game. But you know, when you look at the momentum of what we have and the reasons why people go to the polls, it kind of feeding off the Biden things that we just talked about, where's the Biden pride? Like, imagine right now the kid's guide to Biden. It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
J.D. Vance, right now, only 5% reporting, so let's not get too bent out of shape on that. But Tim Ryan having a pretty commanding lead over J.D. Vance right now. And, you know, J.D. Vance early on wasn't completely on board with President Trump, and President Trump talked about that last night. It's no secret, but J.D. Vance came around, as Trump likes to say, and now they're on the same page. But right now, J.D. Vance trailing in that race.
Yes, just a couple of precincts reporting there, maybe early voting numbers. So, yes, don't get bent out of shape just yet.
Yeah, but going back to Biden, like,
yeah, we love talking about that.
I love talking about, like, where are the supporters for Biden? Where are they? I'm being very serious. I mean, where are they? Because I don't see the pride at all. I don't see the stickers. I don't see the signs. I don't see the shirts. I don't see it. So it's almost like the 2020 election was more about, we just don't like Trump, but Biden just happens to be the candidate that we put in place now. And there's the information, by the way, to claim your free Trump mystery box. In moving forward, if we do see a Trump ticket, right, it's very important who that Democrat nominee would be to go up against Trump. It really is. It needs to be someone of substance, because they checked the box with Biden because he was an established Democrat, been there 147 years almost.
That's a long time,
That's a long
Brian.
time, right?
Yeah.
And a poor track record. We'll get to that in just a second. Ron DeSantis, commanding lead there. No surprise there, by the way. 68% reporting, up 56.7 and 42.7. Don't see a problem in that. Ron DeSantis will be reelected, in my opinion, of the great state of Florida. But, you know, you got this, you got to now put a candidate up against Trump that can actually deliver results. The days of checking the box, of saying, okay, established Democrat, boom, check, we got him, and then go to Kamala Harris and say, okay, we need a woman, vice president, check, we need an African American woman or Indian American. She claimed both races, by the way. I'm not quite sure what she is. Check. And we're all good with that. We want diversity. We want to have diverse candidates, but we want the best candidates. And Kamala Harris didn't poll but maybe 1 or 2% when she ran for president. So she didn't even get any type of support. So it's very important that Democrats try to get somebody that can actually deliver results against Trump, because Trump is going to blow anyone away. We know that.
Yes.
With all day long, 7 days a week, he can blow any candidate away on his policy and his performance. But Democrats have got to get serious about beating Republicans because they're going to keep pushing these weak candidates out, and they're going to keep getting beat.
Now, going back to who would they put on the ballot?
I said
Governor Newsom?
Yeah, I said about a year ago, I said Governor Newsom, in my opinion, will be the Democrat nominee, without a doubt. I really think that could be.
That's all they have.
It's all they have, and they comes from a big state of California, a ton of money, a ton of delegates, a lot of relationships there that kind of support him being the candidate from California. And I think that he is probably one of the only ones. Now his policies are horrible. And if you look at California in general, they're struggling. The state, it was the 5th largest economy in the country. So it's an incredible state. They got a lot of resources, but it's got to be someone that can lead from the front. And I'm not sure Gavin Newsom can do that, because he's led his state to basically a joke. But who else do the Democrats have at this point? Who else do they have? I cannot name one.
But when you look at the flip side and you look at the Republican Party, we have so many. We know Trump's going to announce, right?
The Trump train's going by the way, right now.
You hear it? Yes, that's absolutely.
Trump train's going by.
Trump train, yes. Everybody jump on board. Looking to the future, past the 2024 election, we have so many great candidates. When you look at Marjorie Taylor Greene and Ron DeSantis, and I could go on and on. There's so much going on in the Republican Party, so many great optional candidates to choose. Who's your favorite? I mean, there's so many that you can name, but on the Democrat side, it's just a blank sheet.
Yeah, it's a blank sheet. Yeah. We got the next polls close pretty quick, so we'll get some different updates here as we come across 8 o'clock Eastern time, coming up 59 past the hour. And in 10 minutes, we'll check in with another correspondent, as we got correspondents around this country really covering this race, and we've got it here as well. We'll have some updates on the bottom of the screen as well. But we're glad you're joining us. Vanessa Broussard, Brian Glenn, top of the hour here, bringing you live coverage from our Right Side Broadcasting Studios, and not too bad we have here, right? I mean, people are used to seeing us walk around the rallies and up on the media rouser, but we have pretty good setup here.
Let's see, we've been in heat, we've been in freezing temperatures, snow, rainstorms, you name it, but now we're inside, Brian. It's nice to be inside and air conditioning.
I'm not going to lie to you. There's been some rallies I've said, if this was my last one for a while, I'm tired of being cold, I'd be good for that, because it is a struggle sometimes covering these rallies in the conditions that we cover them, and to the degree that we cover these rallies. I mean, we don't mess around on this.
We're there for hours on end live.
For hours on end, but we're glad you're joining us, and you want to also share this broadcast. That would be great. Just make sure the word gets out, as a lot of people now, if you're looking 7 o'clock Eastern, so, a lot of people kind of getting off of work, maybe standing in line. We've been saying this the whole night. If you're in line, do not get out of line. Matter of fact, it was trending on Twitter. To stay in line.
So you're not just hearing it from us, you're hearing it on social media. Even your fellow neighbors are telling you, don't move, stay in line. Your life depends on it. The future of America depends on it. So you have nothing else to do tonight. If you planned on cooking, just pick up fast food on the way home, because this is a very important election. Stay in line.
This is the night you hit the drive-thru and pick up a bag of burgers, take them home for the kids, and say, hey, here's what's for dinner. I got to go vote. And go out there and make my voices heard. By the way, the lines that I experienced for early voting in Texas were pretty short, but they kind of cycle through them rather fast. All right, turn our attention to the U.S. Senate there in Georgia. Raphael Warnock having still a relatively commanding lead over Herschel Walker, 23% reporting. I'm waiting for day of voting to come in on this race. I would imagine it's still a lot of early voting reporting right now. So let's see if that reverses a little bit. We'll see what happens there.
We're hopeful.
Yeah, we are. I mean, it's early in the night.
It's early.
It's only 8:02. Look, we could be doing this till 1 in the morning, which I might need a few more Red Bulls. Which, by the way, shout out to Red Bull, who actually sent. I don't have anyone right in front of me right now.
I have one on the floor, but I can't get down there and get it.
But they sent us cases after cases of Red Bull, knowing, because I jokingly said in a meeting that this our show brought to you by Red Bull. Now, they are not a sponsor of this broadcast, nor do they endorse this broadcast, but we do appreciate a little bit of
They heard you, and they said, you know what, Brian, we're going to fix you up on election night, you and your team. And they did. They brought us cases of Red Bull, so we're set.
We are, because we know how this night might be. Many of you will probably go to bed thinking that your candidate has a commanding lead, very much like you did in 2020, and then all of a sudden you wake up the next morning and apparently a pipe broke somewhere, and then a water main broke, or some shenanigan went on, and next thing you know, your candidate lost the race. So we're going to be here covering all of that. That graphic on there reminds you, broadcast alert, that the broadcast on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube will end in just less than 2 hours, and we'll go do that as well. So just a reminder there to make sure you download the app. What a beautiful graphic we have on this set as well. Shout out to all of our graphics teams who's created all these things.
They worked hard
They've
weeks on
worked
end.
very hard on this set, and we're glad that you're watching us right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Yes, we are happy to be here with you. Again, looking at the big board for the night, 35 Senate seats are up for grabs. We have to get to 51 to take a majority lead there. 435 House seats are at play tonight. So we have a long ways to go, and we have another update coming in for you in Ohio.
Looks like Tim Ryan still hanging on to that. Only 8% reporting. That's not too concerning right now. The rally last night was for J.D. Vance. He did lay out a great agenda. I mean, he's very much an America First candidate. I mean, if he was to get in the U.S. Senate, I think he would do amazing things. I think he would advance the America First agenda by all means, because that's what he does. And, you know, he's going to be one of these candidates that's going to do what he says, you know, and we've said that time after time that, you know, we need America First candidates that will do what they say they're going to do. And that's why the media, that's why the left does not like candidates like Carrie Lake. They know exactly that she'll do what she's promising to do, and J.D. Vance is one of those as well. So does, you know, people like Congressman Matt Gaetz from Florida, down in the Panhandle of Florida. He is one of those America First candidates, or you know, congressman that says what he's going to do. What a crazy idea, right?
Yeah, you would think when they run that they are going to do what they say that they're going to do, but that's not always the case. That's where the name rhinos came from, Republicans in name only. And so they're actually, you know, the Republican Party is waking up and seeing, you know, we're not going to take this anymore either. So not only are we fighting the Democrats, we're going to make sure that we do get America First candidates in office, get rid of the rhinos. And that was a lot of President Trump. You know, that's why he's endorsing these candidates. He's studied them. He's interviewed them. He's gotten to know them. He trusts them. And so when President Trump endorses these candidates, America knows, okay, well, if they have been thoroughly investigated and interrogated and President Trump knows that they are the right candidate for this job, then we're going to take his word for it. So we're making a shift in our own party as well and getting rid of the ones who are in office not doing what they're saying they're going to do.
All right, it's shocking. Oh, now this is, well, okay. Well, there's 3% report. This would be disastrous if it stayed in this momentum, but let's not let that huge discrepancy go. But Mastriano trailing, it's only 3% of the vote there. Now, I would like to know what counties. Obviously, Western PA, very much Mastriano country. Towards Pennsylvania, or towards Philadelphia, rather. Excuse me. I think that is definitely Shapiro country, but we'll keep an eye on.
I'm actually looking right now, Brian, to see if I can pull it up. Internet is being slow for me right now, but I'm going to try to see if we can get a better idea on where these early votes are coming from when it comes to the different cities and parts of the state. Because, of course, 3% reporting, we know that's early voting numbers coming in.
I would suspect that's early voting on that as well, but we'll keep an eye on that. And you know, one of these things with Dr. Oz, you know, I remember interviewing him at CPAC a couple years ago, or about a year ago probably. And before he came on, I literally said to him, a lot of our viewers don't like you because they don't trust you, because they believe some of the fake news media, and they believe some of the rhinos in our party. He answered the questions appropriately. He was very upfront and honest of what he stood for, and I think he's run a great race against Fetterman. I can't wait to see those results. And so I don't know if our crew is back there looking at that, but you know, that is one of the races that everyone is watching right now. And of course, Dr. Oz had the advantage of being in television for 20, 25 years and having that public trust issue on all of this and having people love and like you. And of course, John Fetterman had to battle. Well, he had his hoodie. He's got his basketball shorts and some sneakers is what he had. And the inability to do a debate. Now, God bless him, he has some health issues, but he is not right for Pennsylvania. And Dr. Oz needs to be your next senator without a doubt.
And you're talking about him rising to fame through TV. With who? Oprah. And who did she endorse? Fetterman.
Yeah. It's interesting on that, because when celebrities get involved in politics, very much like athletes, I don't care.
I do not care who Oprah endorses.
Who Oprah Winfrey endorses.
No, me neither. It means nothing to me, zero to me. It's minute.
But I would even say
on
I would even say on the conservative side, even when someone comes out and says, "I love President Trump." Now, don't get me wrong. When an artist, especially Trump, when someone from the entertainment industry comes out and endorses President Trump, it is kind of a cool thing, because that means you don't expect it. And it's like, okay, I didn't know this actor was based like he is, or I didn't know this musician or this athlete. So it's kind of cool in that regards. But at the same time, I don't care, because at the end of the day, look, I have to make the decision for myself. I want to make sure I endorse the candidate that I'm going to vote for. And for some reason, the left thinks that, you know, you throw a Jay-Z or a Beyonce or somebody else of that status.
We don't care.
That's going to swing a vote. I mean, think about this for a second. You know, Biden during the candidacy had everybody, Hollywood came out for him big time. If you remember, he would do a tour stop and everybody would come out and support him. Florida, it looks like that. It looks like we got the green check mark, which means pretty much done, said, delivered. Yes. There you go. Ron DeSantis will continue to be your governor in the state of Florida, despite the amount of money thrown into Charlie Crist's campaign.
Right. And you're going back to our conversation on these celebrity endorsements. We really do not care. However, it is very nice to see when one does come out and support a conservative. Just confirmed projected winner in the state of Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis. Congratulations, Governor DeSantis, on another term there in Florida. America's governor.
Locked it up. And I don't think there's a whole lot of doubt that wasn't going to happen, but they tried to do that. And, you know, he had a pretty good track record keeping the state of Florida open and fighting back to the woke company of Disney. And
I was going to say, I didn't see Mickey Mouse out voting today.
If Mickey Mouse could vote, he would definitely vote for a Democrat, without a doubt.
Yes.
And speaking of voting, if you're standing in line right now, stay in line. If you're watching us on your app, do that. If you want a kid's book to President Trump, information is on your screen as well, freetrumpbook.com, freetrumpbook.com. Go on there as well. And now you guys pay a small shipping and handling fee, no big deal there. But get the truth about President Trump. It's right there.
I love it.
I do too. I love that book. Every time I see it pop up on the screen, it gets my attention. Maybe because I can relate to the cartoon, the illustrations, I guess.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, okay. I gotta like it.
I do too, and
but
it also because it's reaching to the younger generation, which we need to do. And I preach this a lot. You know, I went to SAS in Tampa just a couple of months ago, and to see the younger generation really come out and have this movement. They're on college campuses across America. And when I get back home, I try to bring that awareness to my hometown and the Southeast Texas area, because the younger generation, it's what's next. You hear a lot of times what we're focusing on right now, and yes, it's important. It's very important to vote today and save our country right now, but we can't forget about what's to come, our future. And so that's the kids, our kids, our grandkids, nieces and nephews, and so that book is very important and one similar to that.
Yeah, I agree on that. I believe we're going to check in here in a few minutes with Matthew Alvarez, who is at the Doug Mastriano. I don't know if we're going to check in with him or we're going to check in with Liz Willis. We'll find out in just a second. We've got crews all across the country, as you would expect, on this very busy day. So, a lot of people are just basically on the way home from work. They need to stop by the thing. So if you're on social media, well, perhaps you're checking out what's trending. We got our own Adam Taxon, who's at our social media desk here in house to tell us what people are looking at online. Adam, what's going on social media?
So many things going on social media, Brian. This speaks for itself. I don't know if we're quite there yet. I think that would be a tsunami, not a wave. That's from Praying Medic on Truth Social. Then we have this. We know that DeSantis won. CNN, however, is projecting that Marco Rubio has won re-election. He was in a tough race against Val Demings. Katie Britt won in Alabama Senate. As you mentioned, Ron DeSantis, Rand Paul. All right. And we see some races in Oklahoma. But before we say that it's a tsunami, we have issues like this, as you can see from Dr. Kelly Ward. That speaks for itself. Now, let's get to some of the screenshots I've been taking. Where are they here? Oh, boy. How did I lose them here? Where are they? Oh, here we're there. Here we go. All is not lost. Okay, a teaser here. Harmeet Dillon, President Trump's legal team, big lawyer. You've heard her name a lot. That's a teaser there. Some lawsuits going on. Okay, voting problems, even in Texas. You see this from Gab. Hello to the Torba family. They became an issue in the Pennsylvania race, probably kind of unfairly. But you can see, you've probably read this by now. Polling places, even problems in Texas. It's a common theme. Michigan, not as much of a surprise. Remember what happened 2 years ago? A lot of people in Detroit told that they were they had already voted absentee. Now we have this, just a contact I know from Philadelphia and now in North Carolina. This, since all the Dems seemed to know in advance that the count for the winners would be slow, then they would have to know why, and this is evidence of a conspiracy. Great point from Pat Carfagno. Thank you, Pat. Jack Posobiec, who is now going with Hold the Line, POSO. I've never seen anything like this. We are witnessing a generational realignment. I hope he's right. Pamela Hensley, again, the problems in Pennsylvania are a theme, probably a runner-up only to Arizona. Not that we weren't told about that by Joe Biden already. Yep, Arizona, here we go. Some irony there, and I think that Kelly Ward, the head of the GOP there, had said something similar. Well, DeSantis has already won, but this happened earlier. I think it's a good point. The feds tried to come into a lot of states. In Florida, Governor DeSantis held the line. I guess that's part of why he was so successful in his election. That has already been called, even on CNN. Seth Keshel, one of the most important people to follow on Telegram. He really does a lot of, Captain Seth Keshel does a lot of, he gets into the nitty-gritty more than anyone. But you can see that there are problems in the GOP stronghold of Anthem. This was this morning, and it's a theme in Republican areas. Democratic areas, they can vote just fine. This is an interesting point on Truth from the real Toria Brooke. She was just suspended from Twitter by AI. At least she did not blame Elon Musk, which is probably accurate. And you can see what she received for supposedly violating the rules there. Ultra Pepe Lives Matter on Telegram is covering CNN pretty well. They are telling people, stay off social media. Trust the officials. There is no cheating. Nothing to see here. Of course. What do you expect from CNN? All right. I guess I'm going to go back to the desk in a second. One last one. Do you know what does not break? Paper ballots. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Thank you, Awakened Outlaw. More in a bit.
Hey, where's the lie? Where's the lie, right?
Adam Taxon is great. I love those are some great treats, and good job on there, Adam. And you know, Jack Posobiec is a really interesting person to follow, especially on tonight.
What did you just grab?
Yeah, I just grabbed, this is Red Bull number one. This is the watermelon Red Bull, so let's keep a
tally of how many he has.
An ongoing tally,
yeah.
a tally of that. Before we get to, we're going to go to Florida here in about 4 minutes, but let's touch upon, we had the Doug Mastriano graphic up there, and we want to talk about where those votes were coming from, and it looks like it was with the Pittsburgh area.
Right, yes. So we're looking at the Pittsburgh area, which we expected. Philadelphia has not come in yet, so but Pittsburgh has. So that's why you're seeing this big jump for Fetterman at 86.3%, because Pittsburgh has been called in that area.
Yeah,
so we knew. So once we start getting outside of the cities, we'll see that number of 86.3 to 12.1 start to shift a lot.
Yeah, don't go get crazy and go jump in the lake thinking that John Fetterman's going to win this election.
Don't do that.
It's a little early on that, but it's nice to know where these votes are coming from, because depending on where you live in Pennsylvania is going to dictate, you know, where these votes are coming in, rather, what those numbers look like on that. So definitely be patient, as some of those numbers for tonight will be rolling in, because it's only 8:17 here Eastern time, so the polls starting to close. Now, we start in about probably another 30 minutes or so. We should have the polls start to close on the Central Time Zone. Am that correct?
Yeah,
are we already closing?
We're already closing.
Okay.
So yeah, so we should be getting some Central Time Zone. So we're going to head over to the Mountain Time Zone next. Yes.
Yeah, Mountain Time Zone. So we start to
you
get
have to understand, we've been traveling a lot. You have been traveling
a lot of times. I don't even know where I'm at.
We land in one time zone, drive to another time zone, and you have to think. You have to look at your phone and think, did it update? What time is it? So yes. We're Central here. East Coast has already closed. Most of Central has already closed, and so we're moving across to the west. So.
It's kind of crazy. All right, it's time to check in with our own Liz Willis, who is live in Mar-a-Lago, Florida, Trump campaign headquarters, or I should say campaign headquarters, Mar-a-Lago. It probably will be the campaign headquarters. Liz, what's it like right now?
Hi, Brian. It's wonderful. The energy is very excited here. We just got some results in from the great state of Florida a few minutes ago, and you could hear an audible applause here in the room. Florida is going red, massively red. And I was just looking at Miami as well, which is historically Democrat, but it looks like the Latinas are out in full force for the conservative movement. So Florida's looking great. Mar-a-Lago is absolutely beautiful. It's the most beautiful place I've ever been. I'm so excited to be here tonight. We saw President Trump once earlier today, and we are expecting to see him again later tonight.
It says, what a beautiful night. Look at the flags and the image behind Liz right now. It is absolutely beautiful. And I would imagine it's got such a classy, pro-America feel in there right now. It does.
It's in the air.
It is in the air.
Yes. Looks gorgeous. We wouldn't expect anything less from the Trumps.
The other night, he has a big announcement to make at Mar-a-Lago. Right Side Broadcasting Network will be here for that as well.
Yeah, we're excited. We can't wait for that day, just a week away.
Yeah, just a week away. Thanks, Liz. Appreciate you checking in with us from beautiful Mar-a-Lago down there in South Florida. Great stuff there. So we start to get these results coming in, and like I said, we don't want to get too wrapped up in some of these numbers right now, as we don't know exactly, it's just too early. It's too early to say that. And of course, we don't want to jump the fence if Republicans are up by massive amounts either, because we all know how that goes as well. All right, decision. Let's check in. Marco Rubio pulling ahead. And remember, he was down some early on, but now the green check mark is there, only with 21% reporting. I would imagine the rest of the stuff reporting is very conservative and red. So projected Florida winner there, U.S. Senate, Marco Rubio is your projected winner there in Florida. So not a big surprise, I guess, but
Not a big surprise, but it's good to see, and it brings a smile to my face.
yeah, you'll see on the bottom of the screen right now, no matter what you do today, do not sacrifice your vote. And that's what Kari Lake was calling for earlier. And we were looking at trending, and Adam Taxon did a great job showing us some of was telling us exactly what was trending on social media. Here's what is the, let's see if Kari Lake is trending. Stay in line is trending on social media, of course. Trust CNN is still trending on social media. And of course, election night is trending. Warnock is trending. So politics is pretty much going to dominate your feed if you're on Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook, as everyone's got their eye on the election tonight.
I didn't see Warnock trending earlier, so he's starting to trend right now. So people are really starting to talk about these results as they start coming in. There's our friend.
There's Joe from Texas. Go check out the website, joefromtexas.com. I spent some time with him yesterday in Ohio, and he's a great guy, great solutions. Here's the thing, joefromtexas.com, he's not selling anything. He's not asking for donations. He just wants you to go check out his America First plan and support people. And he's been telling people to get out and vote today. And so he wants you to do just that. Okay, let's check out what's going on for the Illinois governor race. And Pritzker has got only 3% of the voting in, but got a nice lead there in Illinois for governor. Here's a state that needs some help, Illinois, big time, because, well, they've got some problems. They've got some crime in the inner city of Chicago, and they also got a lot of businesses have fled that state for various reasons. So a change needs to happen there. And then right now you've got the Democrat with a commanding lead early on in that race.
Yeah, and it's Chicago crime. I hate to even look on Monday morning at the Chicago news stations and to see what has happened over the weekend, because it's really sad, because it's not just adults being killed or stabbed. There's children as well. Innocent children are being killed in Chicago, and it's a Democrat-run city. And again, they're allowing this to happen. They're not doing anything to stop it. And they're wanting to, talk about our police force and defund the police.
Yeah.
We need to put, more into our police and help them out to combat these crimes. And so whenever you're not getting the support of your mayor, this is going to happen. And it's just very depressing and sad to see that this continues to go on and nothing's being done about it.
Yeah, it's interesting when you live in these major metro cities and you turn on your local news, we don't necessarily hear it here. But when you live in Los Angeles or Chicago or New York or Detroit, that's what leads the daily, nightly headlines, is how many people were shot this past weekend. That is a reality. It just is. And so when you live in these cities, that's what you want. You want security. You want safe and secure streets. You want your kids to be able to walk to school without getting shot. And so hopefully these people in these cities will do just that. All right, it's the first time we've checked in on what's going on in Michigan tonight with the governor race there. Tudor Dixon, only 3% reporting, down, obviously, by a little bit there.
Right, and this is 3% reporting, so this is what we were seeing earlier in the night. We saw it with Marco Rubio. He's now declared the winner. So these are early voting numbers. We expected to see this. We knew that this was going to happen, and so we see just a couple of percentage points there. So not a big concern right now. We still have a long ways to go in this race.
And let's talk about a state that was locked down. Gretchen Whitmire, thank you very much. You can say that 3 times. You get a hot dog and a free Coke. She locked down that state, and she killed businesses. And people in Michigan need to remember that she masked your kids. She locked your kids. She took them away from school. She locked your businesses down. People fled your great state. Kids lost a year of education, if not more of a year of education. It's time to end that. We have a chance to do that. Obviously, with the polls closing soon and reporting coming in, we need to remember that. So whatever state you're in, remember, they're the ones that locked your country down and took your kids out of school and pretty much ruined a lot of your personal life and forced things on you, vaccinations, things like that. You got to remember that when you go to the polls.
Yes, and when people go to vote, they don't just think about themselves, they think about their kids, because it's one thing to mess with me, but you don't mess with my kids, right? And so that's what we're seeing all over the country. We saw it in Miami-Dade County. We talked about this the other night at a Trump rally in Miami. Miami-Dade County, at their last election, voted for a conservative school board. So people are fed up with their school boards and their school districts forcing what parents don't want on their kids.
Yeah, I think this may be an old graphic there. I think Marjorie Taylor Greene has that locked up, but nevertheless, she will have that locked up if that's not already done. But there you go, Marcus Flowers getting blown out there. But you got to remember when you go to the polls, who did this to you, and it's easy because the left and Democrats and the media want you to forget what happened to you. They want you to forget what you went through. And the way they do that is they spin, they divert you. They divert your attention on things like, oh, well, gas is expensive. Well, it's because Biden's policies. They try to blame it on Trump. It's a deflection mode of what they do. So, when you see these states like Michigan, like Pennsylvania, like New York, you got to realize the policies in New York is what has made it so dangerous. And that's due to Democratic leadership.
100%. Again, it goes back to your local level, your state level, and then on to the national level. So it starts at home, and that's why we hit on that these local elections are important as well, because if you have a Democrat-run city, a Democrat-run county, you're going to have to expect this where you live. And so you need to remember that when you're voting.
Yeah, you got to remember that when you're voting. All right, we want to remind everybody as well to follow us on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Getter, Truth Social. It's very important. We'll be pushing out some things on our social media as well, as we're going to go hopefully not too deep into the night, but we know this is election night. We know how things went back in 2020, but follow us on all social media platforms, and we'll try to push out some content that you can't see. But if you're just now joining us, we've got an amazing set here. Our crew has been spending weeks putting this all together and making sure we bring this to you. And of course, we just got off a 4-day road trip going all across the country covering President Trump. And, that's what we thought going into election night would look like, as President Trump wants to get out and support these America First candidates. And he has certainly done just that. And that was what his mission was. And I said this earlier, you know, he's an unselfish man. And a lot of people like to pin stuff on him that it's all about, you know, it's all about President Trump, and not necessarily. You know, he has been very active in promoting these candidates. And he could have very well just sat at home and played some golf, got into his, you know, private life and just went off. But no, he's sacrificed so much. And of course, he's got Trump Force One now that he gets to fly around the country now and support all of his candidates. But that is the impactful, that's how powerful the Trump endorsement is right now. When you get a Trump endorsement, you have a 98% chance of winning your race.
You know what?
That's a fact.
Absolutely. We interviewed a young boy in Miami the other night. He's 11 years old. He got to meet President Trump at the rally, and his name is Daniel. Hi, Daniel, if you're watching. And he has already started his a nonprofit organization. He carries the Constitution in his pocket everywhere he goes, and he met President Trump.
I think I remember that.
Yes, he met President Trump, and I asked him after he met him. I said, "What was it like?" And he was so excited, best day of his life. And he said, President Trump asked me if I'm going to run for president one day. And I said, well, what did you tell him? He says, I told him yes and asked him if he would endorse me. He's 11 years old and asked for President Trump's endorsement. So here you have an 11-year-old who knows how important it is to have a Trump endorsement.
He knows.
He knows.
You know, it's powerful. And of course, you know, when the left sees somebody get endorsed by President Trump, they quickly know that's the candidate to fear and that's the candidate to demonize, because that's what they do. You know, if you get Trump associated with you, that draws a lot of attention. All right, decision desk. Let's go down back to check in the U.S. Senate seat there in Ohio. Tim Ryan continued to have a lead on J.D. Vance, 22% of the vote right now. Take a look at the map here.
Yes, but that lead has dwindled just a little bit. I'm looking at Columbus, Ohio, Dayton, Ohio, Cincinnati, Cleveland. Cleveland, those have all been counted, so we're still looking for the outskirts of these big cities, major cities to be called, so we may be seeing some sort of shift here soon.
Yeah, you would hope so. And you know what, we just left Ohio and there's a huge support for J.D. Vance there in that state. You know, it's one of those things where, you know, they like to say, you know, this is one of those slogans, you know, freedom is up on the ballot. Well, that's about right. Freedom is on the ballot there in Ohio, and I think that, and I hope that people in Ohio keep that in mind when they went to the polls to vote for J.D. Vance, because he is a tremendous American First candidate, and we need to make sure that he stays in office. We also want to make sure that you get your hands on a great book. It's all about our favorite president, President Donald J. Trump. It is the Kid's Guide to President Trump. The information is on your screen there, freetrumpbook.com, freetrumpbook.com. Just pay a small shipping and handling with this offer. Now, this is kind of a special here, and it's a Get the Kid's Guide. We love former governor of Arkansas, Mike Huckabee. Yes. He's a part of this book, and we want you to have it. The information is on your screen, freetrumpbook. I mean, how much more simpler can we make that? freetrumpbook.com. And, you know, why not educate your kids on the accomplishments of President Trump? And they're not going to learn it on TikTok. They're not going to hear it in the schools, but they can certainly learn it from this book. I love the illustrations. It's a great look at President Trump there, by the way. Looking good with a thumbs up. Got the White House in the background.
Of course, the hair is never out of place.
The hair is perfect.
Yeah.
He's got a nice tan, nice suit, nice pen, nice fountain in the background. The White House back there. The grass is green. You can't beat that.
No.
freetrumpbook.com. Check it out there, and just pay a small shipping and handling fee. I love that. That may be one of my favorite books. That, you know, everyone releases a book, right? I mean, Christina Bobb has a book coming out. We talked about it last night. Mm-hmm. You know, I'm not saying I would read her book, but I'm going to read that book as well.
Wow, Brian, you know what? That's
I'm
really
a reader.
Great. Yeah, yeah.
I'm a reader.
I wonder how many pages it has. Maybe 20.
That's about my thickness of a book that I prefer.
That's about your attention span, right there.
All my time that I have to read a book. I mean, my goodness. All right, decision desk. Going to Texas. Look at that. Folks, yeehaw. Beto O'Rourke got a little bit of a lead on Greg Abbott. That's 21% in so far. You know, you got 20%. Let's just round it down instead of up. You got 20% right now voting on this. Am I concerned about this? No, I'm not. But am I watching this race? You betcha. Because that's a little too close for me with 20% of the voting in. I don't know if you want to pull up Texas, if you have that on your little fancy computer there. But here's the deal. Anything outside of Houston, Austin, Dallas, okay? Houston, Austin, Dallas, San Antonio, the inner cities of Texas, the bigger cities, that's going to be Beto for the most part, Democrat. You and I both know that.
Yes.
But Texas is a big state. I'm going to say it's 258 counties, right? Joe from Texas right there, by the way. Speaking of Texas. So there's a lot of population outside these cities of Houston, Dallas, Austin, San Antonio. So once we get that suburb vote in there, I feel very confident that his vote totals are going to go up. But right now, Beto O'Rourke with a kind of a commanding lead with 21% of the votes in.
Right. So we're seeing this trend all across the country. Seems like the big cities, the larger cities are starting to come in first. The early voting numbers are coming in first. But once you start getting into those outskirts, into the suburbs, we'll see some closer numbers and different outcomes.
I hope so. I mean, historically, that's what we see. And, of course, we'll see if we can get also the Ken Paxton Attorney General race. We'll see if we can't get that on screen here for too long as well. Now, because what's going to happen is, and this was described to me, people that vote for Beto will go down the list and vote for, obviously, every Democrat, like every Republican should do. Mm-hmm. So you might have people, if you got a lot of Beto supporters, they're going to go down and vote for some of these lower level positions, that these candidates that may not have had a big push from them individually, but they're going to benefit from having Beto on the ticket because people go vote for Beto and they just vote all the way down. So we'll see if that continues, and we'll thanks for pulling that graphic up for us for Texas.
Yep, I can't find Texas results just yet, but I'm still working on that for you here on our laptop. We have some more results coming in. Herschel Walker now with 36% of the precincts and ballots being cast and reported, 45.4% against Warnock's 53%.
Well,
let me look at Georgia, pulling Georgia up right now.
But Vanessa, that's kind of been the range all night there.
Right. But I'm looking at Atlanta, Columbus, Savannah, and Augusta all being reported. So we don't have those outlining areas coming in yet. So.
But the margin is staying consistent. So, which that is the only thing that concerns me, is if we saw that margin closing in, then we can say that Walker, to a certain extent, has some momentum in some of these last counties.
Well, just record-breaking early voting numbers, too, in Georgia. There was 2.5 million people who voted, and looking at the tally right now, we still have a ways to go because that's just early voting, 2.5 million, and that's not tallying up to anywhere close. So, again, it's up in the air right now. We'll wait to see what happens in Georgia in this U.S. Senate race.
Absolutely. Herschel Walker hanging on there. And, of course, we've seen him be highly scrutinized for a lot of things that were in the news. And, of course, Raphael Warnock has just as much, negative personal stuff in the news as Herschel has. So I had an Uber driver not too long ago tell me that, she was voting for the lesser of two evils, is what she said. And it was because she felt like they both had a percentage of baggage that they brought to the election. But when it was said and done, she felt like Herschel Walker was the better of the two candidates. Now, based upon just her gut feeling on this. So when she was female. So from a female point of view, she felt like that was the better of the candidates. So we'll see how Georgia feels about that. Because when you have a candidate that's got so much controversy swirling around them, you got to see what sticks and what is Teflon. Trump seemed to have Teflon. Nothing really stuck to Trump. All these negative accusations to Trump. Remember Russia, Russia, Russia. Remember all the nasty things you heard about President Trump. during the election. None of that stuck with him because people knew, for the most part, that they were lies and they didn't trust the news. So certain things will stick to a candidate and certain things won't. I'm just hoping that some of this tabloid stuff that was swirled around Herschel Walker doesn't affect the ability of the people voting for him on Election Day.
Right. You know, they slandered him, even his own son, who in the past was at Mar-a-Lago introducing his dad. There's video of him giving him a hug, so excited about his dad running, is very vocal on social media, you know, criticizing the left, pushing for his father, pushing for conservatives, and then right in just the last couple of weeks changed his tune and just came out with these outrageous allegations that he was, you know, he wasn't a good father. You know, Herschel Walker came out and said, "I love my son regardless of what he's saying right now." And so there was a lot going on in his personal attacks, and it just depends on the people, the voters. Was that enough to persuade them to go a different route? But Brian, you know, I've told you before that I'm the type of person, yes, in a sense, I do care about a good-hearted, American-loving, patriotic person. Of course I do. However, there is some wiggle room in their personal life, because whenever someone is representing me on the city level, state level, national level, I'm so concerned about what they're doing for the country, for me as a citizen, for my child, for my family. I'm not real too concerned about the personal life, and that may be, if people think like that, maybe it didn't affect Herschel Walker. Maybe it did. We'll see.
It's interesting because I remember years ago when if a candidate raised his voice and yelled, I don't remember the Democratic candidate that got kind of crazy. If you guys could tell me in my ear who I'm talking about, I can't think of his name, but you know, it's amazing what we used to freak out on in politics, that if someone got crazy all of a sudden and said something kind of nutty, we used to like wipe them away from any kind of consideration to winning that race. Now it's wide open. We can pretty much do whatever they want outside of killing another human being. It seems like that's forgivable, right? But back in the day, we clutched our pearls so much on some of the silliest things. But now we're starting to realize that these candidates are human and they make mistakes and they simply live life like you and I, and to a certain degree are forgiven in the public court of opinion on that. We're going to go over, am I getting this correctly? We're going to go over to Matthew Alvarez.
Yes.
All right, who is hanging out in the Doug Mastriano headquarters there in Pennsylvania. Matthew, what's going on?
Well, good evening, Brian and Vanessa. That's right. The Mastriano camp is packed. There's a lot of people in that room. But before we get to that room a little bit later, we have the main man himself, Colonel Doug Mastriano, joining us right now with his wife, Rebby. Man, it's been a wild, wild ride, hasn't it?
It has been an incredible time. Rebby and I have hit all 67 counties a couple times this year. And beginning in June, we hit again, you know. And last night we finished up on Montgomery County outside of Philly, which is, of course, Josh Shapiro's home county. And we had about 1,000 people, standing room. It was incredible. Before that, of course, we were in Bucks County, north of Philly, and had a massive crowd there. And then we did 2 events in Philadelphia on Sunday, and it was incredible. And the enthusiasm in these Democrat strongholds was palpable. You could cut it. I mean, it's really fantastic.
And then Latrobe was pretty awesome, wasn't it?
Oh my goodness, yes it was. We just loved it, and I assume you got to see the rainbow.
Oh, yeah.
Double rainbow. There you go, double rainbow. Most vibrant rainbow I've ever seen in my life. So that was really, really awesome. And the timing, obviously, with Doug speaking at the time the rainbow appeared, and so we greatly enjoyed. We just had a great last week. We really have. So we're very blessed.
That's awesome. And have you been watching some of the results come in throughout the counties, or are you kind of just holding back right now?
So we've been hearing from some of the poll workers, some of the poll watchers, and they're saying they're seeing at least 2020 level results, which is a presidential year. This is the midterms, usually not even close. Some counties are reporting they've seen record numbers of folks come out in various townships. We heard from one township in the upstate part of the state. We don't have upstate Pennsylvania. We do now. And anyway, one township, they say, how many voters was registered? About.
I think it was 400 voters were registered, and by 2 o'clock, they had 360 had already voted.
Wow.
And our volunteer was going to go visit the other 40 that hadn't voted yet. They're all Republicans, obviously.
That's wild. The Florida of the North, yes?
Yes. So my goal is, Ron DeSantis showed us the map on how a governor should lead. So Pennsylvania, of course, was terrible under Wolf, very draconian, heavy-handed, shutdown and controls and Mr. Veto. And DeSantis showed us, it's all about freedom and empowering people. Yes, that's the American way. And so imagine Pennsylvania with freedom and liberty at the top, and then unleashing our energy potential here. And then we could even be maybe better than Florida with our oil, our gas, and our coal, and exporting it to Europe. I mean, it's fantastic, the potential that we have.
And finally, the great words from the greatest president ever so far, right? Mr. Trump, speaking about you, that you're going to be a great governor of Pennsylvania. That must be awesome. I mean, we know that Donald Trump is one of the most famous people on earth, and he's saying that about you.
Yeah. Rebby and I, of course, are honored. We consider him a friend.
Yep.
He's been through a lot. We're so thankful for his courage, his sacrifice that he and his family have made, even being raided by a politicized and weaponized Department of Justice. He's a hero. He's a great American. He did not have to run for this office. He did. He was so good, as I said in front of him during my brief remarks in Latrobe, that he was so good that even Vladimir Putin behaved for 4 years. Now that says a lot.
It does.
Colonel and Rebby, thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck. We hope you win.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Brian of Vanessa, let's send it back to you in Auburn.
All right, thank you, Matthew. That's good stuff there. I love Doug Mastriano and
Yes.
Remy, two great people there in Pennsylvania who are trying to make a difference. That's all.
Yes, and speaking about the president right there and how important it is to have his endorsement, as we've seen in the past, that if President Trump endorses you, that's a huge honor.
It is a huge honor, and of course, we've seen the numbers initially on that race, and I think that's going to change as we get across the county in some of these other Bucks counties and some of these other very red counties. You're going to see those Mastriano numbers go up, because when you go outside Philly, those numbers tend to do that. All right, let's go down to House 1. This is no surprise. The firebrand that is Matt Gaetz wrapping it up early, calling in a night, pretty much dunking Rebecca Jones, saying, "Good night, Rebecca. Your days of trying to be in policies are over." Nice and early, Matt Gaetz wrapping up that. You want to talk about Matt Gaetz? Don't cross Matt Gaetz.
Do not cross Matt Gaetz. Like, he is a fireball, as you just mentioned. Love to watch him in action. He handles the media well. He handles people who get... what is it? He was trending just a couple of months ago for talking about, transgender
Be offended.
people in sports, and the reporter asked him, "Well, what do you say to the people who are offended?" He said, "Be offended."
Be offended.
I mean, just straight out of his mouth, didn't have to think about it. He said, "Be offended," and it started trending. But that's Matt Gaetz. He's going to tell you how he feels. He's going to let you know where he stands, and that's why, again, the people love him. When you have Matt Gaetz, when you have, Carrie Lakes, and when you have MTGs, Marjorie Taylor Greens, and people like that, the people love people who are starting to fight back and say, enough is enough. This is where we stand. If you don't like it, so be it. This is who we are, and we're going to keep moving forward.
If you didn't like Liz Cheney and you're glad she's gone, guess what? You can thank Matt Gaetz, because we were with Matt Gaetz there on the steps of the Capitol in Wyoming on that cold day, rallying against her, and we did just that. And Matt Gaetz was the first person to call for her to be basically removed from office. So thanks to Matt Gaetz, and now you guys have stepped up and returned Matt Gaetz back to office. So thank you, Matt Gaetz, and thank you, people of District 1 there in Florida. Hey, mystery Trump box there.
I love when this time comes up, because it's like Christmas time when people come and they give you a gift and you don't know what's inside it until you open it. Same thing here. It's a mystery box.
All right, speaking of mystery boxes, let's go down to North Carolina. There's a mystery why Ted Budd's not in the lead here, but we got about 49% reporting.
All of the big cities have been, Charlotte, Fayetteville, those all have been reported, so we're waiting on some counties on the Outer Banks of the state right now.
Well, I will say this. I lived in Dare County, the Outer Banks of North Carolina. The Buxton, Wilmington, that area on the outer, not a huge population size, so don't look for a huge swing there. It is conservative, but the numbers don't that's not where the bulk of the population is. Now, if you go out towards Charlotte, Raleigh, that part of the state, perhaps you're going to get a little bit more conservative, and you get towards universities there, and of course Western North Carolina, Asheville, very liberal. So I don't anticipate Bud picking up very much support in that place, that area of the state. But that's going to be interesting to watch. I mean, a lot of these races, Vanessa, I'm really surprised. Of course, no, I'm not, because early voting and the mail-in ballots get counted first. But I'm really surprised sometimes the magnitude of the lead that these Democrats have over these Republicans very early. I mean, other than Matt Gaetz and Marjorie Taylor Greene, who ran away with the races, everyone else is pretty close.
Right.
Like, no one's really taken off in their race, and it was just kind of surprising. But we'll see.
Well, I think, Brian, we had two things going on here in this election. You had people who were ready to vote. They were eager. They've been waiting for this day for a long time. So they went on the first day of early voting and was like, I'm getting my vote in. I'm going to feel good about it. It's a big relief off my shoulders, you know. And then you had the people who were waiting until election day. So I think you're going to have a mixed bag there, because some people were just eager to get out and vote. They couldn't wait for it. And then people who were, of course, waiting for today.
Yeah, a lot of people. I like to vote on election day, but unfortunately we travel so darn much. That was
but for a good cause, Brian. Don't you feel good about it? Traveling the country, meeting people. No, it's great to know that you are helping save this country.
Yes, we are. But I had to do early voting. I didn't like it. I did walk into the polling area, and I was greeted by Angela Paxton, who is running for Texas Senate there, and re-electing Angela Paxton. And of course, I did vote for Angela Paxton. I did vote for her husband, Ken Paxton. But what I noticed when people came in, Vanessa, is they are angry. There wasn't a lackadaisical approach to voting during that time. It was a purpose voting. They went in there with a mission. They wanted to send Nancy Pelosi home. They wanted to send all of the people who locked their states down, who told them to sit down and shut up, and just follow the instructions. All right, update on the Pennsylvania governor's race there. Only 8% voting. Early numbers, guys.
Pittsburgh is already in. Harrisburg is looking like it's in. Philadelphia is in. So you're looking at your three main cities in that state already being counted, but we have not had any numbers yet from all of the other counties and cities.
But what's interesting to point out is when you get past these high population, very heavy Democratic areas, if you're able to stay, and I don't have that percentage on those, but if you're able to stay in striking distance and you know you can get a certain percentage of those votes, knowing you're going to get a larger percentage of votes outside the area, that's encouraging. I know we saw that with Carrie Lake, that she knew there were certain areas that if she could stay in the game close enough that she knew she could take the other counties, then and she ultimately did, that race is very winnable. So I'd have to look in to see what percentage that was, but you know, if Mastriano can kind of get a decent share in Philadelphia and some of these really, in Pittsburgh, these blue-collar cities, then I think he has a great chance.
And you have people on these camps and these campaigns who that's what they do for their job. That's what they are doing for these campaigns. They are looking at the numbers, and sometimes a lot of times, most of the time, they have a breakdown that's way over my head, way over the average person's head, you know, and so they're not getting scared yet, and so until they do, then maybe we can. But they're all calm. They expected this. They know the numbers. They know what they were expecting by the numbers for early voting, for mail-in ballots, same-day voting or election day voting. So they know what they're doing, and we're good right now. We're on pace.
You know, we had Christina Bobb was talking about it, and she's the attorney for Save America, and of course contributes to this network. You know, so many states have changed so much of what they were doing back in 2020, and if we can identify the weaknesses of these voting areas, we're able to correct those. We can help minimize the chances of this election being compromised, and one of them was having illegal drop boxes. And of course, I feel like the Democrats weaponized COVID for political gain for the election. They knew what they were doing. They wanted to put drop boxes in place so we can keep everybody safe, 6 feet apart now. Go to the polls with the mask and drop your ballot in there, unasked, no ID, no verification of who you are. That's what happened in 2020. So if we take out the drop boxes and a lot of these states that really utilize them, and we're able to get back to traditional ways of voting, then I think we have a chance. Speaking of a drop box, here we go, Trump mystery box. See the way I transitioned in there?
Yes, I like it. I see what you did there.
I think the guys back in the studio did this on purpose. They said, hey, he's talking about boxes.
Put it up.
Let's drop in the Trump mystery box.
You're going to see me smile every time I see this pop up, because not only does Trump have a wonderful smile on his face, that's just a great idea. I love it. And I'm looking at some of the, my eyesight's not as great as it used to be, but I'm seeing it could be a hat. I'm not too sure what else.
There's
is
all
in there.
kinds of stuff in there.
Yeah, you don't know what you're going to get.
Those guys behind the camera right now, they know what they're doing. They say, hey, he's talking about boxes. So drop in one of those Trump mystery boxes in there. Website, freetrumpbox.com, freetrumpbox.com, freetrumpbox.com. Pretty simple. Go do it. Limited time only, by the way. This is one of those things that's just for tonight almost. So it's Election Day special. But the drop boxes got to go.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, let's just be honest. They got to go.
Yes. And in some states, after the 2020 election, they made different rules for the elections, and we're seeing less of that, which is good. Again, with all of this movement that's going on and people fighting for election integrity after the 2020 election, it's not a quick fix. It's not an overnight fix, but we are seeing some fixes in just 2 years, and it just leads to what's to come. Look at the reports we're seeing today about problems at the machines. And you and I know there's problems at the machines, and so we're getting reports from all over that there's more problems today. But the good news is that people are waking up and reporting it as soon as it happens. So it's not a quick fix. It's something we're seeing make some improvements, but hopefully, Brian, we'll get there eventually.
We've heard President Trump talk about this, that the absentee voting, and it should only be done if you physically can't go vote on Election Day. Like, we extend absentee voting for some of the dumbest things in the world. I think you should have to go to a polling place and vote in person, paper ballots, voter ID, one-day voting. We know the winner at the end of the day. The fact that we allow so many people to mail in an absentee ballot with just the excuse of, for whatever reason, you just don't want to go to the polls, which, mind you, I heard a report today that back in 2020, over 50 million people claimed they could not have transportation to go to the polls. They had no ability to get to the polls. Now, I'm sure they had no ability to get to the grocery store, the liquor store, the work, church, or whatever, and I'm not saying that we don't have people in our society that don't have the ability to drive. I get that. And a lot of seniors live in assisted living centers where they don't drive, obviously, right? But they have ways to get them there. I think that was just another excuse to claim voter suppression, that these people don't have ways to get to the polls. Well, I'm not buying that at all.
I'm not buying it either. Not that many people. Not
Correct.
That many people.
Not 50 million.
Absolutely.
So that's kind of crazy. Can you think about this? If Joe Biden got, 81 million votes, you mean to tell me that 50 million people did not have the ability to get to the polls? I mean, I'm not saying all 50 million were part of that 81 million, but it's just, they're going to throw every excuse in the world to try to convince you that it's difficult to vote in this country. It's not. You just got to have a photo ID and be a U.S. citizen, which we haven't really talked about the immigration too. It's going to be interesting to see, how the illegal immigration has hurt the Republicans in this race, because the Democrats want to basically feed their base with these illegals. They want to pad the Democratic base. They don't want voter ID because they want these massive 1.5 million immigrants, you said.
Last year.
In just 1 year alone. They want them to come into this country and go cast their vote for a Democrat, because they're going to remind you that you're here because of Joe Biden's policies. That's why you need to continue to support the Democratic Party. This is a part of the plan because guess what, folks? Their ideas, their platform doesn't make sense. And the only way they can grow their base is through illegal immigration. Decision desk right here. Let's go. Oh, look who pulled ahead there. And look who is projected to win. Anna Paulina Luna wrapping up CD13 there in Florida. What a great win that is. And let's project it right here. Boom. There she is. Stamp it. Put a bow around it. She is projected winner here in U.S. House CD13. Anna Paulina Luna looking good in that green sweater. Can't wait to take it to the D.C.
Take it to the House.
Take it to the House. Take it to the House.
Yes, congratulations to her. Good to see that win right there because, again, like we're seeing across the board tonight, it's a trend. Hopefully it'll continue. If they're falling behind early on, they're coming out on top at the end because
that's
this
good
is
to
what
see.
We expected.
You know, because I know that she was concerned. I had some communication, not directly with her, but indirectly about her, that there was some concern in her race, that she didn't feel like she was getting the support she needed to win. Obviously, she did. And I'm glad that she did, and the voters of Florida showed up. And I think here's what my takeaway from this right now. Florida just got another fire-breathing congressional candidate there, or sitting member of Congress now. She's awesome. Yeah. She falls in line with the Marjorie Taylor Greenes, the Matt Gaetz, the Jim Jordans, the Carrie Lakes. Now you can add her to the list. She's going to be awesome for Florida, and she's going to make it. She's actually going to make a difference in Florida and this country, without a doubt.
Florida is just on a roll, aren't they? I mean, look at who they have. You know, their representatives, their governor. I mean,
but you know what's funny is it's not hard to beat these people. We have better ideas than they do. We really do. We have better ideas. And as long as we can communicate that to the people, we can win races. It's whenever you get in districts like the AOCs and Tlaib's, you get in these areas that are so concentrated and they're so brainwashed. It's hard to crack these really deep-seated blue areas. But if there's a good chance of winning there, you put a good candidate in place and you promote them and you put money behind them, you're going to win.
Yeah.
Pretty simple. You're going to win.
Yeah.
All right. If you're just now joining us, Vanessa Broussard, Brian Glenn, as we're live here in our right side broadcasting studios. We've got crews. We haven't really checked in with Catherine Cipher. I'm hoping that she made it all right. At the Carrie Lake headquarters there in Scottsdale, we've got Matthew Alvarez in the Doug Mastriano headquarters. We also have Liz Willis down in Mar-a-Lago, which both of us are very jealous right now.
Absolutely.
That she's down
That's
there.
No secret. I'll tell you. I'll tell anyone.
Liz Willis pulled the right straw to get that gig tonight.
But you know what? I love being next to you too, Brian. You know, Brian and I worked together 20 years ago, and we're back together again. So.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but you and I would rather be in Mar-a-Lago. Not a bad gig right there. All right, so are we going to check in on social media? We're going to toss to Arizona.
You said it sooner.
My goodness!
Happens.
One of the best gubernatorial races in the country is right there in Arizona. That's where we find our own Catherine Cipher live from Carrie Lake's headquarters. Catherine, what's going on?
Hey there, Brian. I am so excited to be standing here with you all in Scottsdale, Arizona tonight, where one of the largest watched races in the country is here with Carrie Lake. She's carrying this ticket, as you guys know. She is just, her star power and her charisma from the very beginning has just captured Arizonians and really nationwide. I love to just sit back and think about how I actually met Carrie Lake with you, Brian, in October of 2021 in Iowa, and you told me she was going to be one of the best candidates in 2022. And here we are tonight, seeing all of her hard work come to fruition. And you look back at the primary, she was one of the first candidates that Donald Trump endorsed in the primary. She was outspent 5-1. And here we are tonight at a victory party where she is likely to come out as the victor and Governor Lake at the end of the night. She's also, you look down the ticket, you have Blake Masters and Mark Kelly. This race, this is the seat that is former Senator McCain's seat, late Senator McCain's seat. And, Mark Kelly won this seat in 2020 with Biden at the top of the ticket. In 2018, Martha McSally had actually won this seat. And so this is a really heavily watched Senate seat this year because you do not have Joe Biden at the top of the ticket. Going down the list tonight, you also have Mark Fincham, who's running for Secretary of State, a very, very election integrity heavy candidate who is just, from the very beginning, he has said that is what his focus is on. And I think today what you saw in Maricopa County validated some of his concerns. And then you run down also to the congressional seats. You've got 3 of the 9 seats are actually Trump-endorsed seats tonight. So overall, a really great slate of candidates and just really excited for what's to happen in Arizona tonight.
All right, Catherine, thank you so much for checking in on Kari Lake. She said that, Kari Lake has been outspent big time on this race, with Katie Hobbs really getting a lot of money dumped in on this race. And, and the difference between Katie Hobbs, well, there's a lot of differences between Katie Hobbs and Kari Lake, but one of them, it was money. Katie Hobbs is this swamp, and you may be in the desert of Arizona, but trust me, there's a swamp out there in Scottsdale, and Kari Lake is trying to drain it, and she's going to do it despite the amount of money that has been flooding into that state. We were there from day one when she announced her candidacy to run for governor there in Arizona. We've been behind her from day one. We knew she was the right fit. She has run an amazing race that was really built upon small donors. These are people that are mailing in $5, $10, not mailing in big corporate backings that Katie Hobbs got. So, with that said, I anticipate a win tonight, just like she said. It's going to be a victory party tonight in Arizona.
Right.
There's no doubt.
Yes. Another place I'm jealous that someone's at, because that is going to be a wonderful party to be at tonight when those election results are called.
Well, there you go.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, the winner there in Georgia, U.S. House 14.
And I think earlier some other outlets had called this race, but being, we just want to make sure that we confirm that as well, as Marjorie Taylor Greene will continue her dominance in District 14 there in the great state of Georgia. Maybe we'll get her to call in and say, hey, what's going on?
Yeah, Marjorie, if you're watching right now, give us a call.
There you go. And she does so much. And that's just a great example of serving your constituents in your district. I mean, she serves the people. I mean, people love her despite, let me break down what.
We chose facts over fear. We chose education over indoctrination. We chose law and order over rioting and disorder. Florida was a refuge of sanity when the world went mad. We stood as a citadel of freedom for people across this country and indeed across the world. We faced attacks. We took the hits. We weathered the storms, but we stood our ground. We did not back down. We had the conviction to guide us, and we had the courage to lead. We made promises. We made promises to the people of Florida, and we have delivered on those promises. And so today, after 4 years, the people have delivered their verdict. Freedom is here to stay. much. Thank you. Now, thanks to the overwhelming support of the people of Florida, we not only won election, we have rewritten the political map. Thank you for honoring us with a win for the ages. I want to thank all of our campaign staff, from campaign manager Janera Peck down. This was the best run campaign in the history of Florida politics. I want to thank all of our wonderful volunteers who worked so hard to get out the vote. Your support means the world to Casey and I. God bless you and thank you. Now, it's a lot easier to run a good campaign when you got a great record to run on. And I would not have been able to see the level of accomplishments that we saw unless I had outstanding personnel working in the executive office of the governor, as well as heading state agencies. These folks worked hard to implement our agenda. They believed in our agenda, and the results have been historic. Thank you for your support and work. Thank you to Miami-Dade County. Thank you to Palm Beach County. Now, we're still tallying the votes, but it's clearly apparent that this election, we will have garnered a significant number of votes from people who may not have voted for me 4 years ago. And I just want to let you know, I am honored to have earned your trust and your support over these 4 years. And most important of all, thank you to the greatest First Lady in all 50 states, for being a great wife, giving unwavering support, being a tremendous mother to our 3 young children, and serving as an example for women throughout this state, especially going through the battle of cancer. She is remarkable. Now, today, is the culmination of the 2022 fall elections, but in reality, Americans have been voting for many years now. They've been voting with their feet, and the results of that behavior has been just as stark as our landslide victory today. States and cities governed by leftist politicians have seen crime skyrocket. They've seen their taxpayers abused. They've seen medical authoritarianism imposed, and they've seen American principles discarded. The woke agenda has caused millions of Americans to leave these jurisdictions for greener pastures. Now, this great exodus of Americans, for those folks, Florida, for so many of them, has served as the promised land. We have embraced freedom. We have maintained law and order. We have protected the rights of parents. We have respected our taxpayers, and we reject woke ideology. We fight the woke in the legislature. We fight the woke in the schools. We fight the woke in the corporations. We will never, ever surrender to the woke mob. Florida is where woke goes to die. People have come here because our policies work. Leadership matters. We refuse to use polls and put our finger in the wind. Leaders don't follow, they lead. We set out a vision. We executed on that vision, and we produced historic results. And the people of this state have responded in record fashion. Now, while our country flounders due to failed leadership in Washington, Florida is on the right track. I believe the survival of the American experiment requires a revival of true American principles. Florida has proved that it can be done. We offer a ray of hope that better days still lie ahead. I am proud of our achievements in this state. I am honored by your support, and I look forward to the road ahead. I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race in this first term, and I have kept the faith. We've accomplished more than anybody thought possible 4 years ago, but we've got so much more to do, and I have only begun to fight. God bless you all. Thank you very much. Thank you for a historic landslide victory.
Is very blue collar, but the northern Michigan, Traverse City, very Republican. We'll get those results in perhaps, and we'll see exactly what's happening there. But Gretchen Whitmer with a lead so far in Michigan. But back to the conversation about what's important to viewers, and drop your what's important to you in the chat here. I mean, drop it in there. I can't necessarily read it right now, but we will. And you guys can have some fun in the chats talking about what's concerning to you. What is concerning to you? What are the issues that you want to talk about? And what are the issues that are important to you? And if maybe I'm missing the mark here, if climate change is one of the issues that's concerning to you, then that's incredible. But
it has to be inflation. And that affects everyone.
It's got to be inflation.
I want to go over some numbers real quick, Brian. Thanksgiving is right around the corner, right? 8.2% increase on food. 8.2%. So you go to the grocery store, you know it, I know it. When I just go, I'm spending no less than $100 every visit. That's a lot of money. Think of a family of 4. That's a lot. Energy, housing, airfare up 43%, utilities, gas 33%, 16% for electricity, groceries. Again, eggs, 31%, milk, 15%, gasoline, we all know, we fill up our tanks, 18%. This is all a 40-year high, 40 years. Yeah. So inflation is affecting all Americans. We just can't afford it. People are working 2-3 jobs now. They're being taken away from their homes. And so that has to be a key factor whenever they went to the polls today.
All right, people are talking about that. They're also talking about other issues, and our own Adam Taxon is live at our social media desk to go over some of the things that you're talking about online. Adam, I love some of the things you're pulling up. What's trending right now? What are they talking about, Adam?
Thanks. So much going on, so little time. I'm going to get right into it. Boom. North Carolina. The gap is closing. Enough said. Bud's going to win this. But that's not a projection. Not a projection. New York Times. This is really good news. Counseling people about elections and anxiety often go hand in hand. We like that. This is from Blueprint Q. Very great account. Herschel gaining steam as they count day of ballots. We love that. And here's I'm not going to make anyone watch Charlie Crist because that's kind of painful. But he did congratulate Governor DeSantis, and the crowd groaned. We like that. I showed that one already. Just a comment about North Carolina, because I know we're very concerned, but we just don't have the results yet. But the judicial races, which is a little bit inside baseball, this is again, by the way, from Sloan Rockmuth down there, who I talked about before, but it's looking good for the new North Carolina Supreme Court. A little esoteric, but that's good news too. Just a good point here, speaks for itself. Again, people are talking about red tsunami. I'm not sure we're there yet, but it's I'm in a good mood right now. I'm in a good mood. Okay, I can slow down a little bit. Now, here's a great point about Florida, which we're probably going to wrap up talking about pretty early because they're so efficient with their elections. That's not going to be a state that's going to go late into the night. But here's some good analysis. Are we allowed to talk about COVID a little bit? We know that Florida has been at the forefront, sort of the opposite of California and New York City in that case, and that's having an effect. I'm going to show you some other tweets later. Florida is now a red state. It's no longer purple at all. In fact, I may celebrate later. I have a purple tie, change my outfits a little bit like it's the Academy Awards. I think I'm going to do that in honor of Florida. Unfortunately, I can't have the dramatic effect of switching to a red tie because I didn't bring one in my stash out there. I'll leave that for President Trump to wear the red tie. But Florida, it's changed, and I've mentioned it before. So much of a factor there is not only DeSantis, we love him, but the Latino population, which is substantial, is overwhelmingly turning red. And Cuban Americans were quite red, especially compared to other Hispanic groups, but a lot of Venezuelans are overwhelmingly red, and Venezuelans, ironically, live in Doral in particular, in that part of South Dade, or Central Miami-Dade, it's called now, county, and they know what communism is all about, to say the least. Here, we sort of have hinted at that news, but from Election Wizard on Telegram, Herschel Walker has captured the lead now. So 49.3 to 48.9. I got this a couple minutes ago, so it may be more than 55% now. We know Greg Abbott has beaten Beto O'Rourke. Sorry, I can't really even talk about Beto with a straight face. That guy is a joke. But I'm sure there will be some whiny tweets, which will be in my next round here. A good point about Arizona, which we're not going to get to anytime soon, not only because it's so out west, but that's where, along with Pennsylvania, so many of the shenanigans are. Obviously, Florida, if Kari Lake does win, if it's a legitimate election, Arizona's going to want to take some tips from Florida. And I can't remember the name of the Broward supervisor. I don't have it up, but she was notorious. Governor DeSantis fired him, and I have a feeling Governor Lake, if she becomes Governor Lake, will want to follow his example, and it took a lot out. Maricopa County is the Broward County of Arizona, and we're getting great news from Miami-Dade County, which is a little more conservative than Broward County, and even a little more conservative than Palm County, in large part due to a large Latino population. But yeah, here's an interesting point from a college classmate of mine, good friend, Erica Elmutz. Not my area of expertise here, but did you guys go out late at night last night? Maybe you woke up in the middle of the night and caught the eclipse, partial or even full. This is supposedly something unprecedented since like 1776. Whatever is going on astrologically now, I'm not the expert. You can probably Google it. I tell you about a lot of things on social media when I'm not on. You can go look at it yourself. But there's some really interesting stuff going on. I heard something even that President Trump, on June 14th, 1948, there was also a lunar eclipse. Read into that what you want. Thank you for Erica. I have something else from her later because she recently moved from California to Florida. Here, we appreciate the people who appreciate us, and that goes for you, Indy Spanglish, Jerry Lopez out of Indiana. Hey, we like that. We like being appreciated. What can I tell you? But I did make a reference before he really goes after Howard Stern, and the reason I bring up Howard Stern is because he has been so loud. And about another civil war, he's actually calling Herschel Walker, who is a black man, a dummy. And, well, I guess if you look at that picture of Howard Stern in blackface, it's on brand. And he attacked Kanye West also, and Kanye responded. Okay, it's election night. But other news is happening. Alexander Vindman. Yeah. The only question I leave with you is, who looks more like Professor Bunsen Honeydew on the Muppets? Alexander Vindman or Rick Wilson, who's always on MSNBC? It's a good question to ponder when things get slow tonight. This speaks for itself. President Trump apparently knows who his vice president is. He hasn't told me, but this is news that I guess some people are talking about. I didn't see this, but interesting. Here we go. Liberal outlets running cover. What do you expect? They want to delay the votes. I imagine Pennsylvania, Arizona, Nevada will come up. We haven't heard a lot about Nevada yet tonight. It's out in the Pacific time zone. And I'm sure we'll see something similar from Wisconsin, Michigan, maybe New Hampshire. CNN is being CNN. Again, if you're a CNN fan and you're watching this for whatever reason, maybe you're on the wrong channel, you're not supposed to trust anything you hear on social media. You should get your information from CNN. That's the point CNN wants to make. And it also has the point, if you're still in a place where voting is, stay in line and vote. There's a reason to do it in person. It makes it harder for them. Praying-matic, I gave a reference to this in my last segment. The reason that Harmeet Dillon and the RNC are suing Maricopa County is Maricopa County, which is notorious. We know all about them by now. They're asking for an emergency order to keep voting centers open until 10 p.m. Another thing that they're doing in Arizona, they're maybe having people hold up the lines in certain Republican areas. I don't know much more about it than what I read in the tweets. I can't talk from expertise. I'm here at in a studio in Alabama. This is what someone's putting on Truth Social. Used that one already. Mike Cernovich. It's taken me a while to get to him. You know, I got to Jack Posobiec earlier, but legendary on social media. He's very confident. Okay, I feel good. He's been wrong about things before. Liz Cheney, the war pig. Do I really need to make comments about her? We'll look at what people are saying about her, if she's even on social media, because it will be fun. I think the German word for that is Schadenfreude, you know, being happy about another's demise. I'm sure she'll be on MSNBC tomorrow morning. Jim Banks won his re-election. Okay, great. That's the Fort Wayne area. Got to this one before. I'll edit better for my next segment. Tip from Lieutenant Colonel Steve Murray, stay in line. If you're in line at 7 p.m., it is your constitutional right to vote, even if they say they're going to close. Ty Lemon, who's a funny guy on Twitter, great Twitter account. I think it's under Tux Lemons with 2 M's. There's the joke. I like it. Now, and New York State are very much in play. One thing I've noticed, and interesting because I'm Jewish myself, it's not a surprise, but Orthodox Jews, religious Jews who practice actual Judaism are very much into this election. There's a lot of them in New York, and it could potentially make a difference, certainly in congressional districts like in Rockland County, in Long Island, and even in New York City. And there were long lines. I've been seeing stuff like that all day. They're much more enthusiastic than any other group in New York City, which bodes well for Republicans there. This is another thing. This is courtesy of Rusty Weiss, who's in upstate New York, TP Insider on Twitter. More suspicions is a theme that's going on all night. We've seen hours extended in Harris County, Texas, which is Houston. Of course we did. That's the bluest part. But as we've said before, Governor Abbott has already won. Kurt Schlichter. I love his books, by the way, and he has a great Twitter account, but I do love his books if you have time to read. Very much on target. Just, hey, Paul Pelosi, we're far into the broadcast. I know he's not running for anything, but it's too amusing not to bring up. Speaks for itself. And someone who just voted Republican for the first time in their life, a common theme. Someone happy, a friend of mine, Allie Singer, she didn't know, she was just happy to vote. That's in Delaware County, Pennsylvania, that's where I'm from, actually, originally. And that's where people are, it's a very much suburban Philadelphia, purple area. Again, Erica Elmetz, people who moved to Florida from California and why. Just very thrilled about Governor DeSantis, if not necessarily surprised by that. Brian Cates, essential on Telegram, that the Republicans have wised up in a place like Pennsylvania. Clandestine, essential on Telegram, but the steal may occur in Arizona, Pennsylvania, and Georgia. Red Wave is on. And then Blueprint on Q. Frank LaRose, Secretary of State in Indiana. And then finally, Allegheny County, supposedly selling out to China. Greg Phillips, we're glad is out of jail. And Sarah Sanders has won as governor of Arkansas. And back to you at the desk.
All right, thanks, Adam. What a great job. That was like rapid fire with Adam.
Yeah.
We went through about 150 social media accounts. I love it. Good job there. And I saw a couple of tweets or a couple of posts in there about Sanders there in Arkansas, and good to see her. Looks like, according to that, and according to the numbers we've seen, looks like she's going to pull ahead. Hey, broadcast alert in about 31 minutes. We're going to wrap up whatever you're watching on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. and go 100% on Rumble and our app. So if you don't have our app right now, just go over to your Android, your iPhone store, and go download it, put it on your phone. I mean, I've got it on my phone. I always love when we go to rallies, people love to show their phones to us to prove that they're watching us on their app.
I like that idea.
I love it.
Show
Of course,
that you're watching us
yeah,
tonight.
I had Diane Glenn
I want
is,
to go to you first.
great relative, and she posted up that she's watching. I just put it on my Instagram.
Love it.
So if you're watching us, post it up. Post up your election coverage and tag us on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook.
Country. We've tried that before and it didn't work. So the challenge is trying to bring people into the concept of freedom. But you have other interests involved, in particular the Democrat Party, who's very invested in secularism, in big government. And unfortunately for the black community, after the Civil Rights Act was signed into law, many African Americans began to work for government. So now we have a disproportionate number that like big government. So yes, that momentum started. Trump put it on the table again to say, come on, what do you have to lose? And then began to reshape what the Republican Party messaging would be in this community. The RNC then got involved. The next thing you know, we have offices in a variety of African American heavy communities across the country. And now it looks like about 17% are rethinking if the Democrat interests are also their interest.
Barrington, do you agree with that, and what do you think is behind it?
To be honest, I didn't hear anything that she said. I cannot hear Star at all, to be honest.
Let me just ask you the question. So, again, President Trump, he seemed to have a lot of momentum and struck a chord with the black community. Do you feel that the Republicans this time around have been able to build on that momentum?
Absolutely, but honestly, I think that Black Americans everywhere have seen that the Democrats have not necessarily been the best as far as the decision making. So I don't want to say that the Black Americans are choosing the Republican Party, but they've been seeing that the Democratic Party.
Very popular in Colorado. He's been reelected there tonight. In Vermont, the Republican Governor Phil Scott seeking a fourth two-year term there. He has been reelected governor of Vermont. In South Carolina tonight, the Republican governor there, Henry McMaster, seeking a second full term, reelected there in Rhode Island. The incumbent governor, Daniel McKee, the Democrat there, has been reelected as governor in that state. To the Senate we go. In North Carolina tonight, Senator John Hoeven seeking a third term. He's been reelected in Heidi Heitkamp's home state of North Dakota. And in Michigan tonight, we continue to track this race, a race getting national attention. The governor of Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer, with a lead over Tudor Dixon. 13% of the vote in very early tonight, though 53 to 45%, a difference of about a little less than 50,000 votes there. We're going to track this all night long. Welcome back to our powerhouse political team right here in the studio. I want to bring in Lindsay Davis, who's tracking the exits, and a very telling exit poll out of Michigan tonight about a very key issue that's also on the ballot along with the governor.
And Gretchen Whitmer, who Donald Trump famously called that woman from Michigan, she may be buoyed by abortion being on the ballot, because take a look. This is the top priority for Michigan residents, Michigan voters. They're saying 45% abortion is their top priority. Now that trails, that's quite different from what we saw nationally. It was actually economy that was the first issue. And then here you have inflation, 28%. And so Michigan is 1 in 5 states that actually has abortion on the ballot, but it's the only state that actually has a key race attached to it.
Really interesting. I think this is the first state actually where we've seen abortion rights
first,
ahead of inflation and the economy. Let's bring it out to Juju Chang, who's been covering this race in Michigan. Nightline anchor Juju Chang. Juju?
Hey, David, here I am in Detroit at the Motor City Casino. We're at Gretchen Whitmer's election night headquarters with 1,600 cautiously optimistic revelers around me. Now, polls closed here at 8 o'clock, and you were showing those early results, giving a tip to Gretchen Whitmer. But I was speaking earlier to Senator Debbie Stabenow, the senior senator here. She said they're on track to break the midterm election turnout. She's been on the phone with local election officials. She's seeing 2-hour lines at the University of Michigan. Lots of young voters and energized. And as you say, the big Gretch may be lifted by what's known as the Dobbs effect because of Prop 3. So many voters
who are interested in voting for abortion rights are heading to the polls. Now, her opponent, Tudor Dixon, is one of those Trump-anointed former business people, former conservative pundits, and tonight the Dobbs effect may be lifting Governor Whitmer and down-ballot issues as well. You know, I talked to one woman who went to high school with Gretchen Whitmer, a lifelong Republican who had voted for President Trump twice, she told me, and hadn't even voted for Governor Whitmer, but felt so strongly about abortion rights that she was crossing the line. Now, anecdotally, we're hearing stories like that to women I talked to because we've traveled around from Grand Rapids to Kalamazoo to here to Detroit tonight, all over Michigan, trying to get a sense of what the voters are thinking. And what you might be seeing with those exit polls is that tip towards abortion rights tonight. David?
Juju Chang with us tonight. Juju, our thanks to you in Michigan. As soon as we have more on the race for governor there, we'll come back to you as well. I want to take it right over to the big board and Rachel Scott, because abortion is on the ballot in a number of states, not just Michigan.
Abortion is on the ballot this election in 5 states. So California, Michigan, and Vermont are all efforts to protect access to abortion under the state's constitution. Then you have Montana and Kentucky. These are measures to further restrict access to abortion. David, I want to point out here all the orange that we are seeing on this map. This comes just months after Roe versus Wade was overturned. This is where there are current bans on abortion across the country right now. Obviously, we know that this also comes after Kansas. The conservative state was the first state to have abortion on the ballot earlier this summer. The conservative state voted to protect access to abortion. Since then, we have seen a wave of women in key battleground states register to vote. Democrats are hoping that this becomes a driving issue for them this election day.
We're going to be watching this all throughout the night because we saw there earlier, Mary Bruce, Nate Silver at 538 showing us that when Roe was overturned by the Supreme Court, how the gulf between Democrats and Republicans in the polling suddenly was quite significant and then tightened again as we got closer to Election Day, with a number of weeks having passed since then. But I know that you had been talking in recent days. It will be interesting to see tonight if those who are driven by abortion rights will show up in a way that they haven't shown up in previous midterms, which would still make them statistically very significant tonight.
And that is certainly what Democrats, what this White House is hoping, is that even though you saw that sort of drop off in the polls, that the economy was replacing it at the top as the top issue that voters were most concerned about, that abortion will still be driving everyone to the polls. I think we have something else here, so I'm going to pause.
We do have a race coming in right now. Michael Bennet has won in Colorado. The senator there, the Democrat in Colorado, the incumbent, has been reelected. We told you that the governor was reelected. Now the senator, Michael Bennet, beating Joe O'Dea, the Republican in that state, the construction company executive. Joe O'Dea taking him on, hoping to be a moderate Republican. The debates, you know, they were civil in the beginning, though the last debate, John Carl, there were some fireworks. Joe O'Dea did not have the support of former President Trump. In fact, he said looking forward, he would like to have somebody new on the ticket in 2024. And Michael Bennet said almost the same thing.
Yeah, look, Joe O'Dea was very critical of Donald Trump, and Donald Trump gave it right back to him. In fact, Ron DeSantis endorsed Joe O'Dea just a few weeks ago, and Trump criticized DeSantis, saying it was a big mistake to support him. So, you know, this was a moderate Republican trying to win in a state that has become increasingly more Democratic.
I see Nate Silver just over your shoulder here. What is this does the probability tonight if we give Colorado, which we thought would go to the Democrats tonight based on the polling in recent days, but
yeah, so it won't have a huge shift because this was the probable result, but still it helps Democrats a little bit, now at 40% from 37%. What it does do is it means we might not have a red tsunami. If they're holding up well in Colorado, New Hampshire looks good for Maggie Hassan so far. The GOP could easily win the Senate. They're favorites in our model right now, but you're not going to see a gigantic 55-seat GOP coalition coming in.
Let's just say Maggie Hassan holds on in New Hampshire. She's off to a decent start tonight with early numbers coming in. What does that do for the Democrats?
So now I think they might go to about 50-50, maybe a little above.
Oh,
there
really
you go,
interesting,
51-49. So if New Hampshire were called 5 minutes from now, we are back to a total jump ball in the Senate.
All right, that's a hypothetical. Well, let's swing it over to Rick Klein to see where we are in New Hampshire. Do you have a second, Rick, just to pull that up to show if Maggie Hassan actually holds on?
Anything for you, David, of course. Let's see what we see in New Hampshire right now.
What are you going to say at 2 a.m.?
Maggie Hassan right now with a pretty significant lead. Look, this is a state that mostly votes on Election Day. It's actually pretty decent with reporting. That's one of the consequences of being first in the nation for the primaries. I'm looking, though, right now, Maggie Hassan is up everywhere. That includes some more of the
Hochul in the last few days. We're going to kind of check in with you, hopefully, again. When do you think we should get at least more results in? We have a few in right now. We're going to show the viewers where it kind of stands at this moment. But are Zeldin supporters there in for the long haul tonight?
Everybody's in for the long haul. They think this is going to be a very, very tight race. Like I said at the top, a real nail biter, which means we could be here until the wee hours of the morning. And who knows, we might not even know the results by tomorrow morning. Nobody really knows right now. All we do know is that the polls in the last few weeks have shown that Zeldin was chipping away in a big way into Kathy Hochul's lead.
All right, Fox 5's Linda Schmidt there in Manhattan, tracking the Lee Zeldin camp about where things stand. Linda, we thank you, and we'll talk again.
My pleasure.
All right, we want to put up some numbers, though, for the New York governor's race. Take a look at this between Zeldin and between Hochul here. Hochul at 69, Zeldin 31%. This is only with about 15% reporting right now. So it is early. You heard there from Linda Schmidt that the Zeldin camp is in it for the long haul. So we'll be on the lookout for updated numbers in the New York governor's race. Like Linda was saying, New York has not had a Republican governor since the early 90s with Governor George Pataki. So we will see if Republicans can, eke this out there in a very, very blue Democratic stronghold that is New York. In the meantime, we want to take just a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be bringing in more voices, more reporters, and giving you assessments and numbers of where these races stand and which states we're following very closely. We'll see you in 2 minutes.
Electronically until sometime well after 9 o'clock. It was different this time. About 8:04 electronically, right away, there were results, and they seemed really skewed toward Democrats. And that's because this year is different. This year, counties were allowed to start counting the mail-in ballots at 7 in the morning, and so those results were in right away. Now we know that those results skew heavily Democratic, so that's just something to keep in mind. We're nowhere near done counting these votes yet tonight. We'll check in a little bit later here in Pennsylvania, back to New York.
All right, thank you so much, Beth. Yeah, definitely we're a long ways from the end there. So what is motivating voters across the country? A whole bunch of different things. That's what we learned. But are we going to go to our key race now? Are we ready for that? All right. So we're going to hear once again what is motivating our voters across the country.
I think this is the most important election that we face.
You're giving states more rights, your vote in the state matters more.
I've been motivated since 2016.
There's so much corruption, I don't think that my vote would matter.
I've already did that. I was very motivated on it. So.
If you're my friend, you coming with me to vote.
I'm beginning to be more motivated.
Moderately. Pick the right person and just have this thing going smooth.
Every election, it's, really, really important to us.
You can't complain if you don't vote. Fairly motivated. Now more than ever.
If I could vote,
we definitely would.
Yeah. I'm not motivated, but I will go vote.
I always vote.
Make sure your voice is heard.
I'm very motivated.
On the day of and rendering my ultimate decisions.
It's really important that people in my age group are motivated to vote. Kind of motivated.
I'm not very pumped up to go out and vote.
That's exactly what is going to let authoritarianism in, is apathy.
40%, unfortunately. I'll probably vote early.
Very motivated. My dog is too.
I am going to do whatever I have to do to vote.
I'm proud to have this right to vote.
Extremely motivated. I'm tired of seeing all the lies.
I know how important it is a vote to cast.
I just told my wife you got to vote in the early voting.
I'll be there. I'll vote.
100%. My vote counts.
I'll certainly vote. My kids will vote. My wife will vote.
My son doesn't vote. Drives me nuts.
Voting is one of the most important things you can do as America.
This country is amazing because everybody gets that shot.
10. 10 being the highest.
10.
10, always a 10.
I'm at an 8.
I've already done it. Midterm elections are very important.
Tremendously motivated.
I would like to have a new mayor.
Applied to vote and registered.
Motivated or not, I would vote anyway.
I don't take it lightly, I never do.
I really go by the debates.
Loaded pockets will always be in charge.
I always vote, we vote every year at the church.
I wouldn't miss it this year.
I'm going this week.
Actually do not vote.
My parents came here from Hitler's Germany in 38 and 39. Voting has always been key for me.
Why are you voting? We turn now to some Senate updates. Results coming in for North Dakota and South Dakota, where polls just closed about half an hour ago. Got John Hoeven up against Katrina Christensen in North Dakota. Mr. Hoeven has been announced as the winner of the Senate seat there. Only 14% of the vote in, but a pretty critical win by Mr. Hoeven.
And a big lead. In South Dakota over the U.S. Senate race, we don't have any results yet for Brian Bangs and John Toon. No results. And now we're going to go back upstairs and check in with Melina Weiskamp to give us the latest on the key races that she's following. Melina.
Hi, Cindy and Paul. Great to see you guys again. So if you're just tuning in, I'm going to go through some of the key races that could be indicative for how Republicans are doing nationwide as far as congressional seats. We know Republicans only need a net gain of 5 seats in order to take back the majority in the House. As we all know, it's much more likely for them to flip the House than it is for them to flip the Senate. So what the races that we're looking at as far as how Republicans are doing nationwide, one of those races is Virginia District 2. And earlier in the night, when the results were just trickling in, it looked like the Democrat was leading. But then actually right after I left the room, I found out that Kiggins actually flipped that lead. And it's looking like that margin is kind of spacing out a little bit. 70% of the votes are in Virginia 2. So this is a very good indicator that it's going to be a rather good night for Republicans, if not just in this District 2. A similar trend we see in House District number 7. So we have Abigail Spanberger versus Yesli Vega. Yesli Vega is a candidate that Republicans really prioritized. They campaigned with her. Senator Ted Cruz was down in Virginia campaigning with her, and she's significantly, well, not significantly, I guess. The margin's actually quite close here, but this is very important because this is the seat Abigail Spanberger just won in 2018. So not only is it indicative of how Republicans are doing nationwide, but this is also another seat that Republicans are flipping if this lead stays once this number goes to 100, of course. So now we'll move on to Texas, District 15. This is also another seat that Republicans could be flipping as we speak. So we're going to look right down here. As I mentioned earlier, if you're just tuning in, there's 3 districts here that are very important to watch in Texas. Historically, these 3, well, not historically, but the past cycle, Democrats held these seats here, all 3 of these seats, 34, 28, and 15. Mayra Flores just flipped a seat in District 34. So Democrats were very, they knew they were vulnerable here in the southern part of Texas. Might I add, this is right on the southwest border. Border policies could have something to do with this, but you just never know. So the race I really want to point out is Monica de la Cruz. So she actually ran last election cycle, and she almost flipped the seat from Democrat incumbent Vincent Gonzalez. Now it looks like she's doing a lot better. This is a huge margin. Only 13% of the votes are in, so that could change as time goes by. But this margin's pretty big, 73% compared to Michelle Vallejo's 25%, and she's doing pretty well. And this would be a flipped seat once again. So we're moving on to another potentially flipped seat in Michigan's.
Onto their majority in the House of Representatives, which I think is kind of just universally not believed by most people who are watching things come in. So she obviously is still kind of trying to hold on to that hope. It's a line she's used many times through this midterm cycle where she said, I think Democrats are going to hold the majority. At one point, she even said that she thought Democrats would add to the House majority, which obviously is not going to be the case either tonight. As for Kevin McCarthy, I think he's, pretty excited. He's been pretty clear about what he hopes to do in a Republican majority in the House. I think other Republican members in the House are going to be even more worth watching in the next couple of weeks here as we head into the new Congress for what they plan to do once they have this oversight power that they've been asking for so long, whether it comes to investigating Hunter Biden and the Biden family, whether it comes to looking at sort of what people like Secretary Mayorkas have been doing, and whether they're actually going to move forward with some sort of impeachment proceedings or other accountability there. But I think for Republicans tonight, people like Kevin McCarthy are probably just kind of breathing a sigh of relief that things seem to be breaking in the direction they had hoped they would. And now he's probably just sort of counting to see how much of a majority he might have in order to decide how far they can go towards holding the Biden administration accountable.
You know, Ben, I want to also talk about, you know, some of these Senate races before we get to that and talking about McCarthy. Let's talk about President Biden, the White House. You and I were talking about the lid that was called earlier this morning. And if House Republicans do take back a majority, what do you think the White House is going to say? What's going to be the line as to why they lost the majority?
I think the line as to why they lost the majority is simply that this is the nature of midterm elections.
Okay.
That every president over, you know, with one or two exceptions in, you know, the better part of a century has lost seats in midterm elections. That President Trump had a rough midterm in 2018, Obama in, you know, in 2010, 2014, Bush in 2006. The two exceptions, and that continues to go back with the two exceptions of 1998 and 2002, which had the Clinton impeachment and the Iraq War. But it's simply the reaction that you have a Democratic president, so both folks are inclined to vote for Republicans, coupled with the fact that, you know, there is 8% inflation, that there is dissatisfaction with President Biden's job performance. So this is simply to be expected, and instead that it should be viewed as a success if, depending on how much they're able to limit losses.
All right, and, you know, and Spencer, when we talk about some of these, you know, pickups on the Senate side that Republicans want to get and Democrats want to keep, Ben and I were talking about New Hampshire. We're also talking about Colorado as well. The Fox News Decision Desk is calling the race and projecting that Bennett will defeat Joe O'Dea. But that was, and O'Dea is an interesting Republican candidate, but that was one of these opportunities that Republicans thought maybe there is a chance to make Colorado red in that seat at least.
Yeah, I think in election cycles like this, you know, as we were talking about, sort of the historical momentum is obviously on the side of the party that doesn't control the White House in a year like this. And so I think sometimes the sort of the red wave talk does catch people up. And I think a lot of people were looking at whether it's the Colorado Senate seat or the New Hampshire Senate seat, some of those. And they thought, you know, if it's a really good Republican night, those could then be in play. And I think seeing the way that groups like the NRCC and other Republican funding groups were expanding the map for House races made people get a little, maybe out a little too far over their skis when it came to some of these Senate races, especially the one like Colorado that got kind of into this larger, now developing war in the Republican Party between Donald Trump and his supporters and Ron DeSantis and his supporters. But I do think it's not really a death knell for this red wave. You know, obviously we're still going to have Republicans taking the House by the end of the night. And there are obviously the Senate seats out west, Nevada, namely, as well as potentially Arizona, where Republicans can still get those potential pickups, as well as Georgia, which we're still watching. And that, you know, could be another month before we know the final outcome there.
Yeah, and Spencer, same with Pennsylvania. It's very, very close to call there as well. We'll be talking about Nevada in the next hour with one of our reporters, too. Here from Chad Pergram from the Fox News Decision Desk, Senator Michael Bennet will defeat Republican Joe O'Dea. This was a race in which GOPers hoped they could sneak up on the Dems and flip the seat. Spencer and Ben, I want to talk, though, about what happens, you know, tomorrow morning when we don't have some of these final results in from some of these key races. And, you know, Americans might wonder, you know, what's going on? Why is it taking so long? Have you seen some of those issues kind of mount their ugly head yet again like they did in 2020?
Certainly, you've seen some of that and seen some folks using rhetoric like that, and it's part of it is that you have in states like Pennsylvania and Michigan that state legislators have made the concerted decision not to allow counting and pre-processing of ballots until after polls close. The reason Florida we have a quick count right away is the fact that after the 2000 election. That Florida revamped how it did elections and make sure that you're dealing with this process right away, and particularly now that so many Americans are using mail ballots. You know, Florida has been a place where they've been using mail ballots for years and years and years. That happens right away. Pennsylvania, in particular, is a place where Republican-controlled legislatures try to keep things slowed down. And you're certainly seeing some of the same rhetoric you've seen around the 2020 election there. Michigan's the same situation. And at this point, it's just to be expected that when you have this many people voting by mail and you can't do anything to pre-process mail ballots in this big pile of ballots until once polls close, that it is going to take some time. And hopefully folks will be able to be patient with it, because this is the intentional byproduct of how the process was created, or was administered rather.
Yeah, Spencer, I know you want to chime in on this because that was obviously a key focal point post-2020, and like Ben was alluding to, it has kind of reared its head again this cycle. But do you think it's going to bog down a lot of the races like it did in 20?
I mean, I think the bog down kind of comes down to what the final vote totals.
A second term there has been reelected. There had been some late questions in the race, John, whether this would be competitive, but she has been reelected tonight.
She has been reelected, a huge supporter of Donald Trump. Somebody else who has been mentioned as a possible a Trump running mate. She brought Donald Trump out to Mount Rushmore for a July 4th fireworks celebration while he was still president. Certainly it looked like it was going to get close, but South Dakota's a state that Donald Trump won by some 30 points.
But she took a hands-off approach to COVID, and she's a real hero in Republican circles.
She is certainly in the Trump part of the Republican Party. She is a big star.
All right, John Carl, thanks. We're just getting started. It is now coming up on 10 o'clock in the East. We're going to check in back with our number of our key Senate races. We're looking at the board. Obviously, New Hampshire, Pennsylvania. We're going to be checking in on North Carolina, Georgia, which remains a state where Raphael Warnock is performing perhaps a little better than the poll showed going in. We'll check in with all of these pivotal races that could determine control of the Senate. Right at the top of the hour, 10 p.m. Eastern, it's the march to 50 votes in the Senate for the Democrats, 50 senators, 51 for the Republicans. We'll be right back.
To convince people that if we're going to move to the sort of lots of mail ballots, longer time frame to count them, things like that, I think they need to run it a little bit more smoothly.
Okay, final word from both of you, because like...
All right, now we are going to go to the swing state of Nevada. NTD's David Lamb is standing by for us in Las Vegas tonight. David.
Okay. Yeah, so we're in Red Rock, at the Red Rock Resort in Las Vegas, Nevada. The watch party hasn't started yet, but it will be at 8 p.m. in about an hour, and polls would also close in 5 minutes. It's hosted by the Stronger Nevada PAC. Now, Joe Lombardo is running up against the governor, Steve Sisolak, a Democrat, and as Steve Sisolak has said, the race is razor thin. And as for the U.S. Senate, it is Adam Laxalt challenging Catherine Masto, and both of them have been Attorney General for Nevada. We will get back to you once the party starts. Back to you in New York.
Party to us, David.
Thanks so much, David. And now we're going to turn to some of the key races. We've got a lot more votes coming in from Georgia. Republican incumbent Brian Kemp is now leading the race against Stacey Abrams. Very different from what we saw before. 68% of the vote is in, and he is up by about over 100,000 votes. All right. And now we're going to go back to our D.C. studio with Steve Lance and check in with him. Get an update on election integrity. That was a big topic at the start of the evening. We haven't heard too many updates. So, Steve, what can you tell us about the irregularities or flat-out fraud, if that's the story? Steve.
Yeah, with regard to election irregularities or flat-out election fraud, there has been some cause for concern throughout the day. Reports of voting machines and tabulators not working in critical battleground states throughout the country. Now, it's important to sift through what is misinformation and disinformation, and that's what we've been working very hard to do. You have Delaware County, Pennsylvania, an area that was highly contested after the 2020 election for election fraud. Sources on the ground there say that poll watchers were removed away from the counting stations to over 60 feet away, whereas previously viewing in the 2020 cycle was roughly 20 feet away. The laws are ambiguous when it comes to the distance and make it hard to contest that rule or law. Now, one major concern from our sources is over these malfunctioning machines, because when you do not have properly working machines and resort to alternative counting, it creates a chain of custody problem and begins to make a forensic audit nearly impossible. The ballots are no longer counted at the polling location and are sent to a central location for processing. Now, experts in forensic science and fraud investigations have told us that altering the chain of custody would be the best way to actually conduct election fraud and to get away with it. Some of the experts we've spoken to are highly trained former military officers who have worked as cyber experts and have conducted fraud investigations. And when you see the machines breaking down in key areas, it is what they would refer to as a forensically destructive process. Now, because actual election fraud has been so difficult to prove, many Republicans have been urging folks to overwhelm the polls with an underlying message that if enough people vote, it will overwhelm the possible steal. As to whether or not that will be the case, we'll just have to wait and see. Cindy and Paul, back to you.
All right, thanks, Steve. I'm sure nobody wants to revisit the 2020 election, so let's hope some of these things don't play out as they might, according to what you were just talking about. Now we're going to go to Katie Spence in Arizona. She's been following the governor's race there. Katie, what can you tell us?
Hi, we're coming to you live from Scottsdale, Arizona at the McCormick Ranch. We are at Kari Lake's rally. We have started the rally. They are in the background singing the national anthem right now. The back of the room is packed with media. Everyone is excited to see what's going to happen in Arizona tonight. This is where the nation is looking. Arizona could decide political control with Blake Masters in the Senate or with Mark Kelly. It just depends on what happens tonight. The polls have closed. Voting is no longer occurring. We haven't gotten official results yet for the first drop. Those are supposed to come in around 8 o'clock tonight, but we're hearing reports that the election results won't be finalized until Friday morning at the earliest because of Arizona law requiring voters to be allowed to drop off their mail-in ballots, and those signatures have to be verified with the signatures online. So while everyone is excited to be out here tonight, they're not necessarily anticipating results, but we're still excited to be here, and everyone is excited to celebrate with Kari Lake and Blake Masters. Back to you in HQ in New York.
All right, thank you, Katie. It definitely makes things a little bit different when nobody is expecting a result. Kind of a watch and wait party, I guess. All right. We are now going to see what some of our voters out there have thought about Biden's key achievements.
First, we'll look at some key races, though. In Texas, 20% of the vote in for governor there. Incumbent Greg Abbott, 54% of the vote. Beto O'Rourke, 46% of the vote.
And in Arkansas, the race for governor, Sarah Sanders, it seems to be called for her. She's got a sizable lead in percentage points, but 7,000 votes, which is 16% in over Chris Jones.
And in Iowa, the governor's race, Kim Reynolds is down against Deirdre DeGier. 23% of the vote in there. We'll keep you updated for sure.
All right, now we are going to find out what our voters across the country think that Joe Biden's biggest accomplishments are.
Well, good evening, Illinois. Tonight, you made history.
One of them breaks 50%. This will again go to a runoff. It is deja vu if we're all watching Georgia again a month from now, just as we did just not so long ago when Raphael Warnock beat Kelly Loeffler. I want to get it right to Steve Osunsami as we continue to track Georgia. Steve, what are you learning there on the ground?
Well, you know, I keep watching these votes as they come in, and I've seen the lead switch back and forth between Herschel Walker and Senator Warnock. You know, there's really no telling what's happening tonight. I think, again, the key counties to watch are the blue Democratic counties surrounding Atlanta. That's DeKalb, a majority black county that I happen to live in, Clayton, Fulton,
Douglas, Cobb, Gwinnett, all these counties that surround the metro area to see if they will give Senator Warnock enough votes to either win this or make it into a runoff. Out here at this event here tonight, there have been a lot of applause as they've seen some of the numbers. Everyone is optimistic, as I'm sure Herschel Walker's camp is optimistic. And Chris Christie said something earlier that I sort of want to
for Brian Kemp, but then voted for the Democrat Raphael Warnock. Kemp obviously outperforming Herschel Walker, at least at this hour. Let's head to Pennsylvania, the Senate. Let's look at the board. The numbers coming in, 52 to 45, 41% of the vote in. This is up significantly since the last time we checked. John Fetterman in the lead, 52 to 45. I want to get right to Eva Pilgrim, who spent years covering Pennsylvania politics at WPVI. We're glad she came to ABC News, but you're back in home territory.
Yeah, and we're watching specifically those collar counties around Philadelphia, how those suburban women voted. Both campaigns were really hard going after them. How those women vote will likely determine how this election, this Senate race turns out. And one of the things that we have heard from the campaign here, Fetterman's campaign, is that they are feeling cautiously optimistic. They're looking at those rural counties and looking at how Oz is performing versus Trump previously. So we're keeping an eye on that as well tonight, David.
Eva Pilgrim in Pennsylvania tonight. Again, the Fetterman campaign cautiously optimistic at this hour, but still early in the game in Pennsylvania. We head up to New Hampshire now, where Senator Maggie Hassan, the incumbent there, is looking to try to hold on to her Senate seat. The polls had tightened significantly in the final days before the election, but tonight, at this hour anyway, with 38% of the vote in, she holds a sizable lead, 57 to 41%. I want to get to Mary Alice Parks, who's in New Hampshire tonight for us. And Mary Alice, you interviewed Maggie Hassan, and I love what she told you. She said New Hampshire voters, and Martha, you and I were talking about this earlier, she said they are wicked independent.
Yeah, wicked independent. 6 years ago, she only won her race by 1,017 votes, and her team is still bracing for a race that could end up that close. They, of course, are liking some of these numbers that they are seeing, but they were texting me saying it still could be a very long night. And her challenger, Don Baldick, he came out here. He addressed the stage here and the crowd here. He actually led the group in some country music, and he said he's still holding out hope. Every team, both sides, really bracing for the fact that this could still be a nail-biter.
We want to be transparent with our viewers because Nevada just closed, so we want to make sure we're giving you the very latest information as well as all of the other data that is just coming in at this hour. One of the things we've been talking about tonight as part of the race rating that you made is that the House leans Republican at this hour, and yet we thought by this time we would know about a number of key races. I want to bring in Ed O'Keefe on that because, Ed, some of the Republicans we talked to said, oh, watch New England, watch the Northeast, Virginia. There'll be a number of states will pick up early that could signal a tsunami. Has that happened?
No, it has not. We're following about 49 House battlegrounds across the country, and most of them are Democratic. None of them at this point have turned red. You can look at a map of about 14 across the country that sort of geographically represent the kinds of races Republicans told us tonight they thought they would be able to prevail in. The 1st District of Indiana, for example, is one of those, a district that Democrats have held for since Herbert Hoover was president. Another in Rhode Island that the Democrats have held since 2000, also staying Democrats so far tonight. And down in Texas, Republicans were hoping for a sweep of border districts there with Latina candidates running against Democrats. But Congressman Henry Cuellar spoke with him just a little while ago. He says he's going to win this race. He's done extremely well. Normal voting patterns are being maintained. And he says the millions of dollars spent against him were, quote, a bunch of baloney. More than $9 million spent against him. But this is this early sign, going back to these races that we're tracking here across the country, that Democrats are holding on. Multiple Democrats telling me just in the last half hour, Nora, that the bigger majority that the Republicans were seeking is not materializing yet tonight because Democrats are holding on in several of those races, at least in the Northeast and along the eastern seaboard.
Well, I'm really interested in Texas, of course, because a number of those Latina Republican candidates, 2 of them married to border Patrol agents, immigration, such a huge issue there. Kevin McCarthy was just there yesterday or the day before campaigning with them.
Right.
This is as Robert Costa has reported, this is going to be the first thing that Kevin McCarthy says he would do as Speaker is a border bill.
Right, but he may not do it with border Republicans. In all three of those Texas races right now, the Democrat is ahead, or the race is still considered a toss-up, but there is no red wave materializing, at least in that section of Texas. Remember, Democrats have represented it for a century, and tonight they're telling us it looks as if that history is holding.
All right, we're going to keep watching that. Want to bring in Leslie Sanchez, our Republican contributor. And Leslie, I know you followed this issue closely. Leslie?
Yeah, no, I think Republicans have been very optimistic about that area. It is still a very strong Democratic stronghold when you're talking about South Texas, the three Latinas that are there. Mayra Flores flipped that special election, first Republican to win since 1871. And she's in a really tough battle right now for that border area. But Monica De La Cruz, Texas 15, it's a toss-up. She looks like she's going to come out victorious. And what this means overall, Nora, is there is a change. This working class Latino voter is not self-identifying as Republican, but they are looking at Republican candidates. And these female Latinas, as you mentioned, many married to Border Patrol agents, are going to focus on the border, and they would change the Republican conference in Washington.
Leslie Sanchez, thank you. And we are going to be talking about, with those exit poll data, did the Republican Party make inroads?
In the end, Kevin Stitt won. There have been some debates that made news, that viral moment talking about crime, but Kevin Stitt still wins despite the moment by Joy Hoffmeister that made so much attention. In the Senate race in Maryland, the incumbent Senator Chris Van Hollen seeking a second term. He's now been reelected. He'll return to the Senate. I do want to go back to these two states, Ohio and North Carolina. Rick, you've been watching them really closely, and you had also cautioned the viewers early in the night that depending on how a particular state counts the vote, it could look like an early lead for a particular candidate, and it would appear that's the case in both Ohio and North Carolina. It's now flipped.
Yeah, this is the reality of how people vote in America and how votes are counted in America, and you're starting to see a lot more election day vote come in. Just to give you a sense about the political geography of Ohio, these are the biggest counties in the state. They're all really blue, but guess what? You put everything back in there, very red. That's how J.D. Vance is starting to mount a lead over Tim Ryan. And what's interesting to me is when I look at the big population centers, I see Tim Ryan coming close, but not quite to where he needs to be in the 538 benchmarks, even out in Cincinnati, which is far from his home base. That's where J.D. Vance is from, and holding his own in Youngstown, his hometown. But man, there are a lot of Republican voters that are coming out tonight, registering disapproval with this president. You're seeing a lot of places where J.D. Vance is outperforming his number. Even though they're smaller counties, those numbers really add up.
What's interesting, I'm looking at the percentage that's in. So, for example, in Ashland, there, a rural county, 95% of the vote in, but some of these metropolitan areas where Tim Ryan is performing better, still just look at that, 52% of the vote in. So this could be a long night in Ohio still.
Yeah, Cuyahoga County, Cleveland rocks. It also is going to be pretty slow in counting the votes tonight. And this is going to be a reality in a lot of places. We've actually seen tonight a bit of a blue mirage early on where it looked like Democrats were doing better than the reality. And then you see kind of a red wave hitting over that. And now we're kind of see how the vote comes in some big cities, not just in Ohio, but also in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, to see if there's enough Democratic votes that are just taking longer to count. That is the reality of voting in America.
Donna Brazil, the fact that Tim Ryan's still in this game and you see these metropolitan areas still need a lot of vote coming in, what do you make of this?
Well, you know, I'm familiar with Franklin County. I'm familiar with, of course, Cuyahoga counties. But as you well know, there are some other pockets of Democratic support, Lucas County. I think this is going to be a good night for Tim because typically those big cities, those urban areas, and even some of the counties outside those areas will pick up votes as the night goes on. So Tim should be proud of himself.
What do you make of this, Governor Christie? You know, we saw Governor DeWine win very early in the night, extremely popular there, and you have to believe that the winds of DeWine's victory will help J.D. Vance.
It definitely will. Look, you have to really be a bad candidate to have a governor win by that much and be underneath him and not wind up winning. I think that's why Vance will win. But this ticket splitting thing is interesting. Right now, Herschel Walker's running 150,000 votes behind Brian Kemp in Georgia. 150,000 votes. By the way, John Fetterman's running 135,000 votes behind Josh Shapiro,
yeah.
right? And Oz is running 100,000 votes ahead of his gubernatorial candidate, Mastriano. right? So you start to look at this and you're seeing that voters are smarter than everybody gives them credit for. They make qualitative judgments. They look at Georgia, they look at Brian Kemp, good job as the governor, fought Donald Trump, protected election integrity, we're voting for him. Herschel Walker, they have some doubts, 150,000 fewer. On the flip side, you look at Fetterman and Shapiro. Shapiro, a very strong gubernatorial candidate. Fetterman running 135,000 votes behind him. Maybe it's the health issue. Maybe it's some ideological issues. Maybe it's both. But voters are smarter than people give them credit for. They're not myopic. They just don't vote down the ticket.
When you talk about Doug Mastriano, though, this is someone who was involved in January 6th, helped with getting busloads of people there, if I'm not mistaken. Josh Shapiro, much more moderate in that state. It's not surprising that this would be a scenario, perhaps, of a state with split-ticket voters.
Well, sure. Once you decide that Doug Mastriano is your nominee, it's not surprising at all. You know, I mean, that's the issue, and so you know that's the problem. Josh Shapiro is a good candidate, but could you have found perhaps the former Republican U.S. attorney in Philadelphia who was a candidate in that race? I suspect he would have run significantly better than 42% of the votes statewide. He's someone who said he investigated, investigated the election and didn't find anything to prosecute in Pennsylvania on the election. That led Donald Trump to support Mastriano and not him. But you're telling me that he wouldn't have done better than 42%? I don't know if he would have beaten Josh Shapiro. We would have done better.
This should have been a year in Pennsylvania. This should have been a really good year for Republicans, given the environment, given the unpopularity of Joe Biden, given anxiety about the economy, about inflation. I mean, think about it this way. If it looks like, if Shapiro wins here, as it looks like it's headed in that direction, this will be the first time that the Democrats have won 3 consecutive governor's races in Pennsylvania since the 1840s.
Yeah.
Since before there was a Republican Party. I mean, that was the Whigs.
And real quick before we go to break, I want to get the exit from Pennsylvania. You were checking about this issue of Dr. Oz. I know he has a house there now, but this became a big issue.
Correct, exactly. That as well as Fetterman's health, and both of them are interesting. If you take a look at the question here, has Oz lived in Pennsylvania long enough to represent the state? Look, overwhelmingly, 56%. This is Republicans and Democrats said no. Now, again, he said that he rented a house. It was his in-law's house in 2020, bought a house one month after he announced. But one thing, just being a South Jersey girl, that was really significant outside of where the Philadelphia Eagles play, the Fetterman camp put a huge billboard up last month saying Dr. Oz is a Cowboys fan. Now, those are fighting words for Philadelphia. A fellow Cowboys fan
we all picked up on that.
Over here. And then if you look at Fetterman's health as a question, is Fetterman in good enough health to represent the state? Not so much of a difference there, 50%. So he's kind of squeaking it out. And when you look at when he had a stroke in May, there were polls in September that showed him 10% up, and that has really gone away.
All right, we have a popular governor who won re-election tonight standing by on the other side of this break. We're going to ask him some questions about where the country is headed next. We'll talk to Governor Sununu of New Hampshire. He'll also weigh in on that Senate race. Maggie Hassan up against Don Bolduc. He is standing by on the other side of the break. Don't go away. Our whole team right here throughout the night.
A breakfast croissant plus seasoned potatoes for $3, and they're redshirting you?
It's just a standard work shirt.
Hey, way to stay humble, man.
Thank you, Reg.
Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's $3 breakfast deal.
But you can see there, 68% of votes reported in. Democrat Congressman Tim Ryan there at 56%, his Republican challenger, J.D. Vance. So this is not too close, but some are saying too close to call. These are the most up-to-date numbers that we are bringing you, so we'll keep an eye on this. If Democrats do pull this off, that would be quite the upset there.
Jerry Moran has been
You just never know with elections. The truth is revealed on election day when people go into the box. Nobody can see what they're voting for, and it looks like a split ticket. They want a Republican. Well, again, you never know what will ultimately happen, but it looks like the same people are voting for a Republican to the federal level, but internally they want a governor that is a Democrat. That's quite interesting. So that's the update that I have for you right now. If you come back in about 30 to 60 minutes, either myself or Melina will be here to give you another update. Cindy and Paul, back to you.
Fascinating stuff, Roman. Thank you so much. Some important updates for you. More calls for New York. Current Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, he's staying in the Senate, winning projected re-election with nearly 74% of the vote. That's more than 95% of the state's ballots counted. Fellow Democrat Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez also projected to keep her seat, claiming re-election for New York's 14th district. And we have a GOP to Democrat flip in Maryland. Wes Moore is projected as the state's new governor. And a quick update on the Maricopa County lawsuit. A judge has rejected the Republican National Committee's bid to extend voting by 3 hours. Some problems with machines there earlier this morning. Elsewhere, Wyoming, Nebraska make up another batch of governors to be called, both for the GOP. Finally, to a significant ballot measure. In Maryland, voters have approved legalizing marijuana. And so it's a great honor to bring back in former Congressman Dan Lipinski for discussion. Congressman, it's great to see you tonight. Thanks so much for coming on. You mentioned something in your previous discussion. You said that perhaps the Dems are not ready to go R. What do you think is holding them back? We hear that inflation and crime are big issues for everyone.
Well, I think we've seen certainly a bit of a swing from Democrat to Republican, but I think there's still a lot of questions about Republicans. Who are the Republicans? Is this just a party of Donald Trump? I think the Democratic Party has scared away a lot of middle-class voters who are fleeing to the Republican Party. But big question is suburban voters who Donald Trump basically drove from the Republican Party to Democrats. Are they coming back? That was a big question for tonight, and we'll see with these results if that was the case. But Congressman Bratt was very, very correct in talking about the key states for the next presidential election. In Florida, it went from a swing state to definitely red. Texas, they're talking about that swinging to Democrat. That's looking pretty red right now, and we'll see what happens with Ohio also. So remember the Electoral College, very important.
Let me touch on Texas, because while we're going through the results, Congressman Bratt had pointed out that Beto O'Rourke, in Mr. Bratt's own words, with all the headwinds against him, he's picked up 40% of the vote there. Congressman, you care to comment on that? Congressman Bratt?
Yeah, I think he was at 46.
Yeah, 40.
Still, right? And so that's tough. I mean, you usually think of Texas as kind of being culturally conservative, et cetera, and you got inflation, and you got the border sitting right there in the news, I'm sure, every day. And then you've got, I don't know about inner city crime in Texas, but, just the big headline issues that everyone's worried about right now. And so it is amazing how polarized the country still appears to be. People just dug in by party, that even with all the headwinds, I was expecting bigger numbers. We'll see by the end of the night. But I was expecting bigger numbers, and bigger numbers like in that kind of race. And so it is interesting how dug in the New York polling, right? Most people agree. There's just a certain propensity of historical tendency to vote blue in New York. And so the polling was off. It missed that. And so that'll be interesting to see by the end of the night as well.
Can you comment on Congressman Lipinski's kind of assessment that perhaps voters are wondering who is the Republican Party? How do you feel about that?
Oh, I think it has become more populist, but I obviously think that's a good thing, right? I'm in favor of federalism. I want to downsize the federal government in every way, shape, and form. All the errors, right? The Federal Reserve caused the 07-08 financial crisis, according to John Taylor, the guy that took over after Milton Friedman. This is not random thoughts. This is the most serious economic science there is. Now, and then the Fed kept the interest rate at 0 for 10 years and caused this latest debacle we're in. We're 31 trillion in debt now on the fiscal side, on the government side, at 5% interest rates. Do the math on that one. And so I kind of like what I see out there with people taking more serious their government at the local level, at the state level, and then at the federal level too. But I want to see things move back down to the people.
Well, I have both of you here. I probably have about 4 minutes. But a trend that I've kind of noticed is across the ballot, whether you're in Alaska or you're in Florida, you see very similar platforms for candidates, whether they're House, their governor, or their senatorial candidates. There seem to be national issues. Abortion with the Democrats, inflation with the Republicans. I'll start with you, Congressman Lipinski. Is this a change you've noticed, that issues and platforms have become kind of nationalized over more local issues?
Yeah, definitely. That is the case. I think that is that's a terrible change that we've seen. Look, this government was set up in order to have representatives represent their people, not their party. And unfortunately, we see more and more. If you look at Congress, you see representatives who are just following their party leader, representing their party. This is not the way our government is supposed to work. And in doing so, Congress has given up its power. It's turned it over to the president, to the courts, to bureaucrats. And I think this is a real problem for our republic. And we really need to turn back to the idea. Look, there's not just red and blue people in this country. There's a lot of diversity, not just two ways of thinking. So I think you're right about Democrats and Republicans just seem to be following one party line, and that's not good for the country.
Congressman Bratt, what do you put that down to? Is it national media? Is it out-of-state funding, perhaps? And how can it be fixed?
Well, in my view, it's tied to what I was just commenting on before. The feds have goofed it up so bad that it's an easy target, right? So politically, I mean, when you got inflation at 9% down to 8%, ongoing, the latest papers out of Deutsche Bank say once you crack 8%, might go down to 6%, but you're going to be at 6% for 5 years. That's the latest, the best science on that. And then you got the debt, and then you've got all the border is a federal issue, and then you got the schools, and then you got the executive orders. Dan's right about that. Not only is it partisan, but Congress itself chooses to punt all the time. Even the courts are choosing to punt. They don't want to make hard decisions. Congress doesn't want to have to vote and make the hard decisions. So now it goes to the executive, the all-powerful executive over all these secretaries. They get to make executive decisions out of the White House, and this is a bipartisan problem, right? That we got to fix this, so it's a major problem that we've lost the balance of powers and the checks and balances that were put in place.
I'm going to wrap it up here. I want to get in a word from both of you. Who's going to be happier by the time all the votes are counted? Congressman Bratt, we'll go to you first.
I think I'll be happier. I still love Dan.
Republicans then. Congressman Lipinski, Democrats or Republicans, who's going to be happier when this is all wrapped up?
Oh, it's hard to say. I'd say Republicans, but they can be a little disappointed that they didn't get more. As long as the Republicans get the Senate, they'll be happy. But the American people are not going to be happy. That's what I'm afraid of. We need more independence. I'm looking at Joe Manchin, Mitt Romney, independent candidates maybe for president in 2024. Joe Manchin was just out in Utah visiting with Mitt Romney, so maybe we see that coming up. I see Dave shaking his head.
I don't see that one coming up.
There you go.
They could collude on a new creative energy policy. I'll leave it at that.
Congressman Lipinski, it's been a great honor. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Now we check in with Stephanie Cox, who's covering the Senate race in Pennsylvania. Steph, are you there?
On Monday.
Oh. Yeah, we're here at the Dr. Oz Watch Party in Pennsylvania, and people here are really just standing around waiting. They know that they won't get the results all in tonight, but we do have an update from the Secretary of State, who said that the election was free, fair, and secure, and she said that certified results are due by November 28th. She said that she expects there to be an increase in provisional ballots, which would be due to an increase in undated and incorrectly dated ballots, which is the topic of a lawsuit that, Janice, you have an update on for us.
Yes, Fetterman's campaign did file that lawsuit on Monday in federal court, trying to get a judge to come right out and say, you have to count all of those ballots that have problems with dates, whether dates are missing or whether they're wrong dates. And so Fetterman's I did speak to Oz's campaign to respond to that lawsuit tonight, and Rachel Tripp, the spokesperson, said, you know, we trust the court will make the right decision and we will respect it when that decision is made.
And do you have any updates on the climate on the ground at the moment?
Yes. A lot of people here on the ground are telling me that they feel like the momentum did shift in this race toward Oz. And the reason they say that is back on October 25th, when there was that debate between Oz and Fetterman, Fetterman really had a lot of problems relating to that stroke that he had back in May, and it became obvious. A lot of people became concerned about his ability to serve. So at one point, Fetterman did lead by about 8 points in the polls, and now a lot of the polls are showing that Oz is either neck and neck with Fetterman or taking the lead.
It certainly looks like it could be a toss-up. What about the bigger picture here?
Well, there's a lot of talk this season about the red wave, you know, Republicans taking over a lot of seats in this race throughout the country. But Rachel Tripp, the spokesperson for Oz, she tells me she thinks it's not just Republicans voting for change, it's everyone.
And we're just going to have to wait and see how this all pans out, of course. But we do know we're expecting to see Dr. Oz speak at about 1 a.m. today. So we'll be here. We'll keep you posted. Back to you in New York.
All right. Thanks so much, Steph. And I just got word that Herschel Walker is about to take the stage. So we're going to hear what he says. We're going to cut over to that right now.
I'm telling you right now, I'm like Ricky Bobby. Tough to beat. He's going to be tough to beat, but let me tell you what, he got the wrong Georgia here. If you can hang in there a little bit longer, just hang in there a little bit longer, because something good, it takes a while, baby, to get better. And it's going to get better. So I wanted to thank you guys for hanging in. And if some of you have to go home, you can wake up tomorrow morning and see that the new senator, but he... I'm not leaving. I'm up there, they call it a war room, and I say it's a blessing. I'm up there in this room that I've been blessed. So I'm ready. And I know you guys are ready as well. Hey, God bless you guys. Let's just keep it going.
Nothing has been called yet in that race, but Herschel Walker has pulled ahead in the Georgia Senate race, so we will see what happens there. And now we're going to go to Jason, who has been covering that race in Georgia. Jason.
Hello, we're here in Atlanta at Herschel Walker's election night event party. The race is still kind of close. We're not sure who's going to win yet. And right now I'm here with Keith Boyes. He works on Herschel Walker's campaign. He said he's been there since the beginning. Why did you want to team up with Herschel?
Well, first time I heard Herschel speak, I liked the message. I liked what he was presenting. We've lost so much in our country, the values that our country was founded upon. We've gotten away from it, and he was a candidate I felt like would bring us back. We wanted to band together and try to bring Georgia back to some of the values that our country was founded upon, and we wanted to get behind him and hopefully support him and get him through the finish line.
Right. And so what about maybe Herschel's character or him as a person, that makes you think he'll stand for these values?
Herschel didn't shy away from giving God credit for everything. He's a man of the Lord, and he doesn't shy away from that. Whenever his values are based upon Christian values, and that's what we are and what we feel like, and that's what we want to support. Some of the more radical things that we see today has gotten away from Christian values, and we felt like we need to get back to that if we're going to save our country.
All right, thank you very much. The race is still close, and if neither candidate gets more than 50% of the vote, those two will most likely face in a runoff on December 6th. Back to you in New York.
I have some news alerts for you. More projected wins are coming in Illinois. Democrat Tammy Duckworth projected to win re-election to the Senate. Here are the latest governor races. Pennsylvania, Democrat Josh Shapiro also projected to win. We also have Republican Governor Greg Abbott taking victory over challenger Beto O'Rourke in Texas. As Congressman Bratz said, he did pretty well, though, Beto O'Rourke. And in Iowa, Republican Kim Reynolds is projected to claim her race. Over in the House, the GOP has 127 projected wins, paired with 83 for the Democrats. That includes Jennifer Wexton, Dem for re-election in Virginia's 10th House District. The Second Amendment, haven't heard much about it, but it's also a key issue this election, as it always is. So how did Democrats and Republicans differ on their stances on guns? Let's find out.
The Second Amendment is highly debated among U.S. and state lawmakers. It's also a big issue in this election, but will it change after voters go to the ballot box? The Democratic Party claims gun restrictions will reduce gun violence and say restrictions have always existed. They believe strengthening background checks will prevent guns from getting into the hands of violent killers. After the Uvalde, Texas,
who has said he will announce next week, next Tuesday. You were asked about former President Trump announcing before Christmas and said it was a terrible idea. Why so?
Yeah. Well, because once the dust settles on this election, you know what America wants? They want to take a break, right? They want to get back to watching football games and enjoying Thanksgiving and do some Christmas shopping. We can get to the politics in early 23. So anyone who's thinking to drive a big political message right after the really insanity, I mean, the craziness of this election cycle, I think is missing the opportunity and missing what is really important to folks. Folks want to take the break. So, and whether he announces he's running for president or not, it really doesn't matter. It's not going to keep anybody out of the race. It's not going to surprise anybody. You know, if that secret is the worst kept secret in the world, if he is going to announce. So I think he'll announce. It'll be a blip on the radar, and we'll all move forward and enjoy Thanksgiving and the holidays, and we'll really get back as a nation to figuring out where the presidential stuff goes in, you know, early to mid 23.
Any chance you'll run in 2024?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. What was that?
Yeah, exactly. Any chance you'll run?
My focus. Look, I'm sorry, you're breaking up. I don't know.
Exactly. Exactly.
People are having too much fun.
Those supporters in New Hampshire are so loud.
I love this state, man.
I know how that goes.
I love New Hampshire.
I know you do. And your New Hampshire voters.
I love this state. I love being governor, and that's my focus. Yeah.
Okay, so once you get through Thanksgiving and Christmas, as you say, the former president should do as well. Come the first of the year, you haven't ruled it out. It's in consideration.
I tell you what, in all sincerity, I balance budgets. I know Washington doesn't do that, but I do, and I got a budget I got to worry about. I got an opioid crisis we've redesigned to get better results. I got a mental health. Those are the issues and that's where all my attention is going to go. And I don't think you're going to see anyone jumping into the presidential race. Everyone's got to have a message. And look, I think the message needs to be politics doesn't have to be so divisive. I think it can be a positive message. It's not rainbows and unicorns all the time, but you need a kind of leadership in this country that brings out the best in people, that inspires folks in that positive way. And hopefully we get a little more of that the further away we get from 2020. And you'll see other candidates emerge. We'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens. And just before I let you go, you're not ruling it out.
Oh, I'm not even thinking about it. I'm not even thinking about it. So I don't rule anything in. I don't rule anything out. I don't make promises. I don't break promises. So that's just where we go.
All right. Governor Sununu, who's been reelected in the state of New Hampshire. Say hello to your supporters there behind you, and we sure do appreciate you taking some time for us tonight. I know you're watching the Senate race.
Did I dodge? Did I dodge that?
You did. You dodged. We'll see you in 2024. Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Governor. Back here in the studio, Governor Chris Christie. What do you think of that? I mean, obviously he's not saying he's not considering it. He's just not ready to go there yet.
Now, look, Chris is a smart guy, and he's been a very good governor, and that's why he won by as much as he won by tonight and as early as he did. And so, look, there's going to be this idea that somehow, Donald Trump is going to drive a whole bunch of people out of the race if he announces next week is just silliness, in my view, because anybody who wants to be president, if you're going to not get in because someone else announced, then you probably don't have what it takes to be president to begin with. So I think Chris is doing the right thing. He just won. He's not going to answer your question because he probably hasn't even talked to his wife about it yet, let alone talk to the people in New Hampshire who just sent him back. And, we talked earlier about Trump and what would happen tonight if some of the candidates he endorsed won and some of them lost. And I said to you, I predicted to you that he would take all the credit if they won and none of the blame if they lost. Here is his quote on TV tonight about tonight's results. Well, I think if they win, I should get all the credit. If they lose, I should not be blamed at all.
All right, Governor Christie.
So I don't know. I think I know the guy.
Yeah, I think you do. I think you do. We're going to come back to this conversation. I took notes. 10:37. It took us till about 20 minutes to 11 here in the East to talk about who's running in 2024. I think we all thought we'd get there a lot sooner than that. But we have a long night ahead, and I want to. ABC News can now project in Missouri. We're going to show this in the Missouri Senate race. Eric Schmidt is the projected winner. 54% of the vote in ABC News now projecting Eric Schmidt will win the Senate race in Missouri. I want to get right over to Rick Klein at the big board on Arizona because this is another race that the country has been watching. Not only Mark Kelly against Blake Masters, but Kari Lake up against Katie Hobbs in the race for governor. Let's take a look at what you know so far.
Yeah, just starting in the Senate race. I mean, Arizona's geography actually isn't that hard to learn because mostly it's Maricopa County. That is most of the state's population. And right now you're seeing Mark Kelly racking up big numbers there, which is in line with what he needs to do in the benchmark. He's a couple of points ahead of that right now. But we're seeing very little of the election day vote. We've got nothing at all from Tucson down to the south. That is where Mark Kelly is from. Of course, his wife, Gabby Giffords, represented Tucson and the Tucson area in Congress. Switching over to the governor's race, which, as you mentioned, Kari Lake is the Republican gubernatorial candidate. You're seeing Katie Hobbs with a lead. Now, I'll tell you, a 10 or 11-point lead for a Democrat in Arizona in early returns doesn't really tell you much because there is so much day of vote that's out there. Another state where we talk about a blue mirage. We were very much keyed into the possibility of seeing these early returns. But again, racking up big votes in the early vote in Maricopa County, more than hitting the benchmarks right now, but it is very early in the counting.
So let's take us through, because this has such interest across the country, this particular race, because you have two very different candidates being considered really in both races, both for the Senate and for the governor. When you look at how Joe Biden performed, since we know he won the state narrowly, but won, how is Katie Hobbs in Maricopa, for example, doing up against Biden versus the benchmark that she needs to hit to win tonight?
Yeah, you see her ahead of both of those things. Look, Maricopa County used to be the heart of John McCain country. He was winning Maricopa County by 15 points late in his career. So the fact that Democrats were able to turn that around and that Joe Biden was able to win the biggest county in the state in 2020 was a very big deal.
Okay, on the flip side, Kari Lake, how did Trump do last time around? How is she doing compared to the benchmark of what she would need to do at this point in the night in Maricopa County?
So basically, as a Republican in the biggest county in Arizona, you got to run even in Maricopa County. She's not there right now. But again, what we need to be keyed into is the vote that's still outstanding. Most of the day of vote, the people that are standing online and actually voting on Election Day, that is still out. Even though Arizona, most of the vote actually is early, we're getting just about no vote of the people that voted today.
Now let's go back to the Senate race. Mark Kelly versus Blake Masters. I know it's very early, but again, I think it's helpful for people to see how how Mark Kelly's doing up against Joe Biden's performance, how he's doing against his own benchmark, and likewise Blake Masters with Donald Trump.
Yeah, you see it in Maricopa County. You see he's up about 10 points. If you want to take a more rural county up in northern Arizona, the home of the Lumberjacks up there in Flagstaff, up about 9 points over the benchmark. That's a decent margin, even though we don't have that much vote in yet. And again, nothing in Tucson, which is where Mark Kelly is from.
Yeah, so it's very early there, but a lot of attention being paid to this race. We're going to come back to it. In the meantime, we're going to go to Arizona. Whit Johnson is covering both of these races for us. And Whit, what are the campaigns saying tonight about how they feel going into the night?
Well, David, I can tell you here at Republican headquarters, they are very energized, and we've seen this in recent days where most of the Republican ticket has been campaigning in one place. I mean, there are hundreds of people here behind me. They also have an overflow area. But, David, really what we've seen in these final days is a campaign of fear on both sides. Republicans saying that Democrats are destroying the country and you need to vote like your lives depend on it, like the lives of your children depend on it. Democrats saying that democracy itself is on the ballot. And what we've
%. So now 38% are in at the moment. And so I believe what polls closed about an hour and 45 minutes ago here in Arizona. Now, remember, if you were still in line, you could cast your ballot here in Arizona. And you're seeing there that obviously Republicans want to get this seat, to pick this seat up, take it away from a Democrat, to get the majority back in the Senate. Let's put up the balance of power here. This is where it stands: 42 Democrats in the Senate, 41 Republicans in the House, 55 Democrats, 99 Republicans. So things are moving along quite quickly. Unfortunately, don't have too many results at least in Arizona, but these are very early. It's going to be a long night here in Arizona. We'll be speaking to some of our pollsters and experts here in Arizona yet again. And then, of course, the Arizona governor's race, 37% in. Katie Hobbs at 55% to Kari Lake's 45% here in Arizona. Of course, both of these candidates, they want to take the governor's mansion here in Phoenix. It's been in Republican hands for 8 years. Kari Lake wants to continue that for another 4 years. And Katie Hobbs, currently the Arizona Secretary of State, the chief election administrator and officer here in the state. And we'll kind of keep you updated on some of these races here. We want to move across the country. We wanted to update you as well in the Texas governor's race between Greg Abbott and Beto O'Rourke. Some outlets have called this. The Associated Press has not just yet. 59% of votes in Abbott, kind of trouncing Beto O'Rourke there at the moment. You can see 54% for Greg Abbott to Beto O'Rourke's 45%. So remember, Beto mounted a presidential primary run back in 2020. Back in 2018, he took on Republican Senator Ted Cruz for the Senate seat, falling up short in both, doing that still again here. So if we get some of the remarks in from both Abbott or O'Rourke, we'll make sure to bring those to you here on Live Now from Fox.
Welcome back to our CBS News election headquarters. We're getting breaking news on new race results and want to bring those straight to you. Texas governor, CBS News predicts Greg Abbott will win re-election as governor of Texas. That means Beto O'Rourke has lost another campaign. And we have a race update in Pennsylvania. The governor's race there is now a likely Democratic for Josh Shapiro. Very quickly on that Texas governor's race, Nancy Cordes, inside those numbers.
Nora, we're being told that Uvalde, Texas, the site of that horrific mass shooting at an elementary school earlier this year, actually went overwhelmingly for Greg Abbott, for Governor Abbott, who has made it clear that he is not going to tighten gun restrictions in that state. Beto championed the people of Uvalde. He argued that people should have more gun restrictions, that the guns should not proliferate the way that they have. But Governor Abbott won that area overwhelmingly.
How do we explain that when Uvalde is so top of mind? The parents were so angry and in such pain.
Well, I think, Texas is still a Republican state. It's a conservative state. That's a conservative area. It's a rural area. And, while parents were frustrated, they perhaps were more frustrated with the way that local police handled the situation than they were with the state's gun laws.
Yael King.
In the weeks and even months leading up to Election Day, reporters at our CBS stations, as you might expect, have been closely following the candidates in their particular states. Let's bring in John Keller. He's at our CBS Boston station, that would be WBZ, for an up-close look at the races in the Northeast. John, it's good to see you. Can you talk about what's happening with Maggie Hassan in New Hampshire?
Yeah, good evening, Gail. You know, over the last couple of weeks, polls led Republicans to believe they might cap off their election night feast with a big red cherry on top here in all-blue New England by taking control of some of the seats here. But while it's still too early to call it, Maggie Hassan has opened up a significant lead in the Senate race. She's the incumbent, of course. The two Democratic members of Congress, Chris Pappas and Annie Kuster, also appear to be in good shape. And one result that is in Rhode Island, an open congressional seat that had been held by the Democrats. The Republican mayor of Cranston, Rhode Island, Alan Fung, was opening up a wide lead in pre-election polls, but Seth Magaziner, the Democrat, has triumphed there. It looks like the thin blue line, if you will, of New England, where Democrats rule, has held intact or is holding intact tonight. Gail?
Yeah, I'm curious about Maggie's race, though, because there was so much, as you said, people thought maybe, just maybe, it would turn red. But her competition was an election denier. Do you think that played a big role in the voters there, their decision?
It's starting to look like it. New Hampshire has been a very purple state with a solid tradition of electing women. Hassan herself is a former governor, as well as now a U.S. senator. And I think in the end, on a night when Republican Governor Chris Sununu swept to re-election, Gail, that magic word balance was on the minds of a lot of New Hampshire voters. In New Hampshire, and Massachusetts, and in other New England states, voters have liked to have some partisan balance. Looks like tonight they still liked it.
All right. Thank you very much for taking time, because I know you're working, too. Thanks a lot. Nancy Chen is in Manchester, New Hampshire.
Sure.
She's a Democratic senator, Maggie Hassan's campaign headquarters right now. Nancy, I would imagine there's quite a celebration going on there.
There is. There's a saxophonist playing just behind me. This is a joyous mood. I just spoke to sources close to the Hassan campaign, and they say they are still keeping an eye on several key towns for the results in those towns, but what they've seen so far has been very strong, and they are feeling confident. As John Keller mentioned, this was seen as a potential bellwether for control of the Senate, but right now the mood here is a joyous one.
Nancy Chen, thank you. And want to get to some breaking news from the state of Virginia. A key congressional race there. This is known as the 7th District, Virginia Beach, the Eastern Shore. Abigail Spanberger, who is running for a third term, CBS News projects that she will be the winner in that race. She's a former CIA case officer and, of course, elected in a year when Trump was president as part of his national security women. Northern Virginia, rather. Want to bring in John Dickerson on that, John?
Well, that was, you know, if the three, as Major had mentioned earlier, those three races in Virginia that were going to give an indication of what the night was going to be like. The 7th was one of the ones Republicans thought would give them whatever's above a trickle but isn't a tsunami. It was going to be that big in 7. And Governor Youngkin, I think, was mistaken. He did win that district by 11 points. And so here you've got a Democrat holding there. So if we're building an understanding of night where things held, that's where it held for Democrats in the 7th and in the 10th. So of the three districts we were looking at in Virginia, they look like they may only pick up the 2nd of the three that were in the battleground map. And I believe the 7th was Eric Cantor's district. Which was the big, huge earthquake in Republican politics where Cantor lost in a primary to a more conservative Republican.
And Scott McFarland covers Congress for us. Scott?
Abigail Spanberger got a unique endorsement in the 11th hour, one of 3 congressional Democrats on the ballot tonight who got an endorsement from Liz Cheney, the January 6th committee member. Also, worth noting on this January 6th committee, we're waiting for results or a projection for Elaine Luria. She's got a high profile from this committee. She is one of 9, the only one with a real competitive race tonight. She told me in so many words, if her work on this committee costs her seat, she's fine with that. It was worth the work. One other note from our new reporting, Nora. Speaking with House Republicans, senior House Republicans, they confirmed to CBS News they plan to scrap this committee. It is gone at the end of this Congress. If they take over the majority, they'll instead investigate security failures January 6th, and they plan to investigate the operations of this committee itself if they take the majority come January 2023.
Scott, let's talk about that endorsement from Liz Cheney, who made a point of saying she's not in the habit of endorsing Democrats. Did that make a big difference?
It may in Virginia, where there are any number of federal workers, people with military connections who obviously have deep roots to the Cheney political family and philosophy. But I'll note this. She was judicious with her endorsements. She went dark over the past 48 hours. Her staffers say she wasn't going to be out there in front of a podium yesterday or Sunday. She made the endorsement. She let it resonate. It may have been something to help Abigail Spanberger, who has won 3 uniquely competitive races in which she arguably was the underdog in each.
Yeah, she came in 2018, didn't she?
She was in that
midterm election. They had a big
election,
wave of women. Yeah.
which also swept in Ms. Loria, who's in a tight race tonight as well.
Scott McFarland, thank you so much. Want to bring in Democratic strategist Joel Payne on this issue. Joel?
Yeah, look, I want to pick up on something that John said. I think that point about 2 out of those 3 seats going to Democrats, that's definitely the folks who I talked to, the people who are running these campaigns, that was what they were looking for in terms of an indicator of what type of night it would be for Democrats. Even going outside of Virginia, you look at Rhode Island with that Alan Fung, Seth Magaziner race. These are the types of races that Democrats were going to have to win in order to prevent that red wave that we keep talking about. So these are very good indicators. One other point, you know, Bob's point about Kevin McCarthy earlier and Republicans coming in hot with investigations. This environment, what we're seeing tonight from the electorate, would not portend to support that type of approach.
All right, Joel Payne, thank you. There is big news in the race for control of the Senate at this hour. We've been showing you about the state of New Hampshire. CBS News projects that Maggie Hassan has been reelected as senator in that state. And as Nancy Cordes reported earlier in talking to other fellow Democratic senators, there was a sigh of relief that she was doing well in that race, as well as the state of Ohio. This does not suggest that the Republicans would have some big win or big margin if they were to take the majority in the U.S. Senate.
Right. I mean, normally you wouldn't expect that an incumbent like Hassan would be in trouble in a state like New Hampshire, but this is a tough year for Democrats, and it's a tough year to be an incumbent. But she is going to be squeaking through. So is Michael Bennet in Colorado.
And her opponent was a big conspiracy
election denier.
Right.
Election
Not
denier.
you know, this is one of those cases where candidates matter.
And he, a retired brigadier general who lost. One of the things here, Nora, that's interesting is he was the Republican Democrats wanted because they tried to boost him in the primary, thinking that he would be easier to defeat, and apparently
So it worked.
That worked. Apparently.
It worked. Risky strategy, but it worked.
All right, coming up, we've got new reporting and analysis on those key battleground races. We'll check back in on Arizona, Georgia, Pennsylvania. Scott McFarland at the wall. You're watching CBS News. America Decides.
An original documentary from CBS reports. As the nation of Hungary evolves toward autocracy,
if you define an autocrat as someone that the people can no longer get rid of, even when there are elections, he's definitely an autocrat.
some American conservatives like what they see.
Viktor Orban.
Point, Mary, that abortion rights, even though perhaps had been quiet, a bit quieter on that front.
With mainstream people, we have $31 trillion in debt and $100 trillion in unfunded liabilities and the worst test scores than ever and a terrible COVID policy. And we're at war with Russia. China's already attacked Taiwan. So great. I mean, so yeah, it's we got major problems to solve, and so I was hoping for some new energy on it. We'll see. We'll see if we still get it. If we got a House, that'll definitely change the trajectory for policy.
Robert, what do you think? Is it? Does this vote show the country is split? We had Barrington Martin on earlier saying, you know, there are independents here, there are free thinkers, like even Congressman Lipinski said it. How do you gauge that going by today's vote so far, at least?
Well, I actually think it showed as a sign of hope and unity. We were seeing far more mainstream candidates have a lot more success. So if you're looking at some of the entertainers, for example, who ran this time, you know, Dr. Oz, a television star, Herschel Walker, football player, you know, Lauren Boebert, who doesn't really have the most experience in elected office, we're seeing a voter rejection of those types of candidates in a year that should be not just a red wave, but a red tsunami, as many people thought was coming down the lines. Our Republican voters are making it known that we want the people who will concentrate on bread and butter issues, concentrate on the economy, concentrate on family issues, concentrate on rebuilding infrastructure, and less of these conspiracy theory candidates who played well on social media. In the words of the immortal political philosopher Dave Chappelle, Twitter is not a real place. Stop running your campaigns on right-wing media, running your campaigns on Twitter. Talk to the actual voters, find out what they want, not just what the internet chat rooms give you likes and subscriptions for.
I've got 1 minute, guys. I'd ask you to keep the last two questions brief. Congressman Bratt, what does a result like this mean if we're talking about perhaps, Republicans +5, +6 in the House and whatever, +1 in the Senate? What does it mean for 2024, in a word?
Yeah, no, that's interesting. The path still looks like it's there. Like I repeated before, Texas used to be close. It's more red now. Florida used to be very tight. It's more red now. Pennsylvania, there's some cracks. Michigan, it's moving more. So the old Trump path is what it is and more. But we'll see who the candidates that emerge are, because that will tell the tale.
Robert?
Raphael Warnock, if he pulls out this race against Herschel Walker, will be the Democratic frontrunner for president in 2024 if Joe Biden does not run for re-election. A African-American Baptist minister who has won 2 elections in a red state versus a billionaire Kelly Loeffler and a football star Herschel Walker. He puts states like North Carolina back in play. He puts the Rust Belt back in play. And I think that's the big takeaway from tonight.
Fascinating. Robert Patillo, we appreciate it. Thank you much. Thank you so much, sir. See you soon.
Thank you.
And Democrats are forecast to lose control of the House. The winning party will have the power to pick the House Speaker. Republicans, if they take the majority in Congress, will be able to argue
for Texas Governor Greg Abbott. He will win re-election, beating Beto O'Rourke, the Democrat, pretty handedly there in Texas. So Greg Abbott, 4 more years there in the governor's mansion in Austin. Now, we've been speaking about what Beto O'Rourke might do, what political fortunes might he have still left in his back pocket after a string of losses in many cycles there in Texas, including most recently the 2018 Senate race against Republican Senator Ted Cruz. We are going to approach the 9 o'clock hour here. We want to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be hearing, hopefully, from Josh Shapiro, also from our Fox 29 Philadelphia reporters and anchors there as they track the races in the Keystone State. We'll also be bringing on reporters in Nevada as the polls will close there very, very soon, and tracking some of those races in Nevada as well. More on that in 2 minutes.
Election night headquarters here in New York with our powerhouse political team, and a special welcome to those of you that are just joining us. We have some breaking news as CBS News rates the House as leaning Republican, but we are still waiting on a lot of key race projections. And while Republicans were confident going into tonight, Democrats are putting up a tougher fight than perhaps anyone expected. Just minutes ago, polls closed for more than 30 million Americans in the West. That includes in California, Washington State, and Oregon. Tonight, we are breaking down the results in the biggest races in America with the key issues voters care most about. We also have reporters on the ground covering every key race across the country, bringing you the latest information from the battleground states. We also have CBS News' unparalleled analysis, data, and the best team in politics. I'm joined by CBS News chief political analyst John Dickerson. John, so much riding on tonight, this historic midterm election.
Yes, and at the moment, the long night to go still, but at the moment, what the expectations of all the political insiders, all the numbers I was getting from both sides were that are less than what the Republicans had been expecting so far. In terms of their victories for the House, the Senate is all still very much up in the air. But that's where things stand right now at 11 o'clock.
But, John, isn't that the perfect example of the only poll and the only thing that matters is what the voters do on Election Day? We can have all the predictions, all the analysis, all the speculation, but today is a day. That's why, as I said at the beginning, that I love that it's called America Decides, because they are deciding. It's not going the way Republicans so far had predicted.
Yes, and it'll take potentially weeks, even though we've got some signals so far about why voters voted the way they did. We also have to be very humble about being certain about why they did what they did. But because we know something different is happening tonight than we thought, and Anthony's been giving us wonderful numbers all night about how the electorate is shaping.
The key question at this hour is the historic nature of midterm elections. Presidents almost always lose seats, a large number of seats on average in the House and about 4 in the Senate. What will happen tonight? If Democrats have been making the argument, if we could probably do better than that, Republicans that I talked to were very confident that they would win big tonight. That has not materialized at this hour.
It hasn't materialized, but what may still be true is Republicans may win control of one of the houses, and that would be in keeping with the pattern of the last 40 years. When a president's party has had control of the House and the Senate in the first midterm election, that president's party has lost. The House or the Senate has gone to the other party. 7 times to the Senate, 4 times the House has switched. So that may happen again tonight. But we've got to know what kind of prize the majority, if the Republicans take one of the 2 houses, what that prize looks like. How big is the majority? And who's in that majority? And that's the real question about any Republican victories tonight. And if they do keep with that pattern of having one House switch to their side.
All right, John Dickerson, thank you. Polls are closed across
counting votes, and we're also taking a look. Website. We are now up to 65% of in-person votes that have been counted, but again, because not only do we have the in-person votes, but of course we have those mail-in ballots to count as well. Taking a look inside of the ballot processing center here in Northeast Philadelphia, about 100 workers will be here through the night and likely over the next couple of days going through every last vote. Yesterday we told you about roughly 3,500 mail-in ballots that were filled out incorrectly. That was the number as of last weekend. And if those ballots weren't corrected, they will be set aside and segregated from the counted votes. It's unclear how many of those votes could potentially be impacted in this election. When asked about voter turnout, Commissioner Chair Lisa Dealey says that's tough to say right now.
We had a pretty good day out there on the street and in person. We know since no excuse mail-in voting came into existence for us in Pennsylvania, there's been a higher turnout. Even though the mail percentages aren't as high as they were in 2020, more people are voting.
And all in all, we are told that it was a fairly quiet day at the polls today, which is obviously a great thing to be reporting tonight. And we are also told that the DA's election task force will be out there monitoring any potential issues over the next couple of days until every last vote in the
seats are what the Republicans need, but you've got a tale of 2 stories right now.
We really do, David, and I want to start with a race that we have had our eye on since the beginning of the night. This is Virginia's 7th district. Abigail Spanberger, the projected winner here. This is really a test case. We had this on our list because it's really a bellwether, not only for the political environment, but also on the issues. She ran and won this race in 2018, won again in 2020. President Biden won this district, but so did Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin. She made abortion rights a central focus of her campaign. So I'm looking over at Donna Brazile because I think she's breathing a sigh of relief, because also Democrats have also held another key district. Kansas's 3rd district here, another 2018 Democrat who was elected then made abortion rights a central focus. On the other hand, though, you do have Republicans. They have another flip here in Tennessee. We talked all night about how 5 is the number that we're looking at, how Republicans need to net 5 races by the end of the night in order to flip the House. Already, you see, they've already netted 5, but too early to call right now. Democrats can still possibly run up the score. There's some other key races that we're watching, but clearly Democrats on a lot of defense tonight.
Well, let me ask you, Nate, because you do the math here for us, thank goodness.
Yeah.
Is it still mathematically possible in some way that the Democrats hold on to the House here?
For sure. I think the GOP is winning all the seats that are layups, but not necessarily the tough races, right? These are the 33 closest races projected by 538 before the election. Only one has been called so far, Virginia 7. But look at the ones where we classify them as toss-ups and see how it's going so far. So in Iowa, Democrats very slightly ahead. This Michigan race, slightly ahead. Unclick that. Rhode Island, slightly ahead. Pennsylvania, slightly ahead. So in the toss-ups, Democrats are winning.
That's really telling.
The majority of those. It may not be enough because they have to not only win all these, they have to win some of these to save the House. But it might be a long night. It might be a very narrow Kevin McCarthy majority.
Very narrow. And Rachel, just for our viewers who are watching who might not have seen that very healthy contextual board that you put together, it just helps to explain. Historically speaking, the party in power in the White House faces a very tough midterm. Former President Trump lost 40 seats in 2018. Obama lost even more.
Yeah, exactly. And he called it a shellacking when he lost 63 seats in the House. His approval rating then was 44%. We look at President Biden's approval rating right now. It's underwater, 41%, and this is exactly why Democrats are facing headwinds.
Rachel, you heard the tone. We can now project, ABC News can now project Brian Kemp has won in the state of Georgia. Brian Kemp outpacing Herschel Walker, though Herschel Walker holding a very, very slight lead over Raphael Warnock at this hour. But the story right now is Brian Kemp at, let's see, shortly after 11 o'clock here in the East. He will stay as the governor of Georgia. And John Carl, you and I have talked about this race because this is an example of someone who stood up to former President Trump, who stood up for the election results in Georgia, stood by his officials in Georgia, and he survives, and he's reelected with a larger margin over Stacey Abrams.
Governor Kemp signed the certification of Joe Biden's election victory in the state of Georgia, and then he defied Donald Trump, told him flat no when Trump tried to put pressure on him to call a special session of the Georgia legislature to overturn those results. Donald Trump was so angry about that he actually recruited former Senator David Perdue to run against Brian Kemp in the Republican primary, and Kemp just destroyed him. He beat him decisively. And Trump actually went to Georgia earlier this year during the primary, David. And he said that Georgia might be better off if Stacey Abrams won.
Yeah, that was incredible for Donald Trump to say not so long ago. Let's get it right out to Steve Osunsami, who knows Georgia better than any of us here in the studio. Steve, you were telling me, too, before we came on the air that Governor Kemp has earned the trust of some of the voters who might not have voted for him last time around. And we saw that in the numbers tonight. He did even better, the margin of victory over Stacey Abrams than what we saw last time.
Yes, as the two of you have just been discussing, you know, when Brian Kemp stood up to Donald Trump, he became a little bit of a heroic figure to some Democrats because he not only stood up to Donald Trump, but he stood up and survived at great political risk to that decision to stand up to Donald Trump. You know, there were a lot of people watching him during the election of 2020 and wondering what he was going to do. First, he was silent. Then he finally came out and said no. In the hearts of some Democrats.
Vermont's House District number 1. This is significant. Becca Balint, 62%, the Republican there, beating out the Democrat Leah Madden at 29%. Vermont electing its first woman to Congress in its 231-year history as a state. Now, somewhat understandable because it is a small state. It has very small proportion and representation there in the House and the Senate, but still a historic night in Vermont. And so there, Becca Balint becoming the first female ever elected to Congress from Vermont. Okay, we do want to update you on some of these House races in Virginia. So this is Virginia House District 7. Abigail Spanberger has won that race. Of course, she is the Democrat in this contest, beating out the Republican Yesli Vega. Now, remember, Abigail Spanberger is considered a moderate Democrat, and many did not think she could pull this off. She did there. You saw 52 to 48 against Yesli Vega. Now, Yesli Vega had some Republican heavy hitters out, Glenn Youngkin, Ted Cruz, many in the last days of the campaign. Getting voters out in her favor and in her support there. Coming up quite short there, Yesli Vega falling short to Democrat Abigail Spanberger in Virginia's 7th congressional district. Let's go to another House district in Virginia as well. This one between Democrat, the Congresswoman Elaine Luria. I think we have that as well. Let's take that graphic. All right, we do not have that. We do know, though, that Elaine Luria, she sits on the House January 6th Select Committee, has conceded her race to her Republican challenger, and she just gave very, very brief remarks to her supporters. Let's listen in.
Thank you. It has been an honor to serve you in the 2nd Congressional District over the course of the last 4 years. I just got off the phone. I called to congratulate Jen Kiggins on a hard-fought race, to wish her the best of luck. Please don't boo, because the success of this district depends on her success. And this was a hard-fought race. She won this election. We came out short of where we wanted to land, but the truth is that we do need to wish her the best of luck, and my team is here. Many of you, thank you for your support over the years. We're going to be fully behind a smooth transition with her so that her team can be set up to serve the people of the 2nd District and continue supporting them. One thing I would say is that I'm so proud of the work that we've done over the course of the last 4 years.
Okay, you've been listening into Congresswoman Elaine Luria conceding her race to her Republican challenger, Jennifer Wiggins. This is in one of Virginia's congressional districts there. Elaine Luria sitting a pretty powerful perch on the House January 6th Select Committee. And we've been seeing her in some of these hearings throughout the summer, throughout the fall. So Republicans picking up one of these House seats there in Virginia. We also want to put up, again, House Congressional District number 7 with Yesli Vega, the Republican, and Abigail Spanberger, the Democrat. Spanberger winning this race there in the House District 7 in Virginia, to which Republicans thought they might have had a pickup opportunity here to get this seat in Republican hands. Democrats keep it in blue hands. In the meantime, we want to move on, talk to some of our reporters in the field right now. First, we want to focus on Pennsylvania and the Senate race there. We want to be joined right now by Fox 29 Philadelphia reporter Kelly Rule. She's live at the Fetterman Watch Party. And Kelly, thanks so much for being with us. What's the energy like? When can we expect Fetterman to take the stage there?
Andrew, I can tell you the crowd just erupted with cheers with the news that Democrat Josh Shapiro will be the next governor of Pennsylvania. A lot of excitement in the room tonight, and they are standing by to wait to see if Democratic Senate candidate John Fetterman will take the stage. We were told by his campaign staff earlier that was expected to happen tonight. We were not given a time. The podium was since taken down off the stage so people could watch the counting, so we're not sure when or if that will happen. But I can tell you Pittsburgh's mayor came out here to speak to the crowd, get the crowd going, reiterating what Fetterman has said repeatedly on the campaign trail, that they want every vote to count. And earlier today, Fetterman's campaign did file a lawsuit to have mail-in ballots counted, even if not signed with a valid date. So that is ongoing. We did see Fetterman's wife, Giselle, show up here tonight. We haven't seen her in at least an hour or so, but we saw her greeting people all over the venue. She was on the second floor by the bar and in front of the stage behind me. The crowd, again, audibly cheers anytime Fetterman's name appears on the screen as those early voting results have started to come in, showing Fetterman leading Republican opponent Dr. Mehmet Oz. But as we know, the vote counting could take several days. It is certainly far from over. All eyes are on this PA Senate race. Fetterman's campaign did say repeatedly today, though, that they do not expect a final vote count tonight.
All right, Kelly, there. It looks like still a long night to go as we await both Fetterman's remarks, Dr. Oz's remarks. And so this is really what many have said. All eyes are on Pennsylvania. A lot could hinge on Pennsylvania. Kelly, just being there in the room for the large majority of the night, what has struck out to you, and what will you be keeping your eye on going into the next hour here?
I mean, certainly I feel like the energy was what we expected, and it really hasn't changed even as we've seen this race get closer and closer. But I think this knowledge that it's going to take some time to count these votes, that things will be changing by the minute, will continue to change by the minute overnight, will kind of keep the energy the same. So I am interested to see if Fetterman does come out and speak, and I think a lot of people here are anxious for that as well.
All right, Fox 29's Kelly Rule there, live for us at the Fetterman rally. Kelly, thanks so much. We'll be speaking again.
Thanks, Andrew.
All right, let's keep it moving here. We do have a lot of Live Now looks that we're going to get to, especially some of the remarks that we are going to get to. Take a look at this here. This is, I believe, at the election night watch party for Stacey Abrams. We're learning that Stacey Abrams has conceded to Governor Brian Kemp there in Georgia. So once Stacey Abrams takes the stage there, we'll bring it to you. We also have a Live Now look out of the Kemp election night watch party. So when he makes remarks, we'll make sure to get them. We just got this up as well out of the Oz election night watch party. So a lot of podiums up, not many speakers, though, at the podium. We're still waiting there at the Shapiro event for the next governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, to step up to the stage and give his victory remarks. We also just watched, we haven't shown you just yet, but remarks by Governor Greg Abbott there in Texas. We're going to get to all of those. We do want to take just a quick commercial break. Before we get to that, take a look at some of these numbers here in the Pennsylvania Senate race. 67% reporting. Fetterman right now at 49%. Oz at 48%. Okay, we're going to reset after the commercial break. We'll be speaking with one of our reporters in Nevada, a state we want to focus a little bit on as polls closed there just a little bit ago, seeing where the race stands, who these candidates are there.
Very difficult to overcome that. And Ted Budd had a profile that was just not objectionable enough. He had the Trump support, but he wasn't quite out there in the same way as some of the other Republicans running up and down the ticket. Sherry Beasley was a prized Democratic recruit. And I think, you know, this is a point I think Donna will speak to later today as well. People will talk about points that were left on the table for Democrats. I think they're going to look at this race. They're going to look at Tim Ryan and think maybe if they invested in different places, maybe they could have boosted the turnout just enough, because this, frankly, is closer than a lot of people ever thought it could be.
Yeah, it is closer than they thought it would be. Donna Brazil, what do you make of that? Because Sherry Beasley on paper and as a candidate, even on the debate stage, she performed quite well. She was the former Chief Justice of the state Supreme Court.
You can't be expected to win the Super Bowl by just starting to play yesterday. I mean, you got to invest in those states. The reason why we're still holding out on Georgia is because the party invested. If you invest, then you can reap and harvest on Election Day. She's going to fall short, but you know what? Now the Democratic Party has a plan to build for the future, especially in states like North Carolina and Ohio.
But when you look at this as a missed opportunity with a candidate of that quality?
Oh, absolutely. But it was always a red state to begin with. And I know we have a Democratic governor, but this is a state where Democrats are dealing with redistricting battles, and they've been dealing with some other strategic battles that make it difficult to win a statewide race when you don't play in the presidential. But you know what I love about North Carolina? Democrats are going to do well in some of the congressional seats. It's not going to be such a bloodbath as we thought. So I think the Democrats need to learn the lessons from Ohio and, of course, North Carolina for the future.
All right, Donna Brazil tonight. Another story, North Carolina, is the state legislature will continue to follow that. I want to go back to the boards tonight that we continue to cover the results coming in New York, the race for governor. We can project, as we mentioned just before the break, Kathy Hochul, the incumbent. She'll serve her first full term, easily beating, actually, Lee Zeldin, who challenged her. In Wyoming, Governor Mark Gordon seeking a second term, re-elected in Wyoming. In Nebraska, Jim Pillen, University of Nebraska regent. He's been elected as the Republican there. Former Cornhusker, football player for University of Nebraska. That's got to help when you're campaigning in Nebraska. In Iowa, Governor Kim Reynolds. She'll serve a second full term. She has been re-elected in Iowa. In Idaho, Governor Brad Little seeking a second term. The Republican there re-elected as governor of Idaho. And in the Senate there, Mike Crapo seeking a fifth term representing Idaho in the Senate. He'll return to the Senate. Our coverage continues right here on ABC News of the midterm 2022. As you can see there on the board, at this hour, 9 Democratic seats. I'm looking upside down. We'll have more right after the break. That's hard to...
The new Bauer Surface Conditioning Tool is a game changer when it comes to surface prep. It can clear stubborn, uneven, and curved surfaces that flat sanders can't handle. Remove paint, body filler, and it's strong enough to remove light and heavy rust around nuts and bolts without damaging the drum. While it's gentle enough,
to Washington on January.
The impression people outside of Pennsylvania are starting to notice him, maybe for the first time.
No question. And obviously, if you ask him, he'll say he's completely focused on the state. He's now going to be the governor there. But he's someone that Democrats will be talking about, especially if for some reason President Biden decides not to run.
When have we ever heard a politician, though, say, you know, I'm not really focusing on my race right now because I actually do want to run for president? Whoever says that.
Let's check in with Jerika Duncan because she is there in the state of Pennsylvania with more on those key contests. Hi there, Jerika.
Hey, how's it going? Just to piggyback off of what Nancy was saying, this crowd behind me at Fetterman headquarters erupted when they heard the news that Josh Shapiro was going to be the next governor here of Pennsylvania. And also, I spoke to Tom Corbett, the former governor of Pennsylvania, and he said that Shapiro ran a masterful campaign. He did not really lash out at some of those ads for Mastriano. He really focused on independents, reached out to Republicans, obviously Democrats. As far as his support goes, though, the hope was that his support would trickle down to Fetterman. But of course, right now it is still too close to call. Again, waiting to see what happens in Philadelphia to see if he has what it takes to get him over that hump, as we just saw that victory with Josh Shapiro. Nora?
Jerika Duncan, we will go to the boards to see what is happening in Philadelphia in the state of Pennsylvania.
Well, hello again. I'm Lilia Luciano at the CBS Broadcast Center in New York with more coverage of CBS News America Decides. To Arizona now, and 2 races that have captured the national spotlight. The first, Senator Mark Kelly, a Democrat and former astronaut, is being challenged by Republican Blake Masters, a Trump-backed venture capitalist. The second race, for Arizona governor, Republican and former TV News anchor Kari Lake is battling Democrat Katie Hobbs. CBS's Chris Van Cleve is in Scottsdale tonight at Lake headquarters. Chris, you had an exchange today with Lake that's making news. What was that about?
Lilia, Kari Lake has gained national attention for her campaign here. This is the first time she's run for office. She was a local TV news anchor here in town. she has gained national attention and has started to embody on the right sort of the new Republican right, the MAGA wing of the party. I asked her if she wins here in Arizona, wins a tough race, and she's likely to be talked about as a VP candidate. I asked her if she would accept that or if she would commit to serving her term. Take a listen.
Chris Bankley from CBS News. I wanted just to follow up on his question, if I may. If Donald Trump announces, as expected, to be president and you win the governorship of Arizona, you're likely to be talked about as a VP candidate. Do you plan to serve your entire term in Arizona, or are you open to being the VP?
Are you new covering this race? Because we've talked about this before. We've talked about this. I've answered these questions. I am going to not only be the governor of Arizona for 4 years, I'm going to do 2 terms. I'm going to be your worst freaking nightmare for 8 years. And we will reform the media as well. We're going to make you guys into journalists again. So get ready. It's going to be a fun 8 years. I can't wait to be working with you guys for 8 years.
All right, Chris, reactions or just take me through where the... Yeah, go ahead. Begging for
I'm
your
just going to
reaction.
say it's comments like that which has made her a darling of the right.
Where are the campaigns right now? Where do they stand?
Well, we've gotten the first tranche of votes. These are early votes. Those are going to heavily favor Democrats. Those are mail-in ballots. Those are people who went to the early voting and voted in person. Later tonight, we will get vote results from today. Those are likely to favor Republicans. That said, the Hobbs campaign, the Kelly campaign feel very good about where they are. And one thing to watch in the Senate race, there is a libertarian candidate who is picking up about 2% of that early vote. If he continues to gain votes, those are likely votes that otherwise would have gone to Masters, the Republican challenger. But we think these races will still be very, very close. It will likely be a few days before all of the early votes, the ones that have come in yesterday and today, before those are tabulated and we know who's won.
Right. As with all these races, urging patience, Chris Van Cleve in Scottsdale. Thank you. You're watching CBS News coverage of America Decides. We'll have much more after this break.
People from every corner of America facing challenges.
Everyone is just looking for some type of connection.
Just raise your hand and say, hey, I'd like to help.
Coming together to find solutions.
We are going to do
As we've seen more industrial jobs leave, we've seen population shift into the Sun Belt, we've seen these areas become redder and redder, states that used to be more of a toss-up state. I do think, however, that if you look at DeWine in that state, the margin he won by, another moderate, traditional GOP candidate who did very well. If you look at Brian Kemp, kind of the antithesis of President Trump, winning by such a large margin against a celebrity candidate like Stacey Abrams, I think this very well sets him up as being the standard bearer for the non-Trump wing of the party going into 2024. I think that we have to talk a lot more about Brian Kemp and his ability to appeal to moderate voters, to appeal to non-traditional Republican-based voters, and also to win in a year where we're seeing the headwinds of some candidates like Herschel Walker dragging him down, running against a Trump-backed candidate, David Perdue, and beating him soundly. I think this is a coming out party nationally for Brian Kemp.
These are very good points. I want to bring us to Arizona. Mark, I'm going to bring you in. I don't know if you've seen the latest there, but Katie Hobbs, 56% of the vote with 54% of the vote counted. That's the data I'm seeing here. And from what I can see, you know, the rural areas and the urban areas are pretty neck and neck with their counting at the moment. Well, what do you say to that?
That is a big surprise. I would have expected just about the opposite of that at this point. And I think that's probably going to be, if that margin continues and she wins, that may be a race that the Republicans really need to study to see what they can learn from that for the future.
Congressman Brad, we see in the same race, in the same ticket, Mark Kelly up 58% of the vote versus Blake Masters, 39% of the vote. That surprised you?
Yeah, that surprises me. And but to get to the thesis statement, it'll be interesting when all's said and done on this it's, you know, the firebrands versus the establishment and all this stuff. And you see who got the $10 million checks, right? So if you leave out that little detail, you might be missing something. So to have a unified party, everybody's got to work together, right? Like the Youngkin race, the check writers came out, wrote the checks, and the renegades came out, and everybody worked together, and that's a healthy party, right? So in some of these races, you got some folks that are great people that I know, and I won't go into detail on, but I got some friends, and I was one, right? I didn't get the $10 million check because I voted against $1 trillion deficits, right? And so that's a little in-house intel on my side. And sometimes the leadership is not doing the right things for the people. And so we'll see. The tail is still there. You got to control for all the variables, as they say in the in statistical research.
So let me ask Robert about that, the importance of backing by leaderships and perhaps unity in the two parties. Robert, where do you see it stronger at the moment, this unity within the Democratic Party or the Republican Party?
Oh, I think you've seen Joe Biden doing an outstanding job of unifying the disparate wings of the Democratic Party. You know, AOC and Christian Sinema don't have a lot in common, but Joe Biden's been able to hold this party together to pass some big pieces of legislation, whether it's the infrastructure bill, the skinny Build Back Better plan. And I think what Democrats have been able to exhibit over the last several months since the summer is that if you have competent leadership, and if you give them a larger majority, they'll be able to move much of this legislation through. I think that's what resulted in not seeing what we saw in 2018 when Republicans lost 40 seats, or what we saw in 2010 when Democrats lost 60 seats. You know, we're now having to look at this map and say, well, where exactly is the math at for Republicans to get to 51 senators? Where is the math at right now for Republicans to have any sort of a substantial majority in the House? Before we were talking about maybe having as much as a 10-vote majority for Republicans in the House. It's becoming difficult to see how you'll get above 5 at this point in time, if a majority at all. So I think the unity of the Democratic Party, holding together people who have nothing in common, like Joe Manchin, you know, and Ayanna Pressley, for example, that shows that the party is unifying around one simple message and one unifying cause.
I wish I had time. Oh, I do have time. Great. Very interesting coming from a Democratic strategist. I want to pass this to Mark Tapscott and say, you know, before, well, I don't know about these polls or surveys anymore, but we were told Joe Biden's approval rating was the lowest among Trump or among Obama or anything. What does a result like this tonight mean for Joe Biden's efforts for presidency, perhaps in 2024 if he wants it?
I don't think it will make a whole lot of difference, because the bottom line with Biden's reelection will be, you know, the classic question: are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? And I frankly don't see a whole lot of hope, particularly with regard to the economy, as Congressman Brad has explained so well here several times this evening. The economy is not going to improve anytime soon, and the odds are very good that it's going to be worse. And that will fundamentally handicap a Biden reelection effort.
But Congressman, go ahead, Mark. Thank you.
I would also point out, as far as Democratic unity goes, Joe Manchin probably is having some very serious second thoughts about his support of Biden on the Inflation Reduction Act because of the energy decisions that Biden is now making.
I can't go to the congressman, but I'd like to get back to him. Hopefully we can touch on this discussion again. We're going to go to Dr. Mehmet Oz, who is down by 2 points, but he's going to speak to the media. Let's see if we can play him.
My life focused on big problems, in my case, broken hearts. And we address them, we repair them, we heal them by uniting people together, not dividing them. That's exactly what we're going to do in Washington, right? I said to you many times that, are you not able to hear me? Have you heard what I said so far? Yeah, sure. I have told you many, many times that I believe in you. Travel all over the Commonwealth to make that message clear. Tonight you have told me that you believe in me. Let's do that. Together we will heal Pennsylvania and we will heal America. God bless you.
Dr. Mehmet Oz bidding for senator there in Pennsylvania. He is down by 2 points, it seems. He's not conceding. He's not celebrating either, so we'll keep you up to date with Dr. Oz. We're going to go to Epoch Times reporter Beth Braley, who's covering the Pennsylvania governor's race for us. She's at Republican candidate Doug Mastriano's watch party. Just moments ago, she spoke with the candidate himself. Here it is.
Yeah, we're here in Camp Hill, Pennsylvania, having a good time watching the results come in. It's fascinating to watch the Pennsylvania results come in when you compare the difference between what we're seeing in the mail-in ballots and the today people who voted today's ballots, okay? They have them separated. And if you look at only those votes for today, you'll see that Republicans are winning in both big races, the governor's race and the Senate race. But when you add in the mail-in ballots counted on their own are highly skewed toward Democrats. And so what we're seeing early in the evening, those mail-in ballots were counted right away, okay? They started counting those at 7 o'clock this morning, so by the time the polls closed tonight, they were able to put those results online right away. We saw exactly what Democrats said we would see. Democrats really encouraged their base to use the mail-in voting system, and indeed it was something like, I think Mastriano had like 10% compared to Josh Shapiro's, I can't remember, but it was significantly higher, okay? Well, now, as the night has gone on, we've seen the space between the two candidates is closing, because the mail-in ballots, they're counted, that's not going to change. But we're looking at more and more of these same-day votes still being counted in the state, and that's going to make a big difference. There's a lot of reasons for Republicans to feel optimistic about the results of this race still, even though on paper at the moment it looks like we've got Democrats leading. So we're going to check in a little bit later on from Camp Hill, Pennsylvania. I'm Beth Braley, back to Washington.
We're going to go across to a victory speech now from J.D. Vance in Ohio. Let's take a look.
We're walking down here. My aunt said to my uncle, "Aren't you glad that he won? That would have been a terrible ride home, right?" That's what we're thinking here in the Vance family. We're staying on top of the important stuff. I could not have done this. Could not have won this race. Could not have had what we have here tonight. I mean, look, the governor and the lieutenant governor crushed it. Every other statewide office crushed it. I'm so grateful to Mike DeWine and John Houston. I'm so grateful to Bob Paduchik for helping us cobble together a unified Republican team. And we won big, ladies and gentlemen. What an incredible thing. Oh, my Lord. And I got to say, of course, I had so much fun going around campaigning with all the statewide officials. I had so much incredible experiences getting to meet people all across the state of Ohio. But thank you to the Ohio Republican Party. We just got a chance to govern. We just got a great chance to govern, and we need to use it. And I promise to all of my friends who are going to be at the State House, to all of my friends who are going to be at the state capitol, we need better leadership in Washington, D.C., and that's exactly what I promise to fight for every single day. Now, the last thing I want to say, the last couple of words of gratitude here. I have been blessed with an incredible campaign team. And I can't thank these guys enough, but I want to name a few people by name. First of all, The guy probably spent the most time on the campaign trail the last year and a half, and when we won the primary, I forgot him. Patrick McAllister, thank you for getting us safe to where we need to go. To Jordan, our great campaign manager, Brian, who's the first hire at our campaign. Our incredible comms team, Taylor and Luke. And you guys may have noticed that the national media was very interested in our race. So Taylor and Luke had their hands full. God bless you guys. Thank you. Will Martin and Matt Williams, who did everything that we asked them to do and did it very well. Thank you, guys. Couldn't have done it without you. To Noah Baker, Nick Morgan, and Matt Middlestate, who kept us on time, made sure we got where we needed to go, and made sure we did everything we needed to do. And then I want to thank so many the people helping us build coalitions all across the state of Ohio. And it's such an important job because, of course, now that I'm the senator-elect for the great state of Ohio, we're just... We've got...
There he is, J.D. Vance, new senator up in Ohio. And before tonight, we asked voters across the country, a la 2020, are you concerned there's going to be unrest over the election results? Here's what they told us.
Upheavals or anything like that, they'll certainly be crushed.
That's why I'm voting the way I am.
Not really now that Trump not in there.
Well, there was unrest in the previous results, so...
This time I don't think so.
They might be doing some scheming stuff.
Not really.
Yes, on both sides.
No.
Not at all.
Yeah.
May the best man win. Okay. Or woman.
It's like because there's this heightened awareness, more people are like, just chill out.
No. I'm really not sure.
Yes.
No, I don't think there's going to be a concern this time.
People in America are pretty reasonable.
Sure. There'll be some knuckleheads who do.
Regardless of how it swings.
People are coming to a boiling point right now.
Because the Republican Party has made clear that they won't accept.
Not worried.
On the first 2 years of his term and what the path forward looks like. I'm hopeful that he will run for re-election, and I know he'll have the strong support of many of us in the Democratic Party if he does.
All right, Senator Chris Coons from Delaware. Senator Coons, well, I always appreciate your time. I know you're watching the returns along with the rest of us, and we all do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Cecilia, it was really interesting there. The messaging from Senator Coons, very similar to the White House, quite honest. At the end of the night, he says, historically speaking, it'd be very hard to think that they still control the House.
Yeah, and you heard the president say exactly that even just yesterday. I mean, that is the reality that is setting in. And frankly, when you talk to Democrats leading up to tonight, they all sort of conceded privately that the House was theirs, that they were likely going to lose the House. There was a hope that perhaps they could convince folks to turn out, last-minute pushes. You saw all of the big names hit the trail. You saw the president in New York and in Pennsylvania over the weekend. The most trips this midterm so far, all to Pennsylvania. But in the end, you're hearing these concessions coming in more and more, the reality check coming in on the House. Though it is surprising to hear them still so very hopeful about that Senate. We'll see.
All right, Cecilia, thanks. When we come back, for those of you watching in the West tonight, we're going to check back in on those key races in Arizona, the race for governor, the race for Senate there. We'll check in with Nevada tonight to see if we have any numbers there yet. Those are also races on the national stage. Then the Senate race in particular could determine in the end who controls the Senate. You heard Senator Coons there moments ago saying he's hopeful that Democrats can hold on, even if it's 50-50. The night's too young, though. We'll be right back with the latest from Arizona in just a moment.
It is okay to be so stressed and overwhelmed that you feel like you need to talk to someone about it. And by that, I mean going to therapy.
The early vote versus the election day vote. We've been setting up this all night, okay? I want to show you that early vote because Raphael Warnock built up a lead on it, a 10-point lead. This is among the ballots that were cast early. But then I'm going to show you the combined where it gets much closer. In other words, Herschel Walker did better today. That's why this race is so even, Major. That's part one. Nora also asked about where's the outstanding vote? What's left to be counted here?
And why is that part of our toss-up rating so far?
Okay, 12% outstanding. Let's see. Herschel Walker needs just 51% of it. Okay, easy to do because this is such a close race. Our estimate, what he's going to get, okay, and where it's from, well, a lot of it is from the Atlanta area. That could be an advantage for Warnock right there. And what I'm showing you here is these large blue bars mean more outstanding vote. So comparatively, they're shaded blue because they tend to be Democratic areas. Not counted yet, so we don't know for sure, but the geography, you might want to be Warnock if you see that.
You might want to be Warnock if you see that. And the other thing to remind everyone, Nora, Georgia has a requirement, 50% plus one. If neither candidate hits that, then we go to a runoff in December, which means to be continued, quite possibly.
But Anthony, do you happen to have any information on the exit polling of black voters for Herschel Walker? I'm very curious about that because when I talk to black voters in the state, I'm not hearing that he has a lot of support among black voters in the state of Georgia.
He doesn't. It's not very large.
I just heard from a senior Democratic official who has all of the data at his fingertips predicting that Fetterman ultimately wins, outpacing Biden everywhere in this official's words, and that Oz was not making the inroads in the Philly suburbs. I know we're talking about Georgia, but these two big races so incredibly important.
That would be consistent with what we were just showing you. Again, Anthony, go back to the data, especially Philadelphia County.
Philly suburbs, I'm going to show you the history, okay? They're shaded blue for Biden. These are places Democrats have won, need to win in order to do well, okay? In 2018, the governor, Tom Wolf, won them very easily. So here again, you see, and Josh Shapiro, I should show you, tonight won them very easily, and that's how he ran up that big margin. So it really does matter in there. So again, right now, if I go back to, I'm going to weave out here and then come back in and show you the Senate race. Okay, it's a little bit lighter blue comparatively. It's going to be subtle. I'm going to switch over from the Senate to the governor. Okay, the governor gets a little darker blue, a little better for the Democrat. When I go back again, the Senate gets a little lighter blue. In other words, the Philly suburbs leaning towards Fetterman, not as much, so he's running a little bit behind the governor. Having said that, still up, and still that's where he wants to do well.
One of the key themes tonight, Nora, voters will surprise you. Voters will surprise you. And based on what we've seen tonight and where this evening started and all the things that we read from all the Republican press releases, voters are surprising.
Well, I would add, we had this race close in the pre-election polling, and we had the Republicans in a range for some pickups, but maybe less than average in the pre-election polling.
My only point there.
Maybe folks got a little out over their skis saying wave. It's clearly not that, at least not yet.
Exactly. Always dangerous to believe your own press releases.
I know. Let's self-congratulate and get around the horn at the same time. Nancy Cordes has a question. Nancy?
They're very deserving of congratulations, I should say. But Anthony, I know it's so close in Georgia right now, but how comfortable are you with predicting that neither of these Senate candidates are going to get to that magic 50% number and that we are going to a runoff in
That is
Georgia?
such a great question. I am not comfortable predicting that because what we're seeing here is with 88% in and this so close. Look, even as we're talking live here, this just ticked up to 49.4 for Walker. So he's 0.6 of a percentage point away from hitting 50. What matters here is how much outstanding vote is there. And that's something that's really hard to get a handle on until all the counties report all of their votes. And when you're within 0.1%, that gets tough.
And if there is a runoff, guys, who benefits?
You know, that might matter. What really might matter is whether it matters for control of the Senate.
Right.
If one party or the other's at 51, maybe voters aren't as motivated. But if this comes down again.
I feel like we are just scratching the surface of many fascinating details, and we're going to
Well,
get
I
to
have
those.
an itch.
So do I.
Yeah, I have an
So do
itch.
I. Well, you know what? We're going to scratch that itch when we come back with new race results in some big battleground states. You're watching CBS News. America Decides.
quite conceding the governor's race in Pennsylvania against Josh Shapiro, but he is about 10 points back, but he's going to wait for every vote to come in. Josh, why don't you continue the point that you were making when we cut you off about populist?
Well, you know, I would define populism as someone who represents the little man, who represents the everyman of a political alignment. The Democrats definitely do that. I would say they definitely appeal to, ironically, I think the most extreme people within their party. They definitely do represent that voice. Republicans are afraid to represent, I think, the truck driver and the farmer, and the guy who just doesn't really trust the way things are going in the country. Trump was able to capture that, and very few other people, I don't think any hardly, maybe a couple, Ron DeSantis may be closest, among Republicans has been able to represent that voice. I think you need to have a return of strong rhetoric. I do believe that once Trump does announce his run again, we will see a return of that. And with that, I think the American people generally are going to feel they have a voice again as well. Once they have a voice again as well, you can start seeing them demanding things, and maybe you'll start seeing the wave of Republican representatives also getting behind some of those policies. And if Republicans do maintain control of the House, as we're seeing the shift now, I think that will result, for example, in investigative committees, and at the very least in some, I think, much stronger rhetoric. And that strong rhetoric is what drives elections. I think the reason we don't see the tsunami is because most people have had a muzzle slapped on their faces for the last couple of years.
Another bit of an explanation could be, I think, what Bo was bringing up earlier, which is the politically homeless. Barrington, what do you think about that? Who do you think are the politically homeless right now, and where do they go? What are they thinking?
I think the politically homeless are the people who feel like they don't have a voice, who feel that both sides have been so extreme within this country over the last election cycle that they don't feel that they fit in. And I think that the next political candidates that step up to the plate will understand how to speak directly to them. And these are the people that have common sensibility and understand that you don't have to be extreme. They understand that we all have the same problems, no matter the race or religion.
Oh, I think we froze our video there. Last word to you, Bo. We've got about 30 seconds left.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I think the politically homeless want a voice. Josh is right about that. And what Donald Trump did so very effectively was give them that voice. If you compare what Joe Biden did a few weeks ago in Philadelphia, where he had this very divisive speech with the Third Reich red lighting behind him, over 70% of people thought that that was divisive, hate-filled speech. He's not speaking for the everyman. He's speaking out of divisive rhetoric and hatred. Whereas with Trump, when you watch his rallies, and I would say to a lesser degree Ron DeSantis and maybe Carrie Lake, maybe she's the new MAGA queen, who knows?
Thanks so much. And again, just recapping what Janae Norman reported just moments ago on the ground from Nevada, that the campaign for Senator Catherine Cortez Masto is seeking to keep some of the polls. This is our understanding based on Janae's reporting. Some of the polls open in Clark County. Unclear how many, unclear if there are still people waiting in line. But what is clear is how important Clark County is to both Catherine Cortez Masto and to Adam Laxalt. That is the home to Las Vegas. And again, this is another Senate race where the economy, where inflation, where jobs are the top issues in this race. And we have reported often on the ground game in Nevada. And if in the end she was going to make up any kind of ground, this incumbent, the first Latina senator in the U.S., it was going to likely be in Clark County. We'll continue to watch this. We expect first numbers from Nevada after midnight here in the East. We'll be right back. A lot more to come.
Remember the 90s? Your computer could suddenly correct spelling mistakes. That
And of course, that was Las Vegas. With more coverage of CBS News America Decides, the Senate race in Nevada is another contest that polls show super duper tight. The Democrat, Senator Catherine Cortez Masto, the first and only Latina in the Senate, is being challenged by Adam Laxalt, a former attorney general who helped lead former President Donald Trump's effort to overturn Nevada's presidential election results in 2020. Let's check in with CBS News correspondent Manny Bojorquez. Manuel Bojorquez is in Las Vegas at Laxalt's election night headquarters. Manny, when I was on the ground in Vegas, I talked to voters, heard from people who were hearing from both candidates and connecting with them in different ways. I also heard from a Laxalt advisor who was saying, look, even though Cortez Masto is Latina, Latinos here, which are 20% of the electorate, are not necessarily connecting with the identity thing. They're connecting with the economy thing, and they thought that would work. What are you hearing?
That's right. On the GOP side, that's exactly the message. They want people to vote with their pocketbooks. When we talk about Nevada, you have to remember that when it comes to the rate of inflation and gas prices, they're above the national average. So here at the event for Adam Laxalt, the GOP contender tonight, there's a lot of optimism and excitement that message did really resonate with voters in the state. Of course, that remains to be seen. But I also want to tell you that we've checked in on the Democratic side with the incumbents campaign, Catherine Cortez Masto. They say they also feel optimistic about the night. Some interesting points they made, however, that they do not believe that this race will be called tonight. Part of the reason why, they believe there's a large number of mail-in ballots, some that were just put in the mail today that would still qualify to be counted, that have yet to be counted. They believe there's a lot of votes for Democrats among those. So indicating that we may not know the results of this race tonight if it is close.
You know, Manny, it was one of those races where Cortez Masto was considered one of the most, if not the most vulnerable Democrat in the Senate. But then we saw those heavy hitters, former President Obama, former President Clinton, all campaigning for her. We'll see what happens. Manuel Bojorquez, incredible reporting all week in Las Vegas. It's good to see you.
Good to see you, too.
You're watching CBS News coverage of America Decides. We'll have much more from the battleground states and all the big and more local races after this short break. We'll be back.
Some of the Michigan Democrats have taken to the podium there. That is the Michigan Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson. So we're learning some outlets have called the Michigan governor's race for the incumbent Democrat, Gretchen Whitmer. We'll wait to do that until the Associated Press does that. But we'll show you her remarks as well when Whitmer steps up to the podium. But when we return out to New York, we're going to hear from Governor Kathy Hochul. See you in 2 minutes.
Now. For the state of Colorado. So with that, we'll hand it back over to you, Cindy and Paul.
All right, thank you so much, Melina. In the House, Democrats, according to the races we've declared, of 125 seats, while the Republicans sit at 171. In New Hampshire, the U.S. House, Chris Pappas has beat Caroline Leavitt. That's called with 60% of the vote in. He's the incumbent.
In Virginia's 2nd House District, one of the closest House races this election is leaning towards Republicans, with 52% of the votes going to Jen Kiggins.
Good evening and welcome back to ABC News live coverage of the midterm elections. A consequential night here in America, midnight here in the East. We know it's just 9 p.m. in the West. Thank you for watching. Across the country tonight, polls closing at this hour in Hawaii. Alaska, the only state with polls still open, but we still have so many unanswered questions across this country tonight. The midterms are coming into greater focus. Let's dive into the results. Again, 2 key numbers to keep in mind at home. The Senate, the Republicans need a net gain of just 1 Senate seat to take back control of the Senate. They need a net gain at the end of the night. And again, it's still early, believe it or not, when it comes to this. They need a net gain of 5 House seats to take back control of the House. Doesn't appear to be a wave we're witnessing, certainly not in the Senate. And in the House tonight, when you take into context the history of what a president in power faces in the midterm, this is an interesting night, and we're going to dive. So before we explain that, let's just dive into some of these races, and this will actually make more sense to you at home. The Democrat in Ohio won. The Democrat Greg Landsman winning there. That is a switch. He beat Congressman Steve Shabbat. That's a major headline there in Ohio in District 1. We'll get right to Rachel Scott in a moment. Ohio 9 tonight. The Democrat, Congresswoman Marcy Kaptur. The Republicans spent a lot of time. We're going to Ohio 9 now. Marcy Kaptur, they had targeted her. Her district had been changed. She was reintroducing herself in a Republican-leaning district, but the Democrat, the incumbent Marcy Kaptur, holds on. She made the case in the end. Let's go to the middle, that the people in the middle, the moderates of this country, their voices need to be heard. Ohio 13 tonight. The Democrat Amelia Sykes has won in District 13 in Ohio. In North Carolina in 13, we're taking a look at this race. It's on our radar. We're not projecting a winner in North Carolina 13. Oh, we are now. Wiley Nickel. This is a switch. North Carolina, a switch to the Democrats. 99% of the vote in. That's significant. We'll get to Rachel on that as well. And in Florida 10 tonight, Maxwell Frost has won there. Gun control activist. He beat Calvin Wimbish. We know that President Biden has called to congratulate him. Cecilia Vega told us earlier that the president had begun to call Democrats around the country who had pulled off not only upsets, but who had faced tough challenges and still pulled it out tonight. This is not necessarily the picture based on history we thought we would be at given this moment in the night. Doesn't mean Republicans aren't going to take the House, but it's still up in the air.
Yeah, and big picture here, David. You have 2 Republican seats that have flipped to Democrats. You have 6 Democratic seats that have flipped to Republicans. You just gave us some of those projections there. One key theme that I'm seeing here is that you have a lot of Trump allies that are being defeated. Jesse Otto Gilbert was campaigning with former President Donald Trump. Sykes able to win here. This is Tim Ryan's old district. Up here, you have Majewski, who was at that rally on January 6th. Kaptur is the projected winner, the longest serving woman in the House. She'll get another term.
And a lot of people didn't know her in the district because it was completely redrawn. She was reintroducing herself as a moderate Democrat who said, I'll take on both parties.
Exactly. In a place that is just so red and so conservative, trying to appeal to the middle. And another one here where you have Greg Landsman, who is the projected winner against Shabbat, who actually rejected the results of the 2020 election.
All right, Rachel Scott, who's tracking Congress for us. So what does this look like, Nate, at this time of the night? Republicans still are favored to take back the House, but what does it look like?
So North Carolina 13 is not even on our list of core races here. This is the next category over called likely, and Democrats won it. So that shows the playing field is expanding into Republican territory. I would still certainly bet on the GOP to keep the House, but there are now many more pathways that they can actually have a larger range of targets than we're showing here.
You mean to take back control of the House? To
retain control of the House, right, Democrats.
Oh, say that again then, clearly.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is that Democrats now have more opportunities to either flip GOP-held seats like North Carolina 13 or hold seats that we thought they were going to lose potentially. So they need to win the vast majority of these, but if they have additional options out down here, then it becomes more viable. I wouldn't bet on it, but it becomes like a liver proposition.
So earlier in the night when you were talking about Aaron Judge, and you told us that Democrats had like a 16-17% chance of holding on to the House, which is low but not impossible. Where do you think we are at this hour?
The New York Times has an estimate that's about double that now. It's about 30-some%, so still a pretty solid GOP advantage, but you may see it capped at a narrow Republican majority, and the margin of error would include Democrats keeping their majority.
I mean, Mary Bruce, did we think, based on what your sources were telling you, that we would be talking at midnight in the East about the possibility that Democrats would be holding on to the House here?
I don't think so. I mean, I think Democrats really, as Cecilia was mentioning earlier, they thought that the House was pretty much gone. I mean, I think Democrats are feeling very good about this night. Do they think they're still going to hold on to the House? I don't think so. But certainly they think they're doing better than they thought they would. And, I keep thinking about your conversation a couple minutes ago with Senator Coons, of course, a close ally of President Biden's. And he kept saying over and over again that they were beating the historic trend. Repeatedly, he said that, making the point, that even if Democrats don't win back, don't retain the House, that they're still doing better than they expected. And I think the way that he said it was to make the argument that means that Joe Biden is doing better than everyone expected.
Well, I think that's what we're sensing. I mean, listen, these storylines are still emerging, but John Carl, make no mistake. I mean, history would tell us that perhaps the Republicans at the end of the night will be in control of the House, but certainly not by the numbers that we were looking at very early in the night of years past.
This is not the night that Republicans thought they were going to have. They are losing races that they were certain they were going to win. The North Carolina 13 seat, this was Bo Hines. He's 27 years old. He's a former football star for North Carolina State, big Trump guy. They expected he was going to win there. He's lost there. They were expecting they were going to win a seat in Rhode Island. They were saying, we're going to have a Republican in Rhode Island. They lost that seat. They thought they would beat Spanberger in Virginia. They lost that seat. They thought they would beat Marcy Kaptur in Ohio. They lost that seat. So, yes, Republicans still have a lot of ways to get to the mere 5 seats they need to win control. But if they win control of the House, David, this will be a very narrow majority for Republicans.
Really interesting. Governor Christie, does this surprise you?
A little, but I think there's a lot more to come in. I just talked to 3 candidates in New York, 17, 18, and 19. I think all 3 of those are very optimistic they're going to win, including knocking out Maloney. In New Jersey 7, which hasn't been called yet, Tom Kean Jr. is 15,000 votes ahead of the incumbent Democrat with 99% of the vote in. That hasn't been called yet or flipped. So there's still a lot to go. Oregon 5. Up by 5 points in Oregon. So I think there's still a lot more to go. I think you're going to get into, significant double digits, 15 to 20, by the time we get done with the night.
15 to 20. All right. Well, the math certainly still is there, and on the Republican side, it's just not nearly as great as history tells us with some of these previous midterm elections. So we got a long night still ahead of us, but certainly not where we thought we would be, perhaps, based on history. Wisconsin, the Senate race, we haven't looked at this for a while. What are we looking at?
Mandela Barnes is still in this hunt. He is down by about 70,000 votes to Ron Johnson, but taking a look at where the benchmarks are, he's coming close to his marks. Dane County, that's where the bulk of the Democratic vote is going to be. Mandela Barnes is actually doing just a touch better than Joe Biden and just a little bit better also than his benchmark, where he would need to be. That's a really important place. In the WOW counties, right outside Milwaukee, these are always going to be tough for a Democrat. You see Mandela Barnes coming close to his numbers, maybe a little bit behind where he would like to be at this hour. Ozaki, another one of those counties outside Milwaukee. But take a look at where the outstanding vote is. We've only got about 60% of the vote in out of the city of Milwaukee. Mandela Barnes is doing about 2/3 of the vote there. Keep in mind, look at that right there. He is right now winning 83,000 votes out of Milwaukee, but he's losing the state by 70,000. So that means there's a lot more Barnes voters there. That number could very easily shrink as we get more. Again, only about 60% of the vote. That is the bulk of what is out in the state of Wisconsin. That's going to be heavily for Mandela Barnes. He was just absolutely battered by ads hitting him on his positions on crime and other things. Ron Johnson, though, wasn't able to put him away with as much ease as he would have liked.
I see Alex Perez standing by live here in Wisconsin. And Alex, this state is no stranger to very, very close elections.
Yeah, that's right, David. Wisconsin is one of those states that is often a swing state, very close to 50-50. So it comes down to the very last vote, and that's what we're seeing here. Everyone really watching everything as it's happening, watching those returns as they come in. Now, Ron Johnson here, incumbent, seeking his 3rd term. Some would think as an incumbent he would have an edge here, but he's been fighting hard to retain his seat here against Mandela Barnes, seen as a rising star in the Democratic Party. Johnson really focusing much of his time, especially the last few weeks, hitting home some of the same issues we've seen in other Republican races across the country: economy, inflation, and crime, arguing that he's the man to sort of handle these issues moving forward. And David, looking at our exit polls here in Wisconsin, it seems voters believe that he could handle those issues more handedly moving forward here. So this race still too early to call, David, but all eyes here on the Johnson and Mandela Barnes race. Of course, as we know, up for grabs here at stake, control of the Senate. So everyone is paying attention and watching very closely, David.
All right, we're watching right here with you, Alex Perez, in Wisconsin tonight. Alex, thank you. I want to get right over to Lindsay Davis, who's tracking the exit polls. What's Wisconsin telling us tonight?
Yeah, take a look. If you look at the Latino vote, you have Mandela Barnes, who's clearly outperforming with 84% of the vote. Ron Johnson is doing 18 points worse than the last election. The same trend that we're seeing with younger voters for Ron Johnson. First of all, Mandela Barnes with 63% of that age group. Ron Johnson coming in 15 points worse than the last election.
Wow, I want to bring in Heidi Heitkamp. When you look at those demographics, that's really telling. And some of the counties where we still don't have the full vote yet, he's still in the hunt, Mandela Barnes, up against the incumbent Ron Johnson. But this is close.
Yeah, one of the things about Wisconsin is they have a very vibrant Democratic Party organization. You compare it to what we're hearing about Florida, lackluster, not there. If you're going to look at one state party that has really rebuilt itself, and they have diligently went after the youth vote, and I think you're going to see that come through. Now, whether Mandela Barnes can carry enough of Milwaukee, enough of Madison and the suburbs there, but this is far from over. And I will tell you, Ron Johnson is wildly unpopular. And so for Ron Johnson to even be this high, it tells you that's a difficult situation for Mandela Barnes. But I think the youth vote and a great party organization is going to carry him over, and a better organization in the rural areas in Wisconsin.
Still in the hunt. Both sides of this, Mandela Barnes and Ron Johnson, too close to call in Wisconsin. And again, this is one of the key Senate races everyone has factored in to determining whether or not Republicans are able to take back control of the Senate when all is said and done here. I want to bring in Lindsay on to revisit what voters across the country are saying as far as top issues and who they trust to better handle them.
Sure. As far as states that we have exit polls for, there are only 2 states that actually say abortion is top of mind. That's Pennsylvania and Michigan. They are rowing your boat. Other than that, it's economy for across the country is the #1 issue. And in particular, when you look at this, 76% are saying that the condition of the economy is not good. If we take just a little bit of a deeper dive, you have 47%. That's nearly half of voters who are saying that their economic situation is worse now than it was 2 years ago. Now, of the 40 years that ABC News has been keeping track of exit polls, that's the highest number of dissatisfaction since 1982, since we've been keeping track of that. And once again, just to reiterate that we have the majority of voters, 55%, when the economy, when inflation is high, in this particular election cycle, voters are saying they trust Republicans to handle inflation by 55%.
Fascinating. Rebecca Jarvis is also with us tonight. And Rebecca, I just wanted to ask you this question because we've watched some of these races that are going to be determining who controls the Senate. New Hampshire, Maggie Hassan was able to hold on in New Hampshire. Michael Bennet able to hold on in Colorado. And so while Lindsay points a picture of Americans at the exit polls saying they trust Republicans on the economy in a couple of these very key states, they decided to stay the course with the Democrats. So there's going to be a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking about perhaps messaging that worked in the end in a couple of these states that didn't get enough attention.
I am willing to wait for that, and when we win, and I think it will be within hours, we will declare victory, and we will get to work turning this around. No more incompetency and no more corruption in Arizona elections. Now, I love you. I love you. I kind of feel like it's a Groundhog Day. We had November 3rd, 2020. That was called Incompetency 101. Then we had August 2nd, 2022, Incompetency in Elections 202. And now we're at Incompetency in Elections 303. We need honest elections, and we're going to bring them to you, Arizona. I assure you of that. The system we have right now does not work. We, the people, deserve to know on election night the winner and the loser. and we will bring that kind of election back to Arizona. I assure you of that. I love you too. I'm looking out, guys, I'm looking out here at these beautiful faces of the children. Put your hand up if you're a young one in this audience, if you're a child. This is what it is about. We got involved for our children, and we will not stop fighting until we have every legal vote counted. So we're going to be patient. We're going to be patient, guys. We're going to wait. Right now, I told you the votes that are coming in are going our way, 81, 85, and 87%. And we will take the victory when it comes, and we will turn this around. Thank you, everybody. Let the partying begin. We know this movement is just beginning.
43%. That's why we've gone from toss-up to, I'll leave it at that, toss-up to lean Democrat. Nora?
Major, what does it mean that he hasn't conceded, but Dr. Oz hasn't conceded, but he did come to the podium to thank his campaign workers?
So that's
proud of the job that they've done. What does that mean?
That is a graceful maneuver in politics to basically say, you know, I don't have it yet, and I may not have it, but I still have so many supporters who really wish I could win, hope I could win, and I want to recognize them. But that sounds to me, because I've heard lots of speeches like this, Bob Costa has, Ed O'Keefe has, Nancy Cordes has, preparatory to not making it across the finish line.
You agree with that, Bob Costa?
I guess I'm chopped liver.
Me too.
Yeah, Margaret.
Something really interesting happening right now. You look at Arizona, you look at what's going on with Dr. Oz in Pennsylvania. What do you see from Kari Lake and Dr. Oz, both endorsed by former President Donald Trump? Kari Lake adopted the Steve Bannon Trump playbook in Arizona. I've been texting with Senator Roy Blunt, the retiring senator, Republican from Missouri, and he says Mitch McConnell has been trying to get top candidates who can win across the map, but that wasn't always possible because some of these Trump-endorsed candidates were winning. McConnell got behind Herschel Walker, got behind a lot of these Trump-endorsed candidates, but we're now seeing some of these Trump candidates having a tough time.
Wow, so if some of these big Trump candidates in the Senate don't perform, will Trump get the blame for it?
Well, he wants to have that big announcement next Tuesday at Mar-a-Lago, and if some of them go down, it may not be as cheery a message as he would have hoped.
It's not a big announcement, Bob. It's a very, 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 very big.
I'm sure that's a direct quote.
There's a difference. There's a difference.
Yes, exactly. What is it with the three berries in front?
There's a difference.
There is a difference. Let's check in with Scott McFarland, because as we're getting these new race characterizations, I think we should go back to the board. As early in the night, I reported that Senator Rick Scott, who's the chairman of the National Republican Senatorial Committee, told me he thought 52 seats was the minimum for him.
And accomplish even more for the next 4 years. Our best
speech there.
Work hard to better the lives of all. Tonight, you put your faith in me, and I will never let you down. Never let you down, New York. Thank you for your love and your support. Together, we're moving upward, onward and upward. And may God bless all of you, the great state of New York and the United States of America. Thank you, New York. I love you.
You were just listening in there to Kathy Hochul in New York giving that speech here on election night. And of course, here is what we're looking at numbers-wise in terms of that midterm election race and that New York governor race. Kathy Hochul leading 54% to 46%, some 400,000 votes leading right now. So far, though, Lee Zeldin did speak, and he spoke for about 7 minutes, did not concede, though, to Governor Hochul. Instead, he said there's still over 1.4 million Election Day votes that need to be counted. He certainly believes he will continue to close that gap. That's a race we're continuing to watch here on Live Now from Fox into the night as it's past midnight into early Wednesday morning in New York, as we will likely hear some results over the next couple days in a lot of races in terms of midterms. I want to shift gears, though, now as we continue to focus on other races, including out of Arizona. And there's a big race in terms of the governor race in Arizona. And right now, these are the numbers we're looking at here on Live Now from Fox. Katie Hobbs with a big lead, and thanks in large part to the votes in Maricopa County right now, 57% to 43% for Kari Lake, the GOP nominee there. Katie Hobbs on the Democratic side. We just heard from the Republican Party and Kari Lake just a little bit ago from the Phoenix area. Let's dive right back into her remarks. There are quick remarks before we get into other races from around the country next.
How many of you remember a couple months ago, August 2nd, the primary election? Wasn't that long ago? We came out and they said, oh, wow, they're 10 points down. The fake news was asking us to concede. And we kept climbing, climbing, climbing. We turned 15 points around and we won by 5 points. I just want you to know it's early. It's very early, and if we have to take this fight through, we will. If it takes hours or days, we will. But the great news is every single drop of election ballots that have come in the last 3 drops have shown us up 85%, 87%, 81%. I just want the propagandists back there to know, don't embarrass yourselves. Don't embarrass yourselves. Don't do it again. You've done it too many times. But what I want you to know is that the same movement we had last night at that rally in Prescott, the same movement we had at that rally in Scottsdale, the same movement we had at the rallies we've had before with record people is the same movement we have right this second. Nothing has changed. And I want you to know we are going to monitor the ballots. We got to work in this system that we have right now. And as they continue to come in and our numbers go up, up, up like they did last time, when we win, first line of action is to restore honesty to Arizona elections. Now, God did not put us on this fight because it was going to be easy. Not one thing that we've had to go through has been easy. We beat back a billionaire in the establishment, okay? Let's just be frank. We have had everyone come against us, tens of millions of dollars in spending coming against us. Nothing has been easy. When corruption has risen to the level that it's at right now, it takes tough, strong people. Are you tough and strong? Are you willing to continue this fight? Are you willing for incompetency to play itself out and the victory to come at us? I am willing to wait for that, and when we win, and I think it will be within hours, we will declare victory, and we will get to work turning this around. No more incompetency and no more corruption in Arizona elections. Now, I love you. I love you. I kind of feel like it's a Groundhog Day. We had November 3rd, 2020. That was called Incompetency 101. Then we had August 2nd, 2022, Incompetency in Elections 202. And now we're at Incompetency in Elections 303. We need honest elections, and we're going to bring them to you, Arizona. I assure you of that. The system we have right now does not work. We, the people, deserve to.
And we follow the flood of results coming in on this pivotal midterm election night. So glad you're streaming with us. We're going to get straight to the latest numbers now as votes continue to be counted across the nation. In the state of Nevada, the Senate race between Democratic incumbent Catherine Cortez Masto versus GOP challenger Adam Laxalt still up in the air. And that is exactly where we find our Janae Norman. Janae, you have reported tonight on a push to keep the polls open longer in Clark County, which includes Las Vegas. What's the latest?
Well, Kira, a judge has denied that push by Democratic incumbent Senator Catherine Cortez Masto to try to keep some polling locations open later in Clark County. In the lawsuit that we read through, she cited about 8 polling locations here in Clark County that she says had either printer paper issues or some kind of issues throughout the day that created long lines, and also cited that some of them didn't open right at 7 a.m. as they were supposed to. Polling places here have to be open for 12 hours on election day, so urging those to be kept open later to make up for that time, but a judge denying that. And since then, Kira, in the last few minutes, the Nevada Democratic Party sent out a note basically saying that they understand that we may not have official results tonight, citing not having the people power to count all of the hand-delivered paper ballots. So it seems that the Democratic Party is trying to tamper down expectations tonight. We just heard Democratic Senator Jackie Rosen here saying that we may not know the results until later this week.
And I was just hearing the Spanish behind you there, some potentially concerning numbers for Democrats when it comes to Latino votes and turnout. Tell us more.
Well, that is absolutely a key demographic that both parties have been courting Republican challenger Adam Laxalt with Spanish-speaking ads trying to court some of those voters, but especially for incumbent Senator Catherine Cortez Masto,
Yes.
sorry. She is the Senate's first and only Latina, and she is from this area, so she's been leaning into her roots. She's a third-generation Nevadan and really trying to get some of those votes. 4 out of 5 Latinos in the state of Nevada are said to live here in Clark County. As you said, it's the county that encompasses Las Vegas, so a really important county for Catherine Cortez Masto as she tries to maintain that Democratic stronghold, but Adam Laxalt trying to take a bite out of that, Kira.
All right, Janae, thanks so much. And now projected winners starting to take the stage to address their supporters. Let's take it to ABC News projected winner in the Ohio Senate race. Trump-backed Republican J.D. Vance beating out Democratic Congressman Tim Ryan. He spoke just a few minutes ago.
Thank you to the Ohio Republican Party. We just got a chance to govern. We just got a great chance to govern, and we need to use it. And I promise to all of my friends who are going to be at the State House, to all of my friends who are going to be at the state capitol, we need better leadership in Washington, D.C., and that's exactly what I promise to fight for every single day.
And in Georgia, Republican Brian Kemp projected to be reelected as the state's governor, beating Democratic challenger Stacey Abrams. This is how he addressed his supporters tonight.
Well, thank y'all so much. It looks like the reports of my political death have been greatly exaggerated.
It is your vote, your voice tonight. And these midterm elections already making history as results from across America keep flooding in as control of Congress is still up for grabs. We're so glad that you're streaming with us here on ABC News Live tonight. Much more ahead, straight ahead.
ABC News, America's #1.
Let's talk about BetterHelp. If you ever feel anxious, depressed, stressed, overwhelmed by the world being very much on fire, BetterHelp can step in with their fleet of licensed therapists who are trained to listen and help you. 2 years ago, when the lockdown started, I think that
One news source.
Of the races thus far. So as you can see, okay,
well, I was hoping this map would have some of the gradients showing, but as you can see, most of the rural counties are red. The blue counties are mostly, located in the cities. But again, as this develops, it looks like at the very least it's heading more and more towards the direction of about 28 for the Republicans, with about 2 seats having flipped thus far. But we'll get back to that in a later segment. Now, I wanted to focus a bit on the Senate map. If you go to the next slide. So for the last maybe 30 or 40 minutes, I've been crunching the numbers in regards to the Senate. So I really want to give you a kind of a high-level overview for what I think will happen next. Because the Senate, who controls the Senate, it's kind of an interesting situation in terms of what I think will happen next. So like I mentioned, the Democrats currently need 4 seats, while the Republicans need 5 in order to take control of the Senate. Now, Washington is almost certainly going to go to the Democrats. Alaska, their polls will be closing in about 30 minutes. Almost certainly it'll be Murkowski. That'll go red. Now, here are the races to watch out for. You have Arizona. Mark Kelly is sitting at about 58% with half of the votes in, about 50% of the votes in. He's at 58%. Unless something drastic changes in that race, which it could happen, you never know. But that is looking like it will be blue because, I mean, again, you just never know, but it's looking like it's trending in that direction. If you take a look at Pennsylvania right now, with about 82% of the vote in, Fetterman and Oz are really neck and neck right here. But they have about a 44,000 point difference with Fetterman in the lead. But first of all, that is enough for Oz to overcome if about the rest of the votes that come in, the remaining 16% that come in, vote at least 52% in Oz's favor. If that happens, Oz can take it. Otherwise, what will most likely happen is, sort of regardless of the results, there will be lawsuits in Pennsylvania for the remainder of the weeks to come, maybe like the next month at least. In order to see which of the mail-in ballots will be counted. There's a lot of kind of back and forth legal judgments in terms of which ballots to count, whether they have dates written on them, whether they were sent to voters who were pre-registered or not properly. So this will likely go into the legal battlefront. Wisconsin is with 84% of the vote in, it's leaning towards Johnson. Again, it could be a toss-up, but what it'll just look like is happening. Washington will go blue, Arizona will go blue, Wisconsin will go red. Again, this is just my sort of back-of-the-envelope prediction here. It could not be, but I'm just giving you what I think will happen. Furthermore, Georgia, now this is an interesting situation here. With 90% of the vote in, Walker and his opponent, Warnock, are neck and neck. They have literally a 2,000 vote difference. Now, pretty much regardless of how this actually turns out today, it will go to a runoff because neither of them got over 50%. And in Georgia, that means a runoff election in December. Now, this could be a good thing or bad thing for both Walker and for Warnock because, first of all, the Libertarian candidate in this race got 76,000 votes. So if it goes to a runoff between the Republican and Democrat, well, those 76,000 Libertarian votes will likely, typically the way it works, will go to the Republican Party. On the flip side, however, so that's kind of a plus for Herschel Walker. The negative for him, though, is once all these races are over and all the national media attention is on Georgia, because it'll be like the last remaining race, a lot of the sort of, you can say, what's the proper word here? Let's say scandals or problems in Walker's campaign, they'll have a national spotlight on them. So we'll see how it works out. There's kind of pluses and minuses, but that's what I believe will happen. After tonight, most of the races will be determined, and Pennsylvania and Georgia will have to, well, definitely go into December and likely also go into December. And so in terms of who will control the Senate, we likely will not know tonight. Again, just my prediction. We'll see by tomorrow whether this prediction panned out or not. The other thing I wanted to mention is, if I have a second, they'll tell me in my earpiece if I don't. Besides all these races for the House, Senate, gubernatorial, and Senate, and State Senate, Oregon passed an interesting new ordinance. They changed their, it's called Measure 114. It passed, and what it basically means is they made changes to the gun ownership and purchase requirements if you want to buy a gun. Basically, if you want to buy a gun in Oregon, they have now some of the most stringent requirements. You have to get a permit from your local law enforcement officer, provide photo ID, fingerprints. You have to go through safety training, a background check, and pay a fee payment, which I guess the most stringent aspect of that is that you are now required to get a permit issued by your local law enforcement officer. So that's what's going on there. Check in with me in about 30 minutes or maybe 30 to 60 minutes, depending on whether it'll be me or Marlena, and I'll give you an update on the House races. Now, Cindy and Paul, back to you.
All right. Thanks, Roman. We promise we'll be back with you a little later. But now we're going to go to Katie Spence, who is on the ground in Arizona. She's been following governor's race there. She's got some interviews lined up for us. Katie, what have you got?
Hi, we're coming to you live from Scottsdale, Arizona, where Kari Lake just took the stage a little while ago. Right now, the polls are showing that she is down about 200,000 votes, but that is early voting. That is mail-in ballots, and we probably won't get an accurate count of in-person voting until tomorrow morning. I am standing here with John and Rita, and we are going to get their impression of tonight. John, what did you think of what Kari Lake just said?
I think she's fine. I'm sure she would have liked to seen the call tonight, but she understands the process. And Arizona's been slow at the polls a few times recently, so I think she's fine. She's understands it's a little process.
Yeah, it really is a long process.
On live now from Fox. We're going to continue on and shift gears to the other side of the country as Washington State has a very couple key races there that we're watching here on live now from Fox. I want to bring in one of our commentators here, Brandy Cruz. She's certainly a commentator, a host in Seattle of the Undivided podcast. Brandy, thank you so much for joining us here on live now from Fox. Obviously, we also already heard from Patty Murray tonight. Give us a little bit of breakdown of what you're watching tonight and in that key race there with Patty Murray taking it.
Well, as you've been talking about, Republicans obviously had some gains nationally, but Republicans in Washington State, I'm sure, aren't too pleased with how things are going tonight. You know, right now, Tiffany Smiley's 14 points behind Patty Murray, who is a 5-term incumbent. Patty Murray got up this evening. She declared victory in that race. She thinks 14 points is enough. I know some networks have called the race as well. Tiffany Smiley also spoke to her reporters just east of Seattle this evening and said that they're not going to give up yet. She thinks that once all the votes are counted, they could turn the tide. But look, I think Tiffany Smiley will make up a little ground. I will say I'm pretty surprised by where the results are now. Polling had put Tiffany Smiley on a steady rise over the last 2 months. And just last week, Real Clear Politics called the race a toss-up. And so Republicans in Washington State, which is a very blue state, thought, oh my gosh, we have a chance at this thing. And so to see after this first drop of ballots, which was about 1.7 million ballots, a little under half of ballots to be counted here, to see Tiffany Smiley so far behind, given the consistency of polling showing her edging on Patty Murray, is a surprise.
And Patty has been in that seat for quite some time. Was maybe that just the fact that she's been there so long maybe showed that Republicans maybe they got a little bit ahead of themselves a little bit in that regard?
Well, I think Republicans in Washington State tend to get ahead of themselves a bit because when they have a good candidate, and I think Tiffany Smiley was a good candidate, she has a remarkable backstory. You know, she worked as a nurse. Her husband was blinded serving our country overseas. And she took on VA reform and worked with Democrats and Republicans in Washington, D.C. to try to achieve it. I mean, that's a remarkable story for a candidate to launch a Senate campaign with. And so I think Republicans just got really excited about the prospect of having someone like Tiffany Smiley, kind of a fighter. And they tend to kind of get in their echo chamber and get a little bit amped up. But, you know, Patty Murray being in the Senate for 30 years, I mean, that can work against her as well, right? And that's what Tiffany Smiley tried to say in this campaign is, hey, it's time for her to go. She's been in this job too long. Washington voters obviously don't think so.
And obviously that is a race we're continuing to watch with those points, like you said, her being up quite a bit. But another race, I want to put up the balance of power right now because there are a couple congressional races in the state of Washington that probably won't get called tonight as we're just approaching midnight there on the West Coast. Tell me a little bit about this one, especially that 8th congressional that we're continuing to watch here with Kim Schreier and Matt Larkin. What are we seeing from that race right now, late after the polls close?
Yeah, you're exactly right. We won't be able to call that race tonight. And I would say it's actually pretty close. I think it could go either way at this point, but Kim Schreier is holding on to her seat as of right now. And Matt Larkin is more conservative than other Republicans who have tried to take that seat. This has been a swing seat since 2018. Kim Schreier won it pretty narrowly both times around because it's a seat that had always belonged to Republicans. And so now you have Matt Larkin who's trying to claim that seat. It's just for your edification, it's a district, a congressional district that sits east of Seattle in the suburbs of Seattle. But it's really interesting because it spans east and west of Washington. It's split in half by the Cascade Mountains. So you've got kind of this half rural, half suburban district. And so if Republicans can reclaim it, it might be a district they can keep for a long time again, but too close right now, and Kim Schreier is still ahead. The other race that's really interesting is Washington's 3rd congressional district. So as you know, Washington, we had 2 Republican members of Congress who voted to impeach Donald Trump. One of them in the 3rd congressional district, Jamie Herrera Butler, she didn't even make it past the primary. She was primaried by a pro-Trump challenger. His name is Joe Kent. Joe Kent made it past the primary, and tonight, Joe Kent is actually losing in that district to a Democrat, Marie Perez. This has been a red district that obviously Jamie Herrera Butler held on to until she voted to impeach Trump. I think that Joe Kent will make up voting in later counts. So again, that one's too close to call, but right now he is behind.
And both of those races, as we're continuing to look on the AP, about a 10,000 vote difference between those two candidates. So obviously we're still waiting. When can we expect to see something like this called? How long would it take? Into tomorrow, maybe the next day?
Yeah, it's kind of fun for us in Washington to watch the rest of the states sort of get used to this mail-in voting life. We have been living this life for a long time. We've never had races that are called on election night. And so what we'll see is tomorrow afternoon another big drop of ballots. And then I would say in those closer races, probably Thursday, we'll have enough votes counted to be able to call all of our congressional races, including those 2 in the 8th and the 3rd, that could very well help swing the balance of power in one direction or the other in the U.S. House.
Definitely. Thank you so much, Brandy Cruz, for joining us here. Obviously a commentator and host of the Undivided podcast there out of the Seattle area. I appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
My pleasure.
All right. Thank you so much. As we continue on, and I want to put up those numbers once more of this 8th congressional district there in Washington. You see Kim Schreier leading by about 10,000 votes over Matt Larkin. This is a key race that Brandy Cruz was just talking about here on Live Now from Fox as we stretch into the late night hours here on the West Coast. Of course, we heard from Patty Murray earlier tonight here, and I want to take you out to those remarks from her as she continues to take that race. You saw her takes it in the Washington Senate. She is an incumbent sometimes over, so she took that race over Tiffany Smiley. Let's listen in to her remarks here on Live Now from Fox.
You all showed up to make sure Washington State had a voice in the Senate that would fight to codify Roe into law and make sure every woman in this country has that right. You showed up to make sure we would protect this democracy for future generations and fight so that every American's voice would be heard in the elections. You showed up to do that. You all showed up so that we could keep building an economy that works for families like every one of yours, not giant corporations and billionaires. You know, I've always said elections need to be about a candidate's ideas and their values and their accomplishments. Do you all think that we should finally let Medicare negotiate lower drug costs? Do you believe that climate change is real and it's time to take action? Do you believe that everyone should be able to count on Social Security? Well, you showed up for that. And let me just say, do you think Mitch McConnell should be the leader of the U.S. Senate? We are going to make sure he is not. You know, the choice really couldn't have been more clear in this election. And Washington, I think you made the right choice. Thank you. I know most of you know my story by now, that I got involved in politics because a legislator in Olympia told me that you're just a mom in tennis shoes and you can't make a difference. I would like you to look at my family behind me. We make a difference. Right? And you all made a difference. You made yourselves heard with your voices and your vote, and we won. And I am ready to go back to the Senate to keep on fighting for our families, the ones like yours and mine. And I want to just say to all of you who don't know, I grew up in a family of 9. This is only about a third of them behind me. To the rest of you that are out there, thank you for being in my heart and being a part of this. And to all of my family behind me, I couldn't be where I am without you. It takes a village, and I got one. Thank you. So I want you to know you can keep on counting on me to do everything I can to keep lowering the cost of prescription drugs and health care and tackle the affordable housing crisis. And by the way, as I was on my way down here, President Biden called me to congratulate me, which I appreciated. But I said, thank you, Joe. And by the way, we now need to get child care done. Thank you. You know, we have a lot of work to do. We need to get our children's learning back on track. We need to invest in mental health care. We need to tackle the substance use crisis. But you all gave me the ability now to go back and take your voices and be your vote and your champion in the United States Senate to get that done. And I want you to know, I so appreciate it. I so appreciate all of you in Washington State for giving me the honor of being your voice and your vote and fighting for you.
Ads by Republicans were on the issue of crime, and they were really trying to hammer Mandela Ball.
Being too aggressive on a call like this. Just even looking out in Western Pennsylvania, where John Fetterman's from, the fact that he's overperforming where he needs to go. This is a county that is always on the map. Joe Biden was able to bring Erie County back to the Democrats when he won. And guess what? John Fetterman is doing a little bit better than the benchmark would suggest, a little bit better than Joe Biden. I talked to the Fetterman campaign. They said their map is basically the Biden map, and they seem to be recreating that and maybe a little more than that. Right now, it would seem to be on track for doing a little bit better. That's Joe Biden's hometown. John Fetterman is doing 3 points better than Joe Biden did.
Yeah, well, that's incredible. He's going to love hearing that tonight. Listen, if he gets a win out of Pennsylvania, he won't mind that number that you just cited. Now, the reason you think, and we're being very conservative on this and careful, obviously, but you're talking about day of vote. This is still today's vote. Sometimes that can lean more Republican, but it's still in heavily Democratic areas that we're waiting for the vote to come in.
That's right. And specifically in Philadelphia, we had a Republican lawsuit that was meant to create another barrier to a quick report that would create some more procedural hurdles of matching all of the data before it was released. The commissioners there that oversee the election decided just this morning they were going to be more cautious in releasing that vote. And that's why we're seeing this delay out of Philadelphia. Otherwise, I think we'd see a lot more vote in right now. And if the vote was like the other vote, you'd be seeing big numbers, presumably for John Fetterman.
No, this is an incredible race to watch. We knew we'd be watching Pennsylvania at this hour. Now let's go to Georgia, Rick, and where that stands now.
Yeah, so in Georgia right now, just in the last 10, 20 minutes or so, we've seen the numbers flip. Raphael Warnock now has a numeric advantage over Herschel Walker. And what you're seeing for this Warnock campaign is he's hitting those benchmarks just about everywhere. You can take a look right here in Fulton County, just a touch above. These is big, big votes. We heard Steve Osunsami talking about Gwinnett County. Again, just a point above. In fact, There was the data from this county, just north of Atlanta, these northern suburbs that have gone so Democratic recently. That is such an important thing for the Warnock campaign. We're also seeing him overperform slightly what he needs to do in Savannah. I'm looking at these numbers right now, and I'm saying, okay, a 12,000 vote edge, that's nothing. But the race is to 50, and that's going to be hard to get based on what's out there now. We're talking about 94% of the expected vote that's in right now. It's going to be hard to get past 50%, and that would mean we're in a runoff.
Rachel, I know you're also tracking Georgia because you traveled through covering this campaign. You want to show us any of the counties you were in? And again, this would appear, I mean, you guys were reporting this together night after night on World News, that we'd be looking at Pennsylvania and Georgia this late in the game. And here we are, dead heat in both of these states.
We've been laser focused on this race because it just has been so tight. It couldn't get any closer than this Georgia Senate race. I was on the ground in this state right as those allegations against Herschel Walker broke that he paid for a woman's abortion. We started in Atlanta. We followed him all across the rural parts of the state. An interesting strategy that he was doing here, trying to firm up some reliably red parts of the state, right? Rural voters, voters that would back him. It was interesting talking to voters right here in Cobb County, for instance, where Republican and independent-leaning conservatives told me that they saw this more so as a choice. They saw it as a choice between the Democrats running to the Senate or Republicans running the Senate. They didn't agree with everything that Herschel Walker said. Even some of them that had abortion at the top of their list maybe had some issues, maybe were turned off by those allegations that he denies. But they saw this as a clear choice between which party is going to be in control in Washington.
Well, this is incredible, John. Let's widen out big picture here. It's now 1 a.m. in the morning, almost 10 minutes from now. And we're dealing with not necessarily, when it comes to the Senate anyway, any massive wave on either side. I mean, it looks like, we said at the beginning of the night, crucial midterms in a divided America. And look at Pennsylvania, look at Georgia, 49-49 in both states.
I mean, here's what I would tell you, big picture. I can't tell you if the Republicans ultimately are going to win the Senate. They might. I can't tell you if they're likely to win the House. It sure looks like they could. But what I can tell you is the biggest loser tonight is Donald Trump. His candidates, his hand-picked candidates, lost in states Republicans thought they could win. In New Hampshire with Bolduc, in Pennsylvania with Mastriano. The fact that you have his hand-picked candidates for Senate in Pennsylvania, Oz, in Georgia, Herschel Walker, both, struggling. Again, we don't know what the results are there, but these were states Republicans thought they were going to be able to flip. And on the flip side of this, who won tonight on the Republican side? It was Republicans who went up against Donald Trump. It was Brian Kemp in Georgia winning. It was Chris Sununu in New Hampshire, really tough critic of Trump, who didn't have Trump's endorsement, who won handedly. It was Ron DeSantis, who didn't have Trump's endorsement and has won by a huge margin in Florida. So the people that stood either opposed to Donald Trump or not with help from Donald Trump have won. Those that Donald Trump brought to this race have so far either lost or are losing.
So a follow-up to that, though, let's drill down to the congressional districts, because you were talking about a lot of big ticket races, right? And that's absolutely true. But we still are dealing with a number. Hey, Rick, can you want to pull up the election deniers? I think we were dealing with about 100 or so election deniers winning in the House of Representatives. And again, this is not a race for Senate or a race for governor, but this is still representative of what we're going to see in Congress as far as people who don't believe Joe Biden won the election in 2020.
Yeah, but I have to say, though, even on this point, and that's an alarming number, no doubt, but in terms of the offices that really matter for the administrating of elections, the election deniers are not winning by and large. If you look at Mastriano, Pennsylvania, he appoints, the governor of Pennsylvania appoints the Secretary of State. He lost decisively. Mark Fincham, the running for Secretary of State out in Arizona, visited, was there at the Capitol on January 6th. We haven't called that race yet, but he's trailing badly. The Secretary of State candidate in Michigan for the Republicans, another election denier, lost. So, yes, a lot of these House members who voted to overturn results are getting reelected, not surprising. But in those races that really matter in terms of administering elections, so far, not a big wave there.
And just to follow up to this conversation, Terry Moran, does this mean, though, when you're looking at the House of Representatives, that when it comes to election deniers, it's a hyper-local issue in America, and it depends on the community that you're representing?
Well, maybe, but I think a lot of those are incumbent Republicans already. It is a loyalty test within the Republican Party, but I'd like to mention a name that hasn't been mentioned here, Liz Cheney. It turns out that there are a small but significant number of Liz Cheney Republicans that cannot go along with the craziest end of the election-denying business. And that can hurt people like Kari Lake. That can hurt people like Doug Mastriano. And there is that segment of the Republican Party that did not go along with Trump, certainly in 2020, and that are growing farther and farther away from him. It is a bad night for Trump. And while it's not a good night for Liz Cheney, she's not going to be in Congress, her influence, and she really is a stand-in for all of those ordinary Republicans who are not that way and don't like people who are that way and won't go out and vote for them.
Very interesting. And if Kevin McCarthy does become House Speaker, he still, Martha, deals with a fractured Congress, given that graphic.
He certainly does. And I know you got to go.
So, something out of your control found its way online. It happens. Not all interactions are in our control, and oftentimes the unflattering ones end up online accompanied by red flashing lights and sirens. Whether it's negative or untrue information, clickbait, or just something you didn't want people to easily find, unfair search results influence the way people perceive us. These days, the first page of search results acts as your first impression to the world. But how are you supposed to make a good one when your narrative isn't in your control? That's where we step in. Your best self deserves to be on the first page, and our experts are here to get you there. At Diamond Links, we use a unique set of strategies and tools to create results-driven campaigns that put your best foot forward while shoving unwanted information to the back. By restoring your reputation, we make the internet work for you, not against you, and we're kind of experts at it. In fact, we've helped many people restore their online reputation, providing each with customized solutions unique to their situations. And we don't just help people, we provide online reputation management services for businesses of all sizes. From the reputation of a local shop or a major corporation to an individual professional like a city manager or a lawyer, Diamond Links has got you covered. But we don't stop there. Since information is continuously posted online, we work to maintain your shiny image, protecting your opportunity to make a great first impression at all times. So now that you know how it works, are you ready to restore your search results with Diamond Links?
Step counts don't shave time off your miles. Data without direction doesn't guide you forward. And what is your wearable tracking if it's plugged in or on the sidelines? Engineered to be worn 24/7 so you never miss a beat. Whoop only tracks metrics that matter. All backed by MDs and PhDs, trusted by MVPs, so you can turn today's habits into tomorrow's potential. No screens, no distractions, just science.
evening, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips in our nation's capital, the House and Senate at stake as America votes, and we are following the flood of results coming in on this high-stakes midterm election night. So glad you're streaming with us. Now to those candidates at battle in key races, like in the state of Wisconsin, where incumbent Democratic Governor Tony Evers is locked in a close race with his GOP challenger, Tim Michels. And all eyes are on that Senate race as well between incumbent Republican
not so
Hill focus, a congressional focus. And one thing that I hear frequently, and it's usually, I really hope Trump doesn't run in 24. They won't say that on the record. They won't say it, out loud. But I suspect we might begin, in fact, we probably will begin to be hearing more of that kind of thing out loud as a result of this tremendous win that DeSantis has had.
Do you ask the follow-up of why?
I think Trump is not as strong as people think he has been and is, and some of the results tonight suggest that. Mastriano in Pennsylvania, for example. And Ron DeSantis is clearly much stronger than he was perceived before the election.
You think Trump has lost strength? Is that what we're saying, Mark? You think his best days are behind him?
I don't know if his best days are behind him. I think he was in much better shape before Saturday when he called DeSantis sanctimonious. And I would think that had he known on Saturday that, Florida was going to be such a tremendous win for DeSantis that maybe he might not have said something like that.
How do you square these circles, Mark, between the major win in Florida and the kind of really weak performance for Republicans basically everywhere else?
I think the second most significant thing about today is that the polls, again, were wrong. And the fact that they have been pretty good on the Senate races. Most of the Senate races, as we thought they would be, have been very close. The House, the Virginia 7 district, for example, I really expected, and I think a lot of folks expected, that Spanberger would lose. And yet she won, and fairly comfortably. And yet, just east of her district in Virginia 2, in Norfolk, Kiggins won a big victory over Congresswoman Luria, who was a member of the January 6th committee. So, I don't know.
What does it mean, Mark, for Republicans going, and not just Trump, but Republicans in general going into 2024? Look, they had a lot of tailwinds, right? Inflation seemed to be a big issue. As Cindy pointed out to somebody just now, like, are voters voting on these issues? That they're polling on them, but are they really voting on them?
That is a great question, and I suspect, Paul, that the answer is that 6 months from now, the political significance of what happened today will have faded substantially, because there will be a reset on Capitol Hill. The Republicans are going to get the House, maybe by only a few votes, but they're going to have control. And that means the policy agenda for Biden, it's not going to get much further than it already has. And it also means that in the next 2 years, especially the House Republicans will be documenting a case against Biden. And that being the case, looks to me like everything is still open as far as 24.
Let me ask you a question. What if it's the case for Republicans, okay, they get the House by a seat or two, but what happens if there's the likes of an Adam Kinzinger or somebody else who stymies all of these kind of plans and promises?
From what I have seen of the new Republican candidates that are coming in, they do tend to be very much more towards the populist side of the equation, and that minimizes, I think, the possibility of a kissing Adam Kinzinger.
He wanted to show Pennsylvania.
Every moment counts on a night like this. An hour ago, we were characterizing this race as a toss-up. Then we went to lean Democrat. Now we've gone to likely Democrat for the Democratic nominee, John Fetterman. Why? Let me show you. In general, if you're a Democrat and you're going to carry the state of Pennsylvania, what do you have to do? We've talked a lot about Philadelphia and the surrounding suburbs. You need to move some of that blue up to the northeastern part of the state, hold Center County. That's where Penn State University is. I'll go back to the regular map. Get Erie County and then Allegheny. That's where Pittsburgh is. John Fetterman is doing that. Let me go through the what vote remains. With 90% in, obviously 10% outstanding. Let's work through our numbers. What would Mehmet Oz need, the Republican nominee, to overtake John Fetterman's current lead? He would need 57% of the outstanding vote. We currently estimate his threshold is 45%. So that's a big gap between what he would need to overtake John Fetterman and what we believe he's likely to get. And here's one of the reasons why. Where's the outstanding vote of that 10%, Nora, on the table? Where did I say a Democrat needs to do well in Pennsylvania statewide? The suburbs around Philadelphia, Philadelphia itself, and Erie, Allegheny, Center County, all of that, that's where the outstanding vote is. That's why we have shifted this from lean Democrat to likely Democrat.
Major, when I texted a senior Democratic official in the last hour or two, I said, how's Fetterman doing? And they noted that Fetterman was outperforming Biden in some areas. Is that true?
That very well may be true. Let's take a look. Here's the presidential race in 2020. So you can see this is that all those counties are basically the same, but they're a little bluer for John Fetterman. So he is outperforming Biden, if only by a little, but every little bit of outperforming Joe Biden in a presidential election would certainly count. And that's what all the data so far indicate. That's why we've shifted it to likely Dem.
All right, we want to dig in on those other races. I know, because Gail is sitting there, too. I mean, we're just looking at, like, all this, so interested about Georgia, Arizona. But just a second, because I do want to check in with Jerika Duncan, because she is in Pittsburgh at John Fetterman's campaign headquarters. Wow, Jerika, it sounds like the party's started.
Yes. Absolutely. I'm watching people hug each other. They're excited. They're clapping. They're cheering Fetterman's name. A lot of excitement here. This is someone who was a lieutenant governor, said that he visited all 67 counties and listened to people. And the people listened to him and they believed him. And as you predicted, or as we're predicting in these results, that he won this seat. I want to read the tweet really quickly that just came in about 10 minutes ago from him. He said, "It's official. I will be the next U.S. Senator for Pennsylvania. We bet on the people of Pennsylvania, and you didn't let us down, and I won't let you down. Thank you." Again, what Robert Costa was saying just about him coming back from a stroke, and what an incredible story, Robert. I didn't realize that you were supposed to meet with him the day that it happened. But for him to come back, have to own the fact that he had some issues and he mushed words together, as he put it. But as he said throughout this campaign, I've been knocked down and I've gotten up. So John Fetterman, the next U.S. Senator for Pennsylvania, and he's likely to come out any minute now. Of course, we'll bring you the very latest as soon as that happens. Nora?
Jerika Duncan noting there that Fetterman has claimed victory. We should note that CBS News has not yet called that race, but of course we will keep you up to date on that. One of the mysteries of the night is why Democrats are having a better night than was predicted. Republicans started this night confident. Some might even say cocky. Well, some new exit poll information about the role of independents. Let's go now to Vladimir Duthier for that. Vlad?
So, Nora, we have been looking at some of the interesting numbers coming in, myself and the exit poll team. So Democrats are narrowly winning independents tonight. Take a look at this number. But if the Republicans do win control of the House of Representatives, it'll be in contrast to recent midterm elections. Just want you to take a look at these numbers here. Back in 2014, when Republicans won, take a look at that number of independents voting. Back in 2018, when Democrats won, take a look at that number. And this is what's happening tonight in 2022. Democrats narrowly winning independents. So what happened? Exit polls show Republicans were on track to win independents by double digits, but that was before October. Take a look at what's happened since. Democrats are winning them.
Well, that is remarkable because usually in midterm elections, the out party wins the independent vote. We're going to have to dive deeper into what is it that independents saw, what drove them to the polls towards the Democrats.
Yeah, what happened in October, John Dickerson?
Well, nothing comes to mind. I mean, you could imagine, you know, during the January 6 hearings or something, independents turning against Republicans or some big national event. But one thing also, just to pick up on Vlad's point within Pennsylvania, Biden won independents in Pennsylvania 52-44. Fetterman is winning them 57-39 over Oz. So he's
outperforming Biden.
He's outperforming Biden among these independents. And you can imagine that sort of fits with his vibe that he's been selling on the campaign
But
trail.
Nora, based on a lot of what we're seeing in the exit polls, it might have been what happened in June, because abortion is coming up in those exit polls as the
in Pennsylvania
as the top concern. Inflation coming in secondary to that.
All right, a lot of different things to talk about, but I do just quickly want to note we should talk about Nevada because that is such an important state. Democrats consider Senator Cortez Masto their most vulnerable Democrat. Major Garrett.
That's exactly right. It's not an insult. Democrats did look at this race and feel that Catherine Cortez Masto was the most vulnerable of the incumbents trying to hold on to a Democratic seat. Now, for our eagle-eyed viewers and those who are watching the bar go by and watching the CBSNews.com website tracking votes coming in, they might have been alarmed maybe 30 minutes ago to see Nevada voted 1% and then, boom, instantly jumped to 44%. My colleague David Becker will explain why that was in a minute, but here's where we have the race as a toss-up. We have a little bit of results in from Reno, Carson City, a little bit coming in from Las Vegas, but this race is clearly a toss-up, 44%. There's more coming in.
Oz and Fetterman only had one debate performance matchup amongst the two of them. And remember, there was a lot of controversy over John Fetterman's performance at that debate. Remember, just days before the primary back in May, John Fetterman suffered a very, very debilitating, serious stroke to which he is still on the mend. And that's why many Republicans, even some Democrats too, had questioned his physical and mental fitness for office after suffering that stroke. And of course, the Pennsylvania voters were not kind of, teeing up or buying into that controversy, Andy, because they have now elected him to this Senate seat. So remember, we thought that was going to be a really major factor in this. Maybe after that debate performance, some Pennsylvania voters on the fence would have gone to Oz because of that. Remember, there was closed captioning, there was some, stuttering, there was some trailing over his words and the like. So the debate performance was one that was panned really across the board, unfortunately, because he was still recovering from some of those stroke after effects and stroke symptoms. But this kind of goes to show you, Andy, that many of the people in Pennsylvania we have been speaking to in the run-up of this, we're saying essentially, how much do debates matter? How much is this debate going to matter? And clearly to Pennsylvania voters, not much. And they are electing John Fetterman, according to some of these news outlets, including the Fox News decision desk, to this Senate seat, a 6-year term there in Pennsylvania. Remember, John Fetterman, he came up through local politics as the mayor of Braddock, Pennsylvania. And then many have styled him as somewhat of a progressive Bernie Sanders style type character and candidate and politician. He doesn't, wear full three-piece suits like many people who, and maybe he will have to because he's going to be on the Senate floor a lot, but we saw him so many times in hoodies, gym shorts, basketball shoes on the campaign trail, even when it was snowing, in Pittsburgh and the like. So we're just waiting for John Fetterman. We have no really good sense of timing about when he's going to step up to the podium there. We showed you Dr. Oz's remarks from a little bit ago as he was just kind of checking in with his supporters. But this is quite something, the balance of the power in the Senate now changing, Fetterman picking up that Democratic seat there. And so this will be really interesting. We'll see if Republicans can either keep any seats, pick up any more seats as we get into the night here.
Definitely, and thank you so much for continuing to cover this, because obviously the balance of power, certainly a big factor in a lot of things. I want to put this back up one more time as we continue to keep our eye on that John Fetterman rally. But you can see the 48th seat there in favor of the Democrats, and we still have several more to come. As you can see now, it's 48-48 in our balance of power, according to Fox News. So a Republican picked up a seat. We're all still looking for Georgia. We're still looking for Nevada. We're still looking for Utah. Different races that we're continuing to watch. But this one was a big factor in determining the balance of power. What else can we say about tonight? Because we obviously didn't think Pennsylvania, or there was a possibility that Pennsylvania wouldn't get called tonight. That was going to be a big factor for us. What can we say about that? Because a lot of people are still waiting to see that Pennsylvania, we didn't know because of their election rules and regulations that we might not see one tonight, but in this case, we might actually do.
Yeah, it is surprising, I think. I think a lot of viewers and voters might have been surprised that we saw this so early in the night. Of course, Pennsylvania, at least historically in the last presidential and the last midterm, 20 and 2018, we didn't see many results the night of, but a lot of outlets, like we've been reporting, have called the race, including the Fox News Decision Desk. The Associated Press has not done so just yet, but according to those outlets, enough votes are in, enough votes have been counted and tabulated in Fetterman's favor, and so we await for him to take the rally stage to address his supporters on this victory tonight. To your point, though, Andy, we are still waiting for many of these Senate contests, like in Georgia, like in Arizona, and in Nevada as well. Of course, some of these other western states, the ballot drops are coming in as we speak. So hopefully we'll get a little more on that in the next hour. But this is very significant for Pennsylvania, and there was some laws on the books post-COVID, post-pandemic, about ballot counting, ballot processing, giving Pennsylvanians more time, giving ballot tabulators also more time to get those results. So this is, I personally, just having watched this race for so long, did not expect we were going to get results, at least officially tonight, but some of these outlets are calling it for John Fetterman. Let's put up the tweet, too, that Fetterman put out, very declarative, very decisive, saying there essentially he will become the next U.S. Senator from Pennsylvania. Now, Andy, we got to watch out. We got to monitor whether or not Dr. Oz will respond to that, whether or not Dr. Oz will make a phone call to John Fetterman in some type of concession. We heard from Dr. Oz, 2 hours ago. He addressed his supporters there in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, a crucial county. Really every election cycle. John Fetterman, this event in Pittsburgh, that's where he hails from. Braddock, of course, where he was mayor, right outside of Pittsburgh, PA. So this is quite something for Pittsburgh, and so we're going to wait and see whether or not John Fetterman comes out very, very soon here. We have a few Live Now looks as well from across the country. We're following, I believe, still in Arizona as well.
Yes, there's the Arizona one. There's Mark Kelly, like you said. Obviously, we're watching. That's still an undecided seat in terms of the Senate. We have not heard it called. Mark Kelly going up against Blake Masters. We want to take you back out to John Fetterman, though. They're, again, live. And obviously, they're also watching some of the TV screens, some of the coverage from around the country. And you can see some excitement. And John Fetterman now walking out on the stage through some cheers. Live on Unfiltered. Let's listen in as he declared himself the victor. Let's see what he has to say on the stage in Pittsburgh.
I'm not really sure what to say right now. My goodness. I am. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so I am I'm so humbled. Thank you so much, really. Thank you. Thank you. Like what is it? It's like 1:30 in the morning and you're still here hanging in? We launched this campaign almost 2 years ago, and we had our slogan. It's on every one of those signs right now. Every county, every vote. Every county, every vote. And that's exactly what happened. We jammed them up. We held the line. I never expected that we were going to turn these red counties blue, but we did what we needed to do, and we had that conversation across every one of those counties. And tonight, that's why I'll be the next U.S. Senator from Pennsylvania. Thanks to all of you. All of you. Thank you. Thank you so much. That made me grateful right now. And I want to thank, of course, all these supporters all across Pennsylvania, all in this room, all across the nation, everyone that chipped in $10 to help us get here. Thank you. And also I also really want to thank my family. My mother, my father, Carl, Susan, my brother Greg. Where's Giselle? Where's Giselle? Everyone's favorite, yeah, Giselle. Who 6 months ago, she saved my life. Walking out of a Sheetz bathroom, she recognized what was happening. And also, and my children, Carl, Grace, August, hey, hey. So everyone, and just thank you. And I also want to thank my team as well, the best team. So many names, Brendan, my campaign manager, Rebecca, Bobby, Joe, Jason, everybody, all my team. So many that made that part of it. And also thank all of the supporters. Also, I'm just so proud of the race that we ran. And this campaign has always been about fighting for everyone who's ever been knocked down, that ever got back up. This race is for the future of every community all across Pennsylvania. For every small town or person that ever felt left behind, for every job that was ever been lost, for every factory that was ever closed, for every person that works hard but never ever get ahead. I'm proud of what we ran on. Protecting a woman's right to choose, raising our minimum wage, fighting the union way of life. Healthcare is a fundamental human right. It saved my life, and it should all be there for you when you ever should need it. Standing up to corporate greed, making more things right here in America and right here in Pennsylvania. and standing up for our democracy. 20 years ago, I came to Braddock to start a GED program, and I've spent these last 2 decades fighting for the forgotten communities. Because no community deserves to be left behind. No one deserves to be abandoned. And every place matters. And I want to thank all of you amazing supporters, all of you, and all watching and every. We bet on the people of Pennsylvania, and you didn't let us down. And my promise to all of you is I will never let you down. Thank you, Pennsylvania. Thank you so much.
And in the West, where results are mirroring what's been happening in the rest of the country. Democrat Gavin Newsom, governor of California, cruised to re-election victory as the state's governor, even after he was challenged last year. Newsom spent much of this fall campaigning for others, and really a lot of people asked him about whether or not he would run in 2024. He would not commit to that. For that and a lot more, I want to check in with CBS News national correspondent Natalie Morales in Los Angeles, who's been tracking it all. Earlier, Natalie, we were talking about the force of Latino voters. There's a lot that has happened since we know at least 2 big toss-ups in the West are too close to call. Tell me what's going on out there.
Yeah, you know, there's a lot of interesting developments here. Clearly, that so-called red wave or ripple, however it was being referred to, has not materialized. I think a lot of Democratic candidates are breathing a sigh of relief, particularly in Washington state, where Patty Murray has won. CBS News projecting her to be the likely winner of a 6th term in Washington. She has served 30 years, is the head of one of the committees that deals with education and healthcare reform. So she is going back to Washington, defeating her Republican challenger, Tiffany Smiley. It was a very tightly contested race. Patty Murray comes out victorious. Now, what is interesting, though, is we're closely watching the governor's race in Oregon. Now, this is one where there were all kinds of polls and predictions. Even up to this weekend, it was by a razor-thin margin. It looked like Christine Drazan, the Republican, could possibly pull an upset win there. That would be the first time in 40 years that a Republican candidate would win the governor's race. But CBS is now projecting this is leaning Democratic to Tina Kotek. So Tina Kotek right now appears that this race is going to go in her favor, leaning Democratic, according to CBS News. But some very interesting and compelling races still here in California. You talked about Governor Newsom. That was an expected result. You know, I think everybody had predicted, you know, after surviving the recall, he's been a very popular governor since. And he has, as you said, campaigned for other candidates, Democratic candidates, instead focusing on the other challenges ahead. But the question is, will he run in 2024? And that is a question he has sort of deflected and said, you know, right now I'm happy where I am. So we'll see, you know, if that tone will change in the next couple of months as he, you know, continues on in the governor's seat.
That's
Lilia?
right. Well, Natalie Morales in Los Angeles, thank you. Good to see you again.
Thank
You're
you.
watching CBS News coverage of America Decides. These races continue.
election. Obviously, we had to choose one or the other, and we chose Fetterman in that moment, but we can take you back in time a little bit here, live, raw, and unfiltered, to Mark Kelly speaking from Tucson as the votes continue to be tabulated in Arizona. Nothing called as of yet, but certainly a strong lead for the Democrats in Arizona as well.
And thank you so much. Thank you so much for waiting. I know it's been a long night. And I'll tell you what, folks. I am feeling confident tonight. Now, at the same time, it doesn't look like we're going to have the final results for a little while. And that's okay. And I know a lot of you have spent all day today knocking on doors. You guys knocked on a lot of doors. And you made a lot of phone calls. And I really appreciate that. But I could not let the night end without saying thank you to a few folks who have made all of this possible. First and foremost, to Gabby. We never expected that we would end up here. But with everything life has thrown at us, we've always had each other's backs. So thanks. Gabby, thank you for having my back on this campaign and through 2 years representing Arizona in the United States Senate. You're my best friend. The person who taught me the most about public service. And none of this would have been possible without you. And to my brother Scott, thanks for, he was here. He is here. He's somewhere here. You know, thank you for putting up with people stopping you in airports and asking if you're the astronaut or the senator. But the joke's on them. But I'm thinking about our mom and dad tonight. They sacrificed and put up with a lot to give us an opportunity to succeed. There were times where I'm sure they wanted to give us more, but they gave us everything we needed. A good public school education. An appreciation for hard work. And a regard for public service. And that opened the door for us to serve our country in the Navy and at NASA. Now, every kid should be as lucky as we were. And to my daughters, Claire and Claudia. In these few short years since we launched the first campaign, one of you has graduated from college and started a career, and the other has gotten married to a great guy and made me the proudest grandfather in the world. Through 4 trips to space, through Gabby's injury, and 2 campaigns for Senate, you have always been on my side. And I hope you know how much that means to me and how proud I am of both of you. I also want to thank my campaign manager, my campaign manager, Emma Brown, who has the unique ability of being able to constantly evaluate every possible scenario for everything all of the time. And to my campaign team and the tens of thousands of folks who over the past few years have made phone calls, knocked on doors, and worked late nights and early mornings, thank you. You're all the reason that we're here, not me. So, thank you. And to my Chief of Staff, Jen Cox. This has been a long journey. And all the way back to Gabby's first race for Congress in 2006. We've been through a lot together. And thank you for sticking with us through it all. When I first decided to run for Senate, I could have never imagined how many people would take time out of their lives or chip in a few bucks to support our campaign. There were a lot. I made the decision not to take a dime of corporate PAC money because I wanted Arizonans to know that I was only working for them. But that meant I was relying on folks to support us a few bucks at a time. And since then, we've had more than 1 million individual people donate. With most of them giving $25 or less. It's incredibly humbling. And it was important to me to run my campaign that way, because from day one, this campaign for me hasn't been, it hasn't been about name calling or dividing people. It's been about telling the truth. It's been about bringing together Republicans, Democrats, and independents in every corner of our state focused on solving problems. Yeah! This has been a tough election. No matter how the rest of the results shake out, our government will remain closely divided with a lot more work to do. That can feel daunting, but that's democracy. That's how it's supposed to work. It's our responsibility to find common ground and solve problems together. And we do have serious challenges in front of us. Arizonans are facing high costs for everything from gas and groceries to housing. Our country faces threats from an emergent China and Russia's continued aggression. And we still have a mess at our border and a broken immigration system, both of which need to be fixed. And our state and the West, we're facing a historic drought that caused a shortage on the Colorado River. And the fundamental right for a woman to make her own decision about abortion, and that's been taken away. But here's the thing. The way to solve these problems isn't by pointing fingers and dividing people. It's by listening and finding common ground. Now, in the last statement he gave before he died, John McCain said, and I quote, "We have always had so much more in common with each other than in disagreement. If only we remember that and give each other the benefit of the presumption that we all love our country, we'll get through these challenging times." He went on and said, "We will come through them stronger than before. We always do." Now, I believe that too. But it just doesn't happen on its own. It requires us to be active participants in our democracy, to demand the truth from our elected leaders, and to find the common ground that we know exists, but can sometimes be hard to see, because that's when we are strongest. Now, there is no country in the world better at solving big problems than the United States of America. We put people on the moon in the 1960s. And we're about to do it again, by the way. And then we'll go on to Mars. We are capable of extraordinary things when we come together and just put our minds to it. That's who we are. We create, we innovate, we build. That's what we're capable. That's what we're capable of when our leaders focus on unity rather than division.
You're just listening in there to Mark Kelly as he has a lead over Blake Masters in that Arizona Senate race, and we are continuing to watch that very, very closely as that's one of just about 4 left here in that balance of power. So it's a race we're going to keep our eye on here on Live Now from Fox. We've heard from different senators, from different representatives. We want to shift gears a little bit and go out to Los Angeles. Mayoral candidate continuing on is Rick Caruso facing off with Representative Karen Bass. Let's listen in here live on Live Now from Fox to some of these remarks from Rick Caruso here.
I think everyone acknowledges here they're
is that they were expecting a red wave, if not a red tsunami. They were looking at states like Colorado, like Washington State. Those races were called early after the polls closed. And so I think you could see this as a cross-wave election in which you had certain dynamics working against Democrats, the economy, gas prices, the president's approval numbers. But you also had a cross-current working against Republicans, whether it was Trump, abortion, or simply not making the case that they were a party ready to lead. And so the result is that a lot of incumbents win. It looks like the status quo wins out, that voters were just happy with the status quo, when in fact I think you see a lot of turbulence under the water when you are going to look at these numbers in a few days.
a cross-wave election. I'm not sure I've heard that before, but I get totally what you mean, Sarah. I think both parties are going to be asking questions about what it is we've witnessed unfold here tonight. Sarah, thank you. I know Mary Bruce, as we continue to look at the Senate numbers, and I think we should stay focused. This is the story of the hour. Who is going to control the Senate? We await to see where the House lands, given sort of the contextual history of modern times. The party in power in the White House generally loses seats. We know the bar was very low for Republicans tonight, just a net gain of 5 seats. The math that no one's been able to project anything with the House yet. And you have a statement now from House Speaker Nancy Pelosi?
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is out with a statement. She is saying the Democrats have strongly outperformed expectations. And as we've been discussing, this is not the night the Republicans were expecting. It's not the night the Democrats were expecting either. I mean, they had pretty much conceded that they were going to lose the House. They were still hopeful about the Senate. But the fact that you are not seeing that red wave, that red tsunami, this is a big deal for Democrats. And I think it's a big deal for Nancy Pelosi. It's a really big deal for Joe Biden. And I think we're going to see him when we do hear from him, which we expect will be at some point tomorrow, that he's going to have a lot of touting to do here. There was a lot of question about the strategy that he had played out leading up to this election, whether he was focused not enough on the economy, too much on the bigger picture of what was at stake in our democracy here. I think you are going to see that the president, given especially the bad night that Donald Trump has had, Joe Biden's going to be feeling pretty good about all of this.
And Lindsay Davis, you're diving into the numbers. Mary, thank you. You're seeing some evidence of how Democrats might have picked up some independent voters in the House.
Sure. Take a look at this, David. I mean, independents tend to be able to vote for the winning side. If this is any indication, any ability to read the tea leaves, you have the independent voters who just by 2 points are voting more toward the Democratic candidate, 49% to 47%. And so this really is evidence of Democrats really being able to hold their own, and perhaps why we're not seeing that red wave that many anticipated, with the exception of Joe Biden did say, was it just this week, that, let's see, Democrats are going to surprise the living devil out of a lot of people, and perhaps they've done that. The man who just one day, yesterday, became the 50 years ago, the youngest U.S. senator, really keeping that hope alive, and perhaps in the end he was right.
Well, what are they saying at the White House tonight? How is the president feeling? And I'm sure he's been making calls, you said, to people who've won tonight. He's got to be happy with what he's seeing.
Yeah, and he finally stopped the calls. He made a lot of them to supporters. Look, I can tell you in text exchanges that I'm having from here on the desk with friends of the White House and people inside the White House, I'm getting increasingly more exclamation marks inside these text messages. One of the last ones just ended with "phew." They're breathing a bit of a sigh of relief. They're not counting their chickens just yet. But look, certainly they feel very good. I think what we're going to hear a lot of right now in terms of the spin, and it is a fact, they're framing this as Biden is having a better midterm night than any president since Bush, and that is a big thing for them in terms of the history that we're looking at here. Because just look at the storylines that we were coming into tonight with: the president's approval rating, the economy, that lag in enthusiasm on abortion, the Trump factor. Was this a referendum on Biden's approval because of those low approval ratings? I think Mary just said we're expecting to hear from the president at some point tomorrow. I expect when we do, we will see that pep in the step that we often see from Joe Biden, that he likes to get that little shuffle going.
But just think about something you just said. It stopped me when you said he's having according to your sources, and listen, the math might bear this out, the best midterm election for a first-term president since George W. Bush, at least at this point. And remember, that was right after 9/11, and this country was going to war. I mean, he's fighting all of the historical norms here with inflation at a 40-year high. You know, obviously the economy is a tale of two economies. You've got 2 jobs available for every 1 American available to take the job. But people are feeling this, gas prices and at the groceries. And for them, in some of these cases, to stick with the Democrats, it does speak volumes. And I think people are going to try to figure out what really drove voters.
I'm struck by a tweet that the former press secretary Jen Psaki put out not too long ago. She said, so Democrats have a Florida problem, but Republicans have a Trump problem. That seems harder to solve. I think that's what we're looking at over the next few weeks in terms of how this Biden administration decides they can govern legislatively, looking forward potentially at a split Congress if they, in fact, do end up losing the House. And what this means, we keep talking about it, but this is a very real part of this conversation, what this means for 2024. And frankly, does this push him to decide to run again?
John, it really does feel like a lot of this tonight was a Biden-Trump sort of rematch, even before a potential rematch in 2024. There was a lot of people, you know, unhappy with the current state of affairs, but still, for some reason, deciding to stay the course despite all of the headlines about the economy coming at them.
Look, Donald Trump just teased that he's going to make an announcement, big announcement next week, presumably about running for president. What Donald Trump has done today, what Donald Trump has done in these midterms, is he's given the Democrats a lifeline. I mean, you look at the big losses, as we talked about, David, the big losses that in places where Republicans thought they were going to win, most of those were in places where Donald Trump was directly implicated, either because he chose the candidate, he supported the candidate. His visit to Pennsylvania on Saturday, I think, is going to be talked about a lot. You know, Oz wasn't too thrilled to have that visit, I am sure, but he had to be there because there would be no, you know, candidate Oz if it weren't for Donald Trump. So yeah, I think this was a bit. If it was round one of Biden and Trump, Trump didn't win this one.
Governor Christie, what do you make of tonight?
Well, first, it's disappointing at the moment in a macro sense for Republicans, because the hype beforehand was that it was going to be much better than what it's being. Now, if you come out of this in the next 48 hours with a, you know, or let's say in the next month in the Senate side, with a Republican majority in the Senate, and you leave in the next couple of days with a Republican majority in the House, I think they'll be pretty happy. You know, it's not going to be huge, but it's going to be taking control, again, of both of those chambers. But, you know, the issue that John was just raising is an important one, because, you know, I remember the 2016 campaign. I was in it. And I remember Donald Trump saying then, we're just going to keep winning. And we're going to do more winning and more winning, and we're going to do so much winning that you're going to ask me to stop winning so much because you're going to get tired of winning. Well, if you look at tonight and in the time before this, we lost both houses of Congress in 2018. We lost the White House in 2020. We lost 2 winnable Senate seats in Georgia in a runoff in 2020. And now tonight, you're going to have lost a Pennsylvania Senate seat. You are looked to be on your way to lose one in Arizona. You lost in New Hampshire. and you're in a runoff in Georgia, you know, that seems like a lot of losing. And I think that the party's going to have to decide in the aftermath of this, even if we take majorities in both houses, are we going to be the party of me or the party of us? And if we're going to be the party of me, and that me is Donald Trump, I think general election voters are sending my party a really big message.
That's the question from Chris Christie for the Republican Party tonight. Donna Brazil, what do you make of what you're seeing?
Well, clearly I feel a lot better because the challenge was to make this a choice, not a referendum against Joe Biden. There was a lot of energy in the end from Democrats, especially young people. Early voting went as planned. For the 3 states that Joe Biden cared about because of the Electoral College in 2024, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, governors who are firmly going to be able to control the process. So, yes, it feels good, but clearly there are some more danger signs.
All right. We're going to check on these races that are dead even, the Senate races that still could control and will determine who controls the Senate. We'll be right back after this.
Your voice, your vote. Election night 2022. You can also watch on ABC News Live alongside commentary and election maps from 5:38 on Apple News.
Affects all indirectly. In other words, we are all in this together. And so I understand that at this late hour, you may be a little tired. I may be a little tired for now. But whether it's later tonight or tomorrow, or 4 weeks from now, we will hear from the people of Georgia. We will hear from the people who have given me the great honor of my life, representing you in the United States Senate, and we will move forward together. I remain as committed to this work as I have ever been, and I look forward to continuing on that journey together over the next 6 years. God bless each and every one of you. Good morning. Keep the faith. Keep looking up. Take care.
Those were some quick remarks there from Raphael Warnock as we continue on here on Live Now from Fox. You can see the race with 97% reporting right now. Just a few tens of thousands of votes separate Raphael Warnock and Herschel Walker. Of course, one candidate would have to get to 50%. If neither candidate gets to 50, we're looking at a potential runoff over the next couple weeks into the next month as we, this is a very heated seat there in the Senate in Georgia, so potentially looking into more politics over the next couple months there in Georgia as these 2 candidates there vying to get above 50%. Raphael Warnock making some quick remarks here just after midnight there in Georgia. So that is a race we're looking at very, very closely here on Live Now from Fox, and has big ramifications in terms of the balance of power. You saw 48 to 48 in terms of those Senate races there with some 4 left: Arizona, Wisconsin, Nevada, and like you just saw, Georgia. They're up for grabs. Of course, we're continuing to follow it here on Live Now from Fox. We're also looking into Wisconsin, as here's a live look into the Ron Johnson watch party there in Wisconsin. We're still awaiting some results there as they have not been called as of yet. It is a very, very close margin there. Ron Johnson leading by just about 2 points there in that race with 93% of that vote being called. I want to switch gears a little bit, but stay in Wisconsin, go to the governor race as Tony Evers, 51%. Tim Michels has already conceded, so Tony Evers, they're backing off as the incumbent, the Democrat there. We just heard he's at the podium right now, but I want to take us back to the remarks from the beginning from Tony Evers.
The math isn't there yet, though, to say the Republicans are going to take back the House. The math also isn't there yet to determine who's going to control the Senate. You're looking at the numbers up on the screen. This is a race for the Democrats to 50. 50 seats plus Vice President Kamala Harris with a tie-breaking vote, and they will remain in control of the Senate. Republicans, as you can see, 47 seats. They need to get to 51 to take back control of the Senate. Now, all of this with Georgia hanging in the balance. Take a look tonight. The Georgia Senate race, Senator Raphael Warnock with a very slight lead, 96% of the vote in over his challenger, Herschel Walker, 49.1 to 48.8%. It doesn't get any closer than this. In Nevada tonight, 54% of the vote in. The incumbent, Senator Catherine Cortez Masto, the first Latina senator in the U.S., seeking her second term, largely believed to be an endangered incumbent, but she leads Adam Laxalt at this hour. And some of these results include the key Clark County results, not all of them, but of course that's the home to Las Vegas. And if she's going to win this, the Democrat would need all the votes in Las Vegas they can get, especially with the help from union workers there and what we've been talking about here tonight, the Harry Reid machine that they did employ in these final weeks of this campaign. Now to the next race that's still undecided tonight, the Arizona Senate race. Mark Kelly, 57 to 40%. The challenger there, Blake Masters, supported by former President Trump, an election denier in that state. Then saying Joe Biden won. There was encouragement from the former president to stick with the election denier story, as the Republican candidate for governor did, Carrie Lake, hugely supported by the former president. We're tracking that race as well. But again, the Senate race, still an unanswered question with Mark Kelly and a commanding lead with 54% of the vote in. Very close in Wisconsin tonight. Ron Johnson trying to hold on to his seat, the incumbent in the lead by about a percentage point up against the Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes with 49%. Again, Mandela Barnes looking to defeat Ron Johnson tonight. Very close, the outstanding vote there with 93% of the vote in and around the Milwaukee area. So you can see as we go through each one of these states, these are unanswered questions. Any number of these Senate races could get to that magic number of 50 for the Democrats or 51 for the Republicans. What we haven't witnessed tonight is some sort of massive red wave or blue wave across the country. Instead, we have witnessed what we have known for several years now. We are in a deeply divided country. Let's head right back over to Rick at the big board. And Rick, Georgia tonight. We knew this would come down to Georgia and most likely Nevada. And we're looking at both of those states tonight.
100%, David. And then we talk about 50. Forget the numbers of 49 versus 48. Herschel Walker's number really doesn't matter at this point. What matters is whether Raphael Warnock, or actually Walker for that matter, anyone gets to 50. You have to get to 50% if you're going to be able to avoid a runoff. And this is what we're looking at at this hour. Our team thinks there's about 100,000 votes out there, mostly election day votes in and around Atlanta and the suburbs. In Cobb County, we think it's about 40,000 votes. Over in Gwinnett County, we think it's another 30,000 votes out there. And in DeKalb County, maybe another 28 or so thousand votes. So the thing is, these are places that are favoring the Democrats, right? So if you've got those 100,000 votes and there's some share of them that go toward the Democrat, maybe that number ticks up a little bit toward 50%. But man, it's going to be a squeaker to get close to it.
And again, as Rick Klein points out, he's been saying this for days, if they don't hit 50%, we are headed to a runoff in Georgia. We're going to be back with most of the country in just minutes. For those of you in your West, it's time for local news. But I'll see you here with the whole team in just a moment for everybody else.
when we do the right thing and when we're willing to fight for the future that we want for our kids and our state. And we're just getting started, folks. We're gonna polka tonight and get back to work tomorrow. Thank you, Wisconsin. We love you. You're just watching Tony Evers there earning a second term as Wisconsin governor, and you can look at the poll numbers right now here on Live Now from Fox, 51-48 there in favor of Tony Evers as he wins a second term. We are currently waiting for a press conference out of Washington, D.C. as Kevin McCarthy is expected to take the podium, and look at this now as people are walking up to the podium. Let's take it here. Listen in here live on Live Now.
Thank you very much. Thank you all very much. I know it's a late night, but first I want to start by thanking every single candidate and their families for running. I also want to thank the staff and the volunteers across this country that supported this movement. Thank you to everyone who voted Republican for the very first time. And I want to thank the millions of supporters across this country. You know, 2 years ago when I became leader, Republicans had less than 200 seats in the House. That cycle, we picked up 14 seats. When every single person said that would be impossible. If you believe in freedom, hard work, and the American dream, these results proved that there is a place for you in the Republican Party. Now tonight, we built upon those gains 2 years ago, and it is clear that we are going to take the House back. In New York, we defeated the Democrat campaign chairman, Sean Patrick Maloney, which will be the first time in over 40 years the DCCC chair lost his reelection. Not only that, but on Long Island, Anthony Diaz-Pasito won a seat that Joe Biden carried by 17 points. We are on the verge of historic gains in New York. In Florida, we gained 4 seats alone. We are poised to sweep the entire state of Iowa. And I will tell you, from the southern border of Monica de la Cruz to Virginia Beach, of Jen Kiggins, to Detroit with John James, and to Houston with Wesley Hunt, we are expanding this party. Now let me tell you, you're out late, but when you wake up tomorrow, we will be in the majority and Nancy Pelosi will be in the minority. The American people are ready for a majority that will offer a new direction, that will put America back on track. Republicans are ready to deliver it. It's a new direction towards an economy that is strong, where you can fill up your tank, feed your family, where your paychecks grow and not shrink. A new direction towards a nation that is safe, where communities are protected, law enforcement is respected, and criminals are prosecuted. A new direction towards a future that's built on freedom, where children come first and are taught to dream big. And a new direction towards a government that is accountable, where government works for you instead of against you. Republicans will work with anyone who's willing to join us to deliver this new direction that Americans have demanded. But there's no time to waste. Our work begins now. Let's get America back on track. Thank you, God bless, and good night.
You were just listening in there to Kevin McCarthy speak in Washington, D.C. House Republican leadership commenting, yes, on the balance of power as we continue to watch that here on Live Now from Fox. Certainly a comment that we're continuing to watch from both sides of the aisle there. As you can see, the Republicans currently lead, according to our Fox poll there, 193 to 160s, and the Senate, again, still very even. I want to go out to some tweets, though, now from our Fox team, Jackie Heinrich, as the GOP source tells her, quote, if it wasn't clear before, it should be now. We have a Trump problem, end quote. Heinrich continues on to say that a second GOP source sees the below tweet of her just saying that and texts me, quote, knives are out for Kevin McCarthy if he is under 225. Expect Scalise to make a move quickly for the speaker. So certainly a lot of movement within the Republican Party with this balance of power that we're seeing here on this election night 2022. We're going to continue on here on Live Now from Fox and give us covered a little bit with the Wisconsin races that are continuing on. I want to take us out to that Senate race, the one of 4 left to be decided here that will decide the balance of power. Mandela Barnes trailing Ron Johnson 51 to 49% as it has yet to be called. Obviously, a lot of votes still be counted, 93% though reporting. Let's listen into some remarks from Ron Johnson earlier in Wisconsin as they were making some remarks. So let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
But I don't see torturing you guys anymore by staying up till, for a couple more hours, because who knows how long they'll take to actually call this race. So, we'll wait till all the numbers come in before I declare final victory. But, I do believe that this time truth has prevailed over the lies, over the character assassination. But I will say, unfortunately, it's still so close, and that's a little depressing, isn't it? That lies can be that effective, and if you ever wonder, quite honestly, why more good people don't run for office, I would just recommend people take a look at the Wisconsin U.S. Senate race in the year 2022. You just might get that answer. But anyway, thank you so much for coming. I have to thank my wife, Jane. I have to thank all my family who've been so supportive. I want to thank all of you, all of my supporters. I know how hard, how tirelessly you all worked. It's been, quite the campaign, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. I want to thank all my staff, both in my Senate office, who do a tremendous work for our constituents. I want to thank everybody in the campaign staff. And let's wait for all the numbers to come in, and then we'll declare victory tomorrow morning. Have a good evening. Thank you. Thank you all.
That was Ron Johnson there in Wisconsin, certainly making a pitch to his constituents there in Wisconsin as we continue on to look at these numbers here on Live Now from Fox. Ron Johnson up 51 to 49, but that race is still very, very close as 93% are voting, are reporting here. We're going to take a quick break here, catch our breath, because we've been busy for the last hour or so as we just passed the 2 a.m. mark here on election morning here. So we're going to take a quick break and get into other races next.
And that's why he's able to outperform what some other Democrats might.
I'm curious, back over there, Terry Moran, what do you think we're witnessing here tonight? There's certainly no wave to be found. I heard the argument for a cross wave. I hadn't heard that before. But what is this that we're seeing here tonight, other than just a divided America, 49-49, in some of these key states that we knew would determine the outcome of the Senate?
Divided, yes, David, but it feels to me like the center held. The center won. America's a middle-class, middle-of-the-road country, and it turns out that spinning wild, provably false conspiracy theories about our elections, is not the best political strategy. And that Joe Biden, who I'm thinking of a line that he used in that speech he gave on democracy, he says, "I think I know this country." And it turns out that maybe he did. That maybe all of the talk about the red wave, he sensed that there was something deeper in the country, an attachment to the democracy without the wild conspiracy theories. And it's not such a good idea to go against the majority of the country on a woman's right to choose. That also damaged Republicans. So that at the end of the day, maybe in this divided country, the lesson both parties can learn is move to the center.
It's really interesting. Makes me think of Marcy Kaptur in Ohio. Her final closing argument was in the middle. Let's meet in the middle. And it worked for her in a Republican-leading district where she had to reintroduce herself. She ended up holding her seat in Congress. And Heidi Heitkamp, I saw you nodding your head yes. Do you think that is sort of one of the things that we can draw from tonight is that the middle held, as Terry said?
Well, absolutely. And I think that when you look at it, people want people who talk common sense, who don't promise things that they know they can't deliver. I think they're tired of the polarizing politics. And what they see in Donald Trump is a return to chaos, is a return to, wild lies and falsehoods. And they're saying, we don't want to go there. We want this country to change and be more, equal economically for all of us. But we can't go back to Donald Trump. And I think Donald Trump put himself on the ballot by picking candidates, by campaigning, and I think it hurt the Republican Party badly tonight.
Maria Elena, one of the stories tonight, the Republican Party is going to be doing a post-mortem. They did very well in Florida, as you reported very early in the night. Ron DeSantis, probably the happiest Republican of the night among them. Chris Sununu in New Hampshire as well. And not a surprise that both men are considered potential 2024 contenders.
That's right. They did very good with Latinos, but in South Florida, not so much in Central Florida, where you have more Puerto Ricans and Dominicans. And I think, I've been observing the Latino vote for decades, for 3 or 4 decades now. And one thing that I see is, yes, there was a small shift in 2020 toward Republicans. This time around, from the sources that I've been talking to, not much has changed. Maybe the only thing they're observing now is that there was less of a turnout. And what that tells you is that both parties really are ignoring this community. And they can't do that anymore because, remember, every 30 seconds a Latina turns 18, they add 1 million voters every year. So they can't afford to ignore them anymore because they do have influence in many of these states, not just places like Arizona, like Florida, like Nevada, but even Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. So Latinos are in every state in the country, and they're going to continue to grow more. So both parties need to pay more attention.
Yeah, and there's no question that Latino voters could determine control of the Senate when you're looking at Nevada and Clark County. Still waiting for full results coming in from Vegas and elsewhere in Nevada and Arizona tonight. Byron Pitts, what's your takeaway tonight?
I'm thinking about something that Chris Christie said at the very beginning of this evening. American voters are smart. And I'm also mindful of what Tip O'Neill once said, that all politics is local. That what we saw, despite the weight of history on Joe Biden, despite the presence of Donald Trump, that many of these races were decided by the quality of the candidate. You look at Governor Kemp in Georgia, a conservative. He won because his record said he could return. You look at someone like Wes Moore in Maryland, a moderate. His life experience suggested that he might lead. And then my last thought is, if there is, in fact, a runoff in Georgia, as it appears that we're headed in that direction, the national Republicans, national Democrats better like sweet tea and barbecue, because they can't win. Neither party can win there with big, fancy TV ads produced in L.A. and New York. Whoever wins in Georgia, if it gets to a runoff, it'll be a ground game. Who's on the ground? Who's getting their base out to vote?
Steve Osunsami better be getting ready. I want to take everybody to the big board here because these numbers say it all. Look at the independent candidate. We haven't said his name once. Let's show this. Chase Oliver, 2% of the vote.
For Republicans, they had every reason to, because inflation, the economy's bad, and historical trends show us that that's what happened. But perhaps that's what it is. I mean, it's just too early to know. But that number said to me, it's things like the Pelosi attack, it's things like Donald Trump reemerging potentially that could have caused at least enough here. The other thing in Arizona, I know we were talking about this earlier, and there was some surprise that Katie Hobbs and Mark Kelly are ahead. Gotta remember, Democrats plus independents beat Republicans in that state. It used to be Republicans plus independents would win. John McCain did it. Jeff Flake did it. Mark Kelly and Kyrsten Sinema and Katie Hobbs are a lot more like John McCain and Jeff Flake and Barry Goldwater even back in the day than Kerry Lake is. There's no history of that state electing someone like Kerry Lake statewide.
I mean, but it also, again, comes down to the candidate. Mehmet Oz is not from Pennsylvania. He is from New Jersey. He was not the first choice of Republican leaders. He did get the stamp of approval from former President Trump and had a series of
really to the bitter end.
The Republican to take on the entire healthcare industry and end this practice. I also worked across the aisle to help negotiate and pass the bipartisan infrastructure law that is rebuilding our roads and our bridges and bringing high-speed internet to communities all across New Hampshire. But folks, there is more to do to build an economy that works for everyone, to help families and small businesses with the costs that they face, to foster innovation, to invest in our workforce, and to ensure that we make more things in America. I have worked on common sense ways to lower costs, including by taking on big pharma and big oil to lower energy and prescription drug costs, and by bringing supply chains back to America. I will keep reaching out to colleagues from both sides of the aisle to find shared goals and the common ground and compromise necessary to help families and small businesses with the challenges that they face, like the high cost of housing and childcare. Now, of course, in order to have an economy that works, we have to be safe. The safety of our citizens and our nation is always government's first responsibility, and I will keep working to support our brave men and women of law enforcement and to keep our country and communities safe. And you know, a strong country and a strong economy must also keep its promises, especially to seniors whose hard work sets the foundation for the next generation. New Hampshire seniors deserve the full benefits that they have earned. That's why I will work to protect and strengthen Social Security and Medicare. And a strong country and a prosperous economy cannot relegate women to second-class citizenship. So I will always keep fighting to protect a woman's fundamental freedom and to block any attempts to ban abortion nationwide. Now, thank you. Thank you. Look, there is still so much more that we need to do to help Granite Staters and all Americans thrive. I am deeply honored to have the opportunity to continue working to do so. Now, I want to take a moment to thank my family. My wonderful husband, Tom, two children, Ben and Meg. My mom, Peggy. My siblings, Franny, Frank, and Kay, who can't be here tonight. Okay. And our family of the heart and stalwart, Joyce. Thank you for your support and love during my years in public service and throughout this campaign. Love you back. And to my wonderful campaign and Senate staff, right there, right there, right everywhere, right there. Get in up here. Aaron, get up here. All right. So, thank you all to that wonderful campaign and Senate staff. Thank you for the great work that you have done in this campaign and you do every day to serve the people of New Hampshire. And a particular shout out and thanks to my extraordinary campaign manager, Aaron Jacobs. To the equally extraordinary deputy campaign manager, Meredith Shevitz. For those of you who don't know Aaron and Meredith, they are steady and they are inspiring and they have developed and built and led a fantastic team. So thank you. I also want to thank Andrea Nemechek. Right there. Thank you, Andrea, and the entire coordinated campaign staff who worked tirelessly. You all just worked so hard and so tirelessly to get out every last vote. And of course, none of this happens and is possible without our great volunteers. So thank you for the doors that you knocked. The doors that you knocked, the calls that you made, the donations you gave. Tonight simply would not have been possible without your dedicated efforts. And finally, I'd like to once again thank the people of New Hampshire. I will keep working my heart out every day to serve each and every one of you. Thank you all. God bless America.
All right, remarks there from Maggie Hassan, who has just made her victory speech. Well, this was earlier tonight, and you can see there from this graphic, she won with 54% of the votes, well, with 74% reporting. We're going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll have more on midterm election results after this.
the Senate with 2 seats on the same night in 2020, of course, just the night before the January 6th riot at the Capitol. And the idea that now 3 Senate seats in the space of 2 years in this one state could control the Senate both times is sort of mind-boggling. But we have literally been there and done that before. And so have Republicans. They learned lessons from the last time as well. They know what they want and don't want to happen. And I think Donald Trump not being in the state will be part of that.
Oh, well, let's see. We'll see. Rachel Scott, you cover Congress for us. It's going to be a different Congress. We just don't know the answer. Who is going to be in control of really either chamber? Slim chance for the Democrats right in the House, but historically and the math likely not. The question is, if it's Speaker Kevin McCarthy, how big is his majority? And if in the Senate, we just simply don't know, given what's outstanding tonight. It could be really either party.
And it just has major implications for the next 2 years and the future of President Biden's legislative agenda. I was down on the ground in Georgia one day before the runoff, just the last time around, talking to voters. And you think about how that win for Democrats solidified so much of what Democrats actually ran on this midterm election. That could all change again. There's just so much hanging in the balance, and I think Rick was really spot on there. For those Republican voters that just had that question about Herschel Walker, that maybe just skipped over that box on the ballot, how much does that change if control of the Senate all hinges again on this one race?
Yeah, party allegiance becomes extremely important when you're dealing with a runoff. So, Nate, do you have any magic math here? Where does the probability stand for the Senate?
I mean, Democrats need 2 out of 4, so it's more deterministic than probabilistic at this point in some sense. And by the way, the pollsters had a pretty good night. I have to say that before the end of the coverage. They get a lot of crap in a lot of elections, but they got most of these races characterized in roughly the right way.
Yeah, and so give us, this is where it stands tonight.
Yeah.
And so give us a little bit of the hypothetical here. What's in the middle is still to be decided.
Yeah, so, I mean, again, though, if you see Arizona there, maybe it's a little bit more likely to get called at some point tonight, and Wisconsin there. That's a fun one. Let's see how that shifts things. 75%. Then you have 2 coin flips, basically. You have to win one of those 2 coin flips for Democrats.
It's a very good chance, and this is where the pollsters, Nate Silver, among them said Nevada and Georgia, down to those 2. And look at that. That's a very real possibility. John Carl?
Well, look, we talked earlier today that we needed to have patience and humility. Patience, because we knew the results would take a long time, and humility to know we really didn't know how this was going to turn out. And I think that's the way that the night has played out. I mean, we're going to go to bed tonight, I think, without knowing, who is going to control the House or the Senate. That was not what most people thought. People thought this was going to be, the consensus was, Republicans were going to have a pretty good night. They may have had a good night in the House. They may win the House. They may win the Senate. But, it's not going to be a decisive win one way or the other.
Really interesting. Before I get the last of the final thoughts here, I did want to remind everybody that there's another audience for this, and it's overseas. And Martha, you know this well. Rachel covering Congress as well. There have been questions in these final weeks about funding, say, for Ukraine. We have a war. We have Vladimir Putin threatening nuclear weapons, obviously, saber rattling, if you will. James Longman and our team are over there in Kyiv, and obviously we asked for them to check in with us. Zelensky told me in the fall that he was watching the midterms very closely. I asked him, what was his take, and he's the politician that he is. He said, I'm not going there, but I am watching. So let's take a look at what James reported in for us tonight.
David, Ukrainians are watching this election with some nervousness. Make no mistake, without American help, they don't feel they can win against Vladimir Putin. Now, they have heard some of the skepticism among Republicans about the level of support that Kyiv is receiving, and they know that the United States, just like their European partners, have domestic economic concerns that may make ongoing help for Ukraine politically less popular. Now, if Republicans do take the House, it's unlikely there'd be a major drop-off in help for Ukraine. The American public is still very broadly supportive of defending against Vladimir Putin's forces. But how much funding and for how long? Well, that may become an issue. David?
James Longman and our team in Kyiv, and we thank all of our teams who've been covering this war in Ukraine. And here's what President Zelensky told me when I asked him, are you following the midterms in the U.S.? Let's take a look. We have midterms coming, the midterm elections, and are you all concerned about the balance of power and the continuing support from the U.S.?
We of course, all these details will have influence on Ukraine.
Yes, I follow, but that is a decision of American people, and I don't want to, even if I can, even if I could, I don't want to have any influence on this decision.
So that's what President Zelensky said, and he's fully aware that of the rhetoric here at home. People are talking about Ukraine funding. You had Marjorie Taylor Greene over the weekend saying we will not give another, whatever to Ukraine when it comes to money, and the crowd cheering. Kevin McCarthy's backed off of what was said a few weeks back.
That it's not going to be a blank check.
Right.
Exactly.
Right, but they're fully aware that the balance of control here in Washington does determine the path forward with how we handle Ukraine and all of our foreign policy.
It does matter, and James Longman had a point that they are watching this. They don't want to say anything specific about that. He certainly didn't want to say anything specific to you, but they desperately need that funding to continue. I don't think either side at this point can win the war. So Ukraine really has to keep pushing and pushing. But if you look at our economy and you look at inflation, how long are Americans going to support this? If the Republicans control Congress, do they start saying, wait a minute, we got to worry about things at home? And then Russia is a real threat. I also think you may see, if Republicans control investigations into the Afghanistan pullout, that everyone thinks was a disaster, but they may start investigating that and pushing on that as well.
All right, Martha, thanks. And Lindsay, I know you were diving into the sort of point that Terry made earlier in Heidi Heitkamp that the middle in this country held. Did anything bear out in the exit polling?
Well, one thing that I think that is really interesting, and Pierre kind of asked the question, will voters accept the results? Overwhelmingly, 79% of Americans who voted tonight said that they trust their states. They're confident in the state's election. But look, I started out tonight kind of with the Ray Charles soundtrack in my mind, Georgia on my mind. Then it kind of went to Gladys Knight with Midnight Train to Georgia, right? Yeah. So I want to go back to
that was 2 hours ago.
Yes, that's right. We're beyond that. We missed that train. But I want to go back to something that Chris Christie said as it refers to the runoff in Georgia. He was expecting that potentially Kemp was going to be able to get Herschel Walker into the end zone. Now in the runoff, Walker's going to be on his own. He's not going to have the support of voters who are also voting for the top ticket for governor. And something also that's interesting, the gerrymandering, the redistricting that happened between the last election and this election, that should have favored the Republicans, and we really didn't see that. But I will leave you with this final, let's see, here we go. The question for Democratic candidates: should Biden run for president in 2024? By a slim majority, 52% of Democrats said yes.
That's an interesting number. Thank you for that. And I remember sitting down with Biden less than a year ago, and he said to me, I do plan on running. He said, I'm a great respecter of fate, I believe were his words. And he's repeated that answer a couple of times since then. And that is a big question. I'm sure he was waiting to see what would happen tonight. But I would have to think the White House and the president quietly has got to be pleased with holding the Senate at least where it is right now.
Certainly, and there have been meetings happening behind the scenes already. The White House aides say they would be doing political malpractice if they weren't planning for the president to start to launch a run, even though he has not declared that he will, in fact, run. He is thinking about it, and as he told you, it seems like this is a decision that he's going to announce now that the midterms are over at some point in the coming weeks, if not months, even though we now have this potential Trump announcement looming, if you will, and the president has said that he still firmly believes that he would be the best one to take on Donald Trump if there were to be a rematch. But David, just as we're closing the night out here, I'm thinking back to how tough it was for these first 2 years of the president's terms to get his big ticket agenda items. He wanted to be a president along the lines of FDR. How hard it was for him to get that massive climate and tax legislation passed. How hard it was for him to get something like infrastructure passed. He didn't go as far as he wanted to on guns or voting rights for that matter. And so now I look at the front burner things that are on the agenda for him, and I question how much he will be able to get done if, in fact, Republicans take the House, as it seems like they may. Immigration. The president promised to fix immigration in this country, and nothing has happened on immigration since he took office. And very, very front burner, and this is a really important one, the fate of those dreamers in this country, those 800,000 people who were brought to this country illegally as children. hangs in the balance. There could be a court ruling any day, any week. And what is going to happen to them if there is a divided Congress and they can't even agree, even though most Americans agree that they should be granted some kind of status? Washington can't get their act together on this one. So it remains to be seen what happens there. That's a very important issue on the front burner.
No question about that. Huge issue in all those questions you pose. And John Carl, just one last question to you. Given what we heard from Pierre Thomas, no major issues, no major threats, especially in light of what we've been reporting on these last couple of weeks with the escalating rhetoric. And then what Lindsay just said, the level of trust that despite all of the rhetoric out there about the elections, that Americans, by and large, trust democracy.
Yeah, and we've seen candidates so far anyway who lost, concede their races, trust in democracy. I tell you what, one thing I am hearing, though, David, as a final thought, I'm hearing a lot of anger from Republicans. A lot of anger from Republicans, not at the functioning of our democracy, but at Donald Trump, who they are very much so, at least privately, to me, pointing to as the reason why this night didn't work out the way they thought it would. And Donald Trump is teasing an announced run for president next week. This will be very interesting to see if we start seeing some of that anger expressed publicly, because they really do point to these races and say, we could have won, we should have won, we would have won if he hadn't done what he did.
Or whatever that announcement was or going to be, if that evolves now, given what we've seen here on election night. What is also uncertain is this runoff, though it looks more and more likely. So everybody mark it on your calendar. I can't wait to spend, listen, I spent my birthday with all of you. So let's meet back here in a month. The best team in television. No, honestly. And our thanks to Mark up in the control room and to Lily and to the whole team. Just phenomenal. So thank you all at home. We are grateful that you've tuned in tonight. Hours into this, there's still unanswered questions. Much more first thing in the morning on Good Morning America. The whole team will be there. And then I'll see you tomorrow night for World News Tonight. I'm David Muir from all of us here at ABC News. Have a good evening. A good morning. We'll see you soon.
In two closely watched races for governor, Democrat Kathy Hochul became the first female elected governor of New York, and Georgia's Republican governor was easily reelected. Andrew, Rhiannon.
Our thanks to Andrea Fujii there. It is shaping up to be a great night for Democrats in Arizona.
Senator Mark Kelly and Katie Hobbs have been holding big leads in their Senate races, for Senate and governor overnight. ABC's Whit Johnson is in Scottsdale.
Rhiannon and Andrew, there are two pivotal races that we're watching very closely with national implications here. The ballots are still being counted, but both sides are projecting confidence. In the Senate, you have Democrat Mark Kelly, the former astronaut and combat pilot who is fighting to keep his seat. That race had been neck and neck. He's going up against Republican Blake Masters, a political newcomer, a venture capitalist who earned the endorsement of Donald Trump. And then in the governor's race, you have Kari Lake. She's become a darling of this new MAGA movement here in Arizona, the former TV local news anchor. She has made election denialism central to her campaign. There's even talk already of her being a possible running mate of Donald Trump's if he were to run in 2024. She's going up against Democrat Katie Hobbs, the current Secretary of State here in Arizona, who made a name for herself by defending the results of the 2020 election. Still so much at stake, and the votes are still being counted. Andrew and Rhiannon.
So much at stake indeed, Whit, thank you. And let's get to some other results. Starting in New Hampshire, Democratic Senator Maggie Hassan has been selected to a second term. During the campaign, she distanced herself from national Democrats on several issues.
In Iowa, 89-year-old Republican Senator Chuck Grassley was elected for the 8th time. If Republicans take the Senate, Grassley is likely to chair the Judiciary Committee.
Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott defeated Democrat Beto O'Rourke. Abbott successfully campaigned on the issue of border security.
And South Dakota Republican Governor Kristi Noem was easily reelected and amid growing speculation she might be looking toward a White House run in 2 years.
And President Biden spent his Tuesday night watching election returns and calling Democrats who won their races.
Biden even tweeted this photo wearing a sweater and a baseball hat there. One of the calls was made to 25-year-old Representative-elect Maxwell Frost of Florida. He is the first member of Gen Z to be elected to Congress.
And coming up, more results that are still coming in at this hour.
Plus, on this night of surprises, what kind of messages did the voters send and what it all means for the 2024 presidential race?
And later, the day's other news, including Florida bracing for what's expected to become Hurricane Nicole. You're watching World News Now.
Better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about
walk into a hard day's work? They came after us, but the truth was on our side. They attacked us because even when times were tough and decisions were hard to make, we did the right thing for hardworking Georgians and their families. We did not waver. We hunkered down, and by God, we kept chopping. And as you know, I didn't listen to the pundits, the so-called experts, the media, or presidents. I listened to you. I listened to you, the hard-working people of this great state, because that's what I was elected to do. There is no doubt the challenges we faced together over the first 3 years of my term prepared Marty and the girls and I for this campaign. Just like I told you on primary night back in May, we were outspent with over 90% of my opponent's money coming from outside the state. Just like in 2018, Stacey Abrams still had the big donors, the magazine covers, and the left-wing media. She had the talk show host, Hollywood celebrities, President Biden, and President Obama. And she even had Oprah again. But they ran into a big problem, folks. Despite all the fanfare, the money, and the fame, they didn't have you. As a construction guy from Athens, who started his first small business with a pickup truck and a shovel, I can't tell you how honored I am to be your governor for the next 4 years. You have honored us beyond measure with your vote, with your support, with your time, and with your resources. Most importantly, though, you have honored us with your prayers, and our whole family is grateful for that. But I will tell you, just like in 2018, this family and I, we are all in together. As you all know, there was a lot of people in high places who thought tonight's victory would never happen. But just like so many times before, you all and Team Kemp proved them wrong. The media, the national Democrats, those billionaire donors, the left-wing activists, Joe Biden, Barack Obama, Oprah, and Stacey Abrams threw everything they had at us for the second time in a row. But you know what we did, y'all? We kept chopping, and tonight, we stopped Stacey and saved Georgia. But let me also make this clear. The media here and around the world watching this race will try to make this victory tonight about a lot of things. They'll say it was about Joe Biden. They'll say it was about Stacey Abrams, Donald Trump, or even Brian Kemp. Because that makes for flashy headlines and generates a lot of website clicks. But here's the truth. This election was about you. It was about you, the people of Georgia, the people who weathered the pandemic and emerged stronger than before, the people who came together and rejected the politics of division and hate, the people who stood up for what was right when everyone was watching, because that's who we are as a state. Regardless of politics, we want to live in a state where our dreams for ourselves and our families are possible, where a good paying job when you finish high school or college isn't hundreds of miles away.
Rally in Ohio where he all but declared that he was going to announce a run on November 15th. We'll see if that happens. Look, we saw Governor Ron DeSantis pull out another win. He was expected to win his re-election effort in Florida, and that could be somebody who we see run for president in 2024. We saw him throughout this midterm cycle go and campaign for other Republicans across the country, arguably building a national profile that he would need should he run for president. I think it's really early to tell exactly what happens, but of course, while we still have races outstanding, we are already focused on 2024.
Our thanks to Avery Harper for shedding some insight into those results that are, of course, still coming in this morning. Avery, thank you.
All right, when we come back, the morning's other big news. You're watching World News Now.
We took the first step in saving America. This election proves that when Republicans stay focused on real-world solutions that put hard-working people first, we can win now, but also in the future, y'all. So I tell you, let's celebrate this historic victory. While knowing there's still plenty of work to do. And I can promise you, this family is going to stay in the fight. Thank y'all so much for your hard work and support. God bless you, and God bless the great state of Georgia. Keep chopping, everybody.
All right, and that was the victory speech of Governor Brian Kemp. He has been re-elected for the state of Georgia. And just taking a look at the results here, with 97% of the votes counted, he has won with 54% of the votes. We're going to take a short break here. We'll have more news and coverage on midterm elections after this.
news whenever you want it, wherever you are, anytime. ABC News Live, streaming live and free on all platforms.
With so much happening these days, it's hard to keep up.
Things change hour by hour, minute by minute.
The historic weather that's now unfolding.
The worries on Wall Street.
We're bringing you.
And he is coming out of the night.
They're showing a lot of fight there, but it's going to come down to the Latino vote, which has historically been Democratic and unionized in Clark County. But we've seen trends in other places, and we saw some of it in Dade County tonight in Florida, of the Latino vote not delivering the same old good Democratic numbers. So if she underperforms there in Nevada, she's going to lose that seat. You can see it tightening as the outstate stuff comes in, and that'll set up the Republicans to have a shot with Walker to take command. If she holds it, then the Republicans are fighting to maintain status quo. So this seat could be every bit or even more important than Georgia.
No, we're still watching, especially those who are Trump-backed. With that date, the 15th, circled on a lot of calendars with this big announcement expected. Ben, do you expect for Trump to go ahead with a presidential announcement this month in light of these results that have come in?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything that we've learned about Donald Trump that suggests that he will choose to be humbled by a result that wasn't exactly what he was planning for. I do think that he planned to have a huge head of momentum to basically come out of a much larger Republican victory today and use that to take credit for a series of victories in the midterm elections and kind of create a fait accompli that he's going to be the Republican nominee with that announcement in a kind of big show of force. And I think the problem that he faces now is not only did some of his handpicked candidates underperform, but again, his biggest rival and really only rival for the Republican nomination right now, Ron DeSantis, had a very good night. And so I'm not sure that Trump's announcement is going to put to rest the questions in the Republican Party about whether he's the right person to hold the banner again. Never mind the fact that, he's going to be dogged by legal troubles. Not that that's going to bother him either, but that's going to be an additional cloud over anything that he does.
Christina, on the flip side here, might these election results bolster the case for President Biden to go ahead and run for that second term?
Yeah, I mean, the president's team has been saying for a long time, look, expectations are that the president loses big time historically here, and look at this inflation that we're seeing, and all of the sort of predictors that this would have been a bad night. So that red wave conversation benefits with that. So they're
oh, no.
All right, Christina, it looks like we lost Christina's mic there here. That same question to you. Mike, can we bring you back in and talk about that? What tonight does for President Biden's, the odds of him going ahead and running for that second term?
Well, look, I think and it could still happen, if the Democrats lose control of both houses, it'll be a real body blow to Joe Biden. But if the Republicans only win the House by a couple of, a 5-seat margin, and there's a big internal war there, and they fail to win the Senate, then Biden will get a shot in the arm. It'll be exactly what he needs. While Donald Trump, there's no question that Donald Trump is in a weaker political position within the Republican Party tonight than he was 48 hours ago. So, yeah, I think that calculus is underway, and we're going to have to wait, like we've been talking about, to see where things land, particularly in Nevada and Georgia. That's the key to everything, those two places, for Trump and Biden in many ways.
Ben, I had a cool question for you. In 94, when they had the huge flip and all of a sudden Republicans were back in control. We're not expecting anything close to that tonight. But if, in fact, the Republicans do take control, how do you think that will affect President Biden's agenda going forward in his final 2 years of his first term?
Well, look, I mean, one main difference from 94 is that was a much bigger Republican majority coming in that had a very clear agenda that they were setting to work to pass. This Republican majority, assuming they win a narrow one, isn't coming with a big agenda other than obstructing anything that Joe Biden wants. And so on the downside, having lived through divided government in the Obama years, Joe Biden's capacity to pass any meaningful legislation is basically shut down even with a narrow House majority. And then essentially you're back in a position, as was the case in the Obama years, where you're doing most of your governing through big spending bills with brinksmanship from the Republican Party on things like government shutdowns. It is a very difficult governing environment. This will also likely be a House majority, if it's Republican, that launches a bunch of investigations that can be a real pain for a White House to deal with, that takes up a lot of time and bandwidth. So they'll make life difficult for Joe Biden, and we won't have a lot of legislation. I think one of the reasons why you saw such a push from the Biden administration to get so much of their agenda done in these first 2 years is that they probably anticipated not doing a lot of legislation in years 3 and 4, presuming there'd be a House majority for the Republicans. But it's going to feel a lot like it did in those Obama years when everything was a battle and you were not passing big ticket legislation, and instead you were relying on things like executive orders to get your agenda done.
All right, big thanks to our panel, Ben Rhodes, Christina Bellantoni, and Mike Murphy for joining us today.
So bummed we got shortchanged Christina with that audio issue, but we appreciate everything that they jumped in. All right, let's take a deeper dive into some of the Senate races that have not been called yet with Richard Louie here at the big board. Hi, Richard.
Hey, Francis, as well as Philip. You know, we got 5 uncalled seats in the Senate right now, and I think one of the thematics that came out of your conversation just now is Georgia, 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 and just drilling down on where Georgia is right now. Not been called yet. Both sides trying to figure out where it will end up. Will it happen tonight, or will it happen in December 3rd? And when we take a look at the comparison of the 2020 vote results, we can see that Raphael Warnock is underperforming slightly compared to Biden. Herschel Walker slightly underperforming when it comes to Donald Trump. But where are the votes that we're waiting for to come in right now? And we take a look at the remaining vote. It's all in this Atlanta metro area. So let's just drill down very briefly to see where Cobb County, for instance, 394,000 votes in that county, 56, right in line with Biden. Herschel Walker underperforming. This has been a thematic all evening. Here's another county that we're still waiting for all votes to go. 91% in Gwinnett County so far. 58.9, slightly overperforming, slightly underperforming. One more for you here in Macon, in another blue county, Bibb County. Raphael Warnock at par, and again, Herschel Walker here at par. So there's a bunch of votes still that we're waiting for in Georgia, and of course it has that 50% rule. If we don't get 50% from either one of these, as has been said all night and morning, we'll be sitting here until December 7th to figure out where we're going to end up with Georgia.
It is such a fascinating race, given the amount of money that's been sunk in that race, given the abortion allegations leading up to it. You've got 2 of these African-American men in this race. So many factors coming into play, bringing us to this point. Richard, thank you.
And that does it for this hour. Stay with us. We still have much more ahead. These critical midterms. You are watching NBC News Decision 2022.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone.
Enjoy watching the results, because what you're about to see is that this will continue to get closer and closer and closer and closer as the night goes on. Thank you all.
All right, so that was Representative Lee Zeldin, who has been defeated by Governor Kathy Hochul of the state of New York. Meantime, we want to take a look at some of these Senate races. A few of them have not been called yet, including in Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, and Georgia. Those had been predicted to be the hotly contested races. And we want to take a look at the balance of power for the Senate here. And you can see there, currently, Democrats have 48 seats, and it is tied with the Republicans at 48. Now, the Democrats are defending their 50-50 majority to control the Senate. And again, 51 seats are needed for that majority. Meantime, as mentioned, it still has not been called for the states of Arizona, but we did hear from Senator Mark Kelly earlier tonight. We want to go ahead and bring you his remarks here on Live Now from Fox. And momentarily, we should also be hearing from his challenger, Blake Masters. And once we do, we will be bringing you his remarks as well.
I wonder, that might not have, we just Thank you so much for waiting. I know it's been a long night. And I'll tell you what, folks, I am feeling confident tonight. Now, at the same time, it doesn't look like we're going to have the final results for a little while.
About the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
So good to have you with us. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Welcome to a special edition of Early Today. Results continue to roll in, voters making their voices heard about who should control Congress. 218 seats are needed to claim majority control in the House. And right now, NBC's projection for the House is still a toss-up. Let's look at the current state of the competitive Senate races. Both parties still neck and neck there as well.
Democrats have flipped one Senate seat. NBC is now projected that Democrat John Fetterman has won in Pennsylvania, defeating Dr. Mehmet Oz in a very closely watched and expensive race.
I'm proud of what we ran on. Protecting a woman's right to choose. Raising our minimum wage. Fighting the union way of life. Healthcare is a fundamental human right. It saved my life, and it should all be there for you when you ever should need it.
We could be left waiting to know who has won the Georgia Senate seat, and neither Democrat Raphael Warnock nor Republican Herschel Walker have met the 50% threshold necessary to declare a winner in that state, so they could be on their way to a runoff election.
In Wisconsin, Senator Ron Johnson is facing a serious challenge from Democratic challenger Mandela Barnes. That race is also too close to call.
Meanwhile, in Ohio, NBC News projects that Republican J.D. Vance will win the race for Ohio's open Senate seat, defeating Tim Ryan. Vance, who was endorsed by former President Trump, is known for writing the book Hillbilly Elegy about his family.
And we're also watching Arizona, where the race between incumbent Democrat Senator Mark Kelly and Republican Blake Masters is still too early to call. And we are starting to see results from Nevada. The race between incumbent Catherine Cortez Masto and Republican challenger Adam Laxalt is also too early to call.
Let's dive into some House results now, where control is still too close to call at this time. In Florida, history has been made. NBC News projects that Democrat Maxwell Frost has won the state's 10th district. The 25-year-old will become the first Gen Zer elected to the House of Representatives. And even more from the Sunshine State, Republican Aaron Bean is projected to win the open seat in the 4th district, marking a gain for the GOP.
And Republicans flipping another seat as candidate Thomas King Jr. is projected to win New Jersey's 7th district, ousting Democratic incumbent Representative Tom Malinowski. The Democrats gaining some ground as well in North Carolina's 13th district. NBC News projects Democrat Wiley Nicola is the winner, beating Republican challenger Bo Hines by a narrow margin.
Meanwhile, in California, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is poised to keep her job. She's projected to win re-election for the state's 11th district. The speaker is saying in a statement the Democrats are outperforming expectations across the country. And Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene also securing her seat for the GOP. She's projected to win against Democratic challenger Marcus Flowers in Georgia's District 14.
All right, let's jump into this, talk about how we got here, why we got here. Joining us now is NBC News senior national politics reporters Jonathan Allen and also Natasha Korecki, and MSNBC election law analyst Matthew Sanderson is with us. Jonathan, I want to talk about this. If I can read your mind sometimes, I can almost guess what you're going to talk about. What's your takeaway at this point in this Senate race when many were saying, oh boy, it's going to be a long night and a long week? What's the surprise coming up?
I mean, we thought it might be like an entire week before we got the Pennsylvania result. Now we know.
I knew you were going to say that.
Now we know John Fetterman's won that seat, and what it means is that for Republicans to try to take the Senate, their path is so much more narrow right now. We're starting to see some of those results from Nevada, from Arizona, places where they thought they'd have pickup opportunities. That's not right now. The Democrats are in the lead in those states. So the likelihood right now, we obviously are not making calls in those races, but the likelihood right now is the Democrats have the inside track to keep the Senate. And for Republicans to get there, they got a lot more work to do. I mean, obviously the votes are cast now, but it's that much harder of a challenge for them because Pennsylvania flipped from Republican hands to Democratic hands.
I want to bring in Natasha for this next question here. Republican J.D. Vance defeated Democrat Tim Ryan in Ohio's Senate race. Is Ohio no longer competitive for Democrats, you think, despite the fact that their other senator, Sherrod Brown, is a Democrat?
Oh boy, well, we've been seeing that trend in Ohio now for a couple cycles, right? We long knew that Tim Ryan was going to have an uphill battle here. I mean, yes, he was given a lot of credit for the race he ran. He seemed to really connect with, the white working class voter, for instance. However, that state is a +6, I think, a Trump state. It's a tough one, and Democrats always knew that one was uphill. And, that's what we heard a lot from Tim Ryan was, come on, invest more in me. I can do this. And we can see from that result right there, it's not one of the closer ones in the night. Is that a result of, Democrats not coming in and putting in enough money there, or is it just the makeup of that state? I think we're seeing that the Ohio is farther and farther out of reach for Democrats, really since 2020, maybe a little bit before that.
Sure, pumping a few more dollars into the campaign wouldn't have hurt, though.
No, so we got these states that we are so closely watching. We got Nevada, Georgia, Arizona as well. And Matthew, I want to talk about that. Despite what we're watching in the races, let's talk about the little blips here. Technicians were dispatched to polling sites across Arizona's largest county on Election Day to fix those malfunctioning vote tabulation machines, leading some GOP politicians and pundits to spread misleading or false information. And we saw Carrie Lake, how she's already kind of set the stage for that. How do these issues like this impact voters at this point?
Well, I think the good news is that it didn't impact voters here. The election officials had thought about this possibility. You're dealing with what are called tabulation machines, and there are 2 at every polling station of 223 polling stations in Maricopa County, and they had built-in redundancies, and the election officials were able to pivot very quickly. They were able to start explaining the situation to the public very quickly, and luckily, no votes were affected. People were able to cast their ballots in the normal course. And I think there's a lesson for election officials across the country in how Maricopa County handled this particular hiccup, which is inevitable whenever you're talking about large numbers of computers and machinery. It is inevitable that there will be hiccups, and an election does not need to be flawless to be free and fair. Hiccups are inevitable, and luckily they handled it well here.
Jonathan, we still have a handful of races in the Senate still too early or still too close to call. Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona, as we were just speaking about. Give us your thoughts on going forward, how you see these playing out.
Yeah, I mean, look, we obviously wait for our decision desk to make the official call. But again, the Republicans have to now net 2 seats. They have to pick up 2 more of those Democratic-held seats, right, in order to win. And the results from the rest of the night across the country just don't suggest that they have that strength. right? What we saw tonight was Republicans fall short of expectations across the country. And in each of these races, the expectation that it would be super close, the Republicans have a good chance to win these races. So to fall a couple points short of that suggests, the odds are against them.
Yeah, and Natasha, I want to bring you in very quickly tonight because we saw them out there. We saw President Trump out campaigning for these candidates, but we're seeing these Trump-backed candidates not so much force as they expected.
Right, and that's sort of, that's the tension we saw in the Republican Party in the run-up to here. We saw McConnell talking about that candidate equality, right? That's something that the Republican Party is going to have to come to terms with now, which is, are they going to come to terms with Donald Trump and what he's doing with the party? Is it worth that risk? Where they're looking at a possible announcement next week. I think I'd say one quick thing about Nevada. It's really interesting. I'm here now. I think one thing that I've heard a lot from different voters here is that they are really upset about the economy. They blame the White House for the economy. I think what a lot of battleground Democrats did right was that they distanced themselves from the White House, and people were, as they were voting, they were able to distinguish from people like Catherine Cortez Masto, people like Mark Kelly, and the White House. So they still had, this animus toward Joe Biden, but it was toward Joe Biden, and they didn't blame the Democratic Party. And I think we'll see more in exit polls, but I just found that really striking today when I was talking to voters.
Yeah, it's hard to disassociate yourself from the White House when you share that party. All right, Natasha Korecki, Jonathan Allen, and Matthew Sanderson, thank you so much for joining us.
Let's turn now to the very latest in Georgia, where NBC News projects incumbent Governor Brian Kemp has won his re-election bid against Democratic challenger Stacey Abrams. But the critical Senate race between Senators Raphael Warnock and Herschel Walker remains too close to call. Joining us now with the very latest is NBC News correspondent Allison Barber, live from Atlanta. Allison, what are you watching for this morning at this hour?
Yeah, good morning to both of you. This race has been a nail-biter. We were expecting it to be close. It is still too close to call. NBC News has not made a projection here, but one of Georgia's top election officials is saying they do believe this is going to go to a runoff. Gabe Sterling, he tweeted this about an hour ago, quote, while county officials are still doing the detailed work on counting the votes, we feel it is safe to say there will be a runoff.
Fake news was asking us to concede, and we kept climbing. We turned 15 points around, and we won by 5 points. I just want you to know it's early. It's very early, and if we have to take this fight through, we will. If it takes hours or days, we will. But the great news is every single drop of election ballots that have come in the last 3 drops have shown us up 85%, 87%, 81%. I just want the propagandists back there to know, don't embarrass yourselves. Don't embarrass yourselves. Don't do it again. You've done it too many times. But what I want you to know is that the same movement we had last night at that rally in Prescott, the same movement we had at that rally in Scottsdale, the same movement we had at the rallies we've had before with record people is the same movement we have right this second. Nothing has changed. And I want you to know we are going to monitor the ballots.
An outright win would be big either way. The number to remember in Georgia, we say it a lot, is plus 50. A candidate can't just win here. They have to win with a majority of the vote. And if no candidate crosses the 50% threshold, then the top 2 candidates head to a December runoff. And again, we're waiting for the final call, but it's looking increasingly likely that this could go on a lot longer for Georgians. Francis, Philip.
You're ready for it with this. Thank you, Allison Barber. I appreciate your reporting.
All right, now let's go to the other big story of the morning. Tropical Storm Nicole, it's bearing down on Florida. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking that storm for us. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to you both. Great to see you. And yeah, we're going to continue to track Nicole over the next couple of days. It is a very strong tropical storm with winds at 70 miles per hour. And we do expect it to become a hurricane later on today. We do expect it to be a hurricane as it makes landfall on the Florida coast. So we're looking at winds at 70 miles per hour. It's moving southwest at 11 miles per hour. It's about 200 miles east of West Palm Beach. We have lots of tropical alerts in Florida, also South Carolina, also Georgia. We do have a hurricane warning. That's where you see the red and a tropical storm warning. So as we go throughout the day, we're going to see Nicole intensifying. It's going to bring rain and wind later on today. And then we'll talk more about what we expect to happen in Florida in terms of the storm surge and also the heavy rain. Back to you guys.
Okay, Michelle, thank you very much. From women's rights to legal pot, we're back in 60 seconds with the big ballot measures in our special edition early today.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
I kind of feel like it's a Groundhog Day. We had November 3rd, 2020. That was called Incompetency 101. Then we had August 2nd, 2022, Incompetency in Elections 202. And now we're at Incompetency in Elections 303. We need honest elections, and we're going to bring them to you, Arizona. I assure you of that. The system we have right now does not work. We, the people, deserve to know on election night the winner and the loser. And we will bring that kind of election back to Arizona. I assure you of that. I love you, too. I'm looking out, guys, I'm looking out here at these beautiful faces of the children. Put your hand up if you're a young one in this audience.
Likely will not be taking credit for the results in Pennsylvania. NBC projects that Democrat Josh Shapiro has won the race for governor, defeating Doug Mastriano, who led the charge to try to overturn the 2020 presidential election results in that state.
History has been made in Massachusetts. NBC projects that Democrat Maura Healey will be the first woman to lead that state, and she will make history as one of the first openly gay governors in American history.
To every little girl and every young LGBTQ person out there, I hope tonight shows you that you can be whoever you want to be.
And Healey could share the honor of the first openly lesbian governor with Democrat Tina Kotek in Oregon. But that race there is too close to call at this hour.
In Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis is projected to hold on to his job as Florida governor. This could help launch him as a contender in the 2024 presidential race.
And we are still watching the governor's race in Arizona, where the contest between Democrat Katie Hobbs and Republican Kari Lake is still too early to call. And in Michigan, NBC News projects that Gretchen Whitmer will win re-election as governor, defeating the Trump-backed Tudor Dixon.
Following the overturning of Roe v. Wade, abortion became the focus of hot-button ballot measures in several states. California is projected to approve a proposition prohibiting the Golden State from interfering in reproductive choices like abortion and the use of contraceptives.
NBC News is also projecting Michigan's proposal to define the right to an abortion in the state's constitution has passed.
In Montana, voters are choosing whether to require medical care for infants born alive after an attempted abortion or induced labor. That race has yet to be called.
Heading into Election Day, 19 states had already legalized recreational marijuana use. 5 states had marijuana on the ballot on Tuesday, and NBC News projects Missouri voters have approved an amendment to legalize its use. The measure also allows certain marijuana-related offenders to be released from prison or parole.
All right, still to come here, more top stories, including the desperate manhunt for a school shooter in Seattle.
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Well, John Fetterman has declared victory in the Pennsylvania Senate race against Dr. Mehmet Oz. We want to go ahead and bring you his remarks from earlier tonight. See ya.
I'm not really sure what to say right now. My goodness. Yeah. I am, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So I'm so humbled. Thank you so much, really. Thank you. Thank you. Like what is it? It's like 1:30 in the morning and you're still here hanging in? We launched this campaign almost 2 years ago. And we had our slogan. It's on every one of those signs right now. Every county, every vote. Every county, every vote. And that's exactly what happened. We jammed them up. We held the line. I never expected that we were going to turn these red counties blue. But we did what we needed to do, and we had that conversation across every one of those counties. And tonight, that's why I'll be the next U.S. Senator from Pennsylvania. Thanks to all of you. All of you, thank you so much. That made me grateful right now, and I want to thank, of course, all these supporters, all across Pennsylvania, all in this room, all across the nation, everyone that chipped in $10 to help us get here. Thank you. And also I also really want to thank my family. My mother, my father, Carl, Susan, my brother Greg. Where's Giselle? Where's Giselle? Everyone's favorite, yeah, Giselle. Who 6 months ago, she saved my life. Walking out of a Sheetz bathroom, she recognized what was happening. And also, and my children, Carl, Grace, August, hey, yeah, hey. So everyone, and just thank you. And I also want to thank my team as well, the best team. So many names, Brendan, my campaign manager, Rebecca, Bobby, Joe, Jason, everybody, all my team. So many that made that part of it. And also thank all of the supporters. Also, I'm just so proud of the race that we ran. And, you know, this campaign has always been about fighting for everyone who's ever been knocked down that ever got back up. This race is for the future of every community all across Pennsylvania. For every small town or person that ever felt left behind, for every job that was ever been lost, for every factory that was ever closed, for every person that works hard but never ever get ahead. I'm proud of what we ran on. Protecting a woman's right to choose, raising our minimum wage, fighting the union way of life. Healthcare is a fundamental human right. It saved my life, and it should all be there for you when you ever should need it. Standing up to corporate greed, making more things right here in America and right here in Pennsylvania, and standing up for our democracy. 20 years ago, I came to Braddock to start a GED program, and I've spent these last 2 decades fighting for the forgotten communities, because no community deserves to be left behind. No one deserves to be abandoned, and every place matters. And I want to thank all of you amazing supporters, all of you, and all watching and every. We bet on the people of Pennsylvania, and you didn't let us down. And my promise to all of you is I will never let you down. Thank you, Pennsylvania. Thank you so much.
All right, so John Fetterman there declaring victory in the Pennsylvania Senate race against Mehmet Oz. Let's take a look at the numbers here, with 86% of the precincts reported.
And welcome back to a special edition of Early Today. I'm Richard Louie. We're following Decision 2022. One of the big issues during these midterms was a question about the economy and inflation. So we have these exit polls that NBC News has drilled down upon nationwide. One of the big questions was, has inflation caused you? The answer from folks that were leaving the voting booths was a severe hardship, 20%, a moderate hardship, 59%, no hardship at all. This 20%, of course, the big number. This would get people to polls because how uncomfortable inflation was in this particular period. Now, we also broke it down by race. White answered the question 18% as a severe hardship as we drilled down. For those black voters, it was 22%. The group that felt at the highest degree that inflation caused severe hardship for them was the Latino vote, which is the question, would they come out in key swing states? Okay, let's move now to nationwide in terms of the top issues. Most important issue for voters nationwide, again, top of the heap here, inflation 31%, abortion 27%, and the 3, 4, and 5 you see, immigration, crime, and gun policy, that varied state to state. But let's drill down on the question of, yes, I say number one, inflation is the most important issue I'm voting for. When you drill down on that particular group, 7 out of 10 said, if it's the most important to me, I'm going with a Republican candidate. For those who are on the left side or Democratic, they said 2 out of 10, about 3 out of 10, they went for a Democratic candidate. What does that mean? That meant it definitely was an energizer on the right for Republican votes when it came to the issue of inflation. And finally, on this, who do you trust more to handle inflation? This is consistent. 54% Republican Party was the answer. 42% the Democratic Party. Party. So very close there. And so what does that mean in key battleground states? This was the question. Who would win out based on the question of inflation and the economy? So let's look into those states where we don't have the answer yet. They're uncalled, 5 of them. As has been mentioned so far this evening, when we look at Nevada, that is a key state that we have not called in the Senate, 65% in right now. So how did inflation, how the economy work into a state like this? Look at this. Cortez Masto just about in par with Biden. Adam Laxalt, 47.7% with the Trump vote, very, very close. So you can see that as we look at how does this affect on states that have not been called so far. Nevada represents one of those. We'll have more from the big board. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back with more on.
All right, and welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for joining us. Just a quick look here at the balance of power. So far in the House, Republicans have gained 199 seats. Democrats 168 seats. To have majority, 218 are needed. And for the Senate, 51 seats are needed. Meantime, the state of Pennsylvania is one of the most highly contested races for the Senate. And for that, we want to take you to live coverage from Fox 29 in Philadelphia. They will have more on the races there.
We'll get to those in just a second. But first, we also woke up Sue Serio a little earlier as well. Yeah, frosty start. All you have to do is walk outside. That'll wake you up right away. We are looking at another 7 out of 10 as we get used to these chillier temperatures. We enjoyed those 70s that we had over the weekend. Bust Up Buddy is here. We've added an extra scarf because I want you to know that it is chilly and chillier than yesterday in some places. Flyers won last night, by the way. So anyway, temperatures are in the 30s and 40s in Philadelphia. It's 45 degrees. You factor in that breeze, it feels a little colder. Sunrise time is 6:39. And we have 34 up in Allentown, 39 in Reading, 36 in Wrightstown. You get the idea. It is chillier. In fact, I'll give you the numbers. It's 12 degrees colder in Pottstown than it was at this time yesterday. 7 degrees chillier in Philadelphia. Our high yesterday after a 79-degree Monday
is finally set to end its streak as the last state in the country to send a female representative to Congress. NBC News is projecting that Democrat Becca Balint will defeat Republican opponent Liam Madden to become the first woman and first LGBTQ person to represent the state. And the Golden State, where Democrat Robert Garcia, the projected winner there, against Republican John Briscoe in the 42nd district. Garcia, who is gay and immigrated to the U.S. from Peru when he was 5, is the first LGBTQ immigrant elected to Congress.
Turning now to the Sunshine State, where Republican Corey Mills is projected to flip the seat, defeating Democrat Karen Green in Florida's 7th district. The seat was open after Democratic Representative Stephanie Murphy didn't seek re-election. And a gain for Democrats in Illinois, where Democrat Nikki Budzinski is projected to win against Republican Regan Deering in the state's 13th district.
All right, joining us now is NBC News senior national politics reporter Jonathan Allen, Natasha Korecki, and MSNBC election law analyst Matthew Sanderson. Jonathan, I want to start with you here. What do you think explains why Republicans were not able to pick up more House seats, given that they are the party that's out of power, and traditionally they would be picking up that much more? Yeah,
I think it was a surprise to most of us who do this for a living. We've been watching the polls. We've been talking to sources. Both parties seem to think that this was going to be a bigger wave for Republicans. Doesn't look like much of a wave at all. Perhaps like a little kind of moving puddle or something. Yeah. Look, I think what we're basically seeing here is that despite some fears about the economy, despite the inflation worries, despite Biden's approval ratings, a lot of voters decided that Democrats were less scary than some of the Republican nominees in these races. I mean, there are plenty of places on the map where you look at it and say, if the Republicans had nominated somebody who was a little more mainstream, they probably win that race. But including some of the races that you just put up there, we saw a lot of sort of extreme Republican candidates, a lot of election deniers, and people who took positions way outside the mainstream.
Yeah, and talking about calling some of these races, Pennsylvania, this early on, where we were expecting to wait into the night, into the week for that. Natasha, I want to bring you in and ask about Congressman Sean Patrick Maloney, who is in charge of protecting the House Democrats' majority. It's locked in a close battle in this race against Republican Mike Lawler. So what will it mean if the Republicans take out Maloney here?
Oh, boy, that's pretty symbolic, and it's something else when you look at the bigger map and you look at the gains that Republicans thought they were going to have and what it's looking like is going to actually happen. But the irony here is that Democrats could lose Sean Patrick Maloney. That's pretty significant, and it's a hit to the party symbolically and otherwise.
And Matthew, do you expect these, let's call them less than excellent election results for Republicans? Do you think that'll lead to more claims of voter fraud? And just how dangerous could that be if we head down that road again?
Yeah, I think it's certainly a possibility. They've been preparing the ground for exactly those types of claims in the post-election period, and mobilizing people and preparing their voters to be activated after the election. So we'll see. I am relieved that up until Election Day we've had a relatively smooth process, but I'm realistic enough to know that we could have a recurrence of the post-2020 election period again.
I want to bring you back in, Jonathan, and talk about the what ifs, right? If the Republicans win a House majority, we've been talking about that in the past and the mischief that could be stirred, a rock in the boat here, and talking about possible impeachment against President Biden. What are the chances now, looking at this point? I know there's still some of those that we're watching, but how is that looking at this point?
I mean, you would think that with almost any margin, Republicans would move pretty quickly to impeach Joe Biden, but the election results may have an effect on that, not just in terms of the number of seats, but there's a message the voters sent here, which is that they're not really as upset with Joe Biden as the Republicans said they were, right? So for some of these members that just barely made it into their seats on the Republican side, they're going to want to think about whether they're going to be able to win re-election if they go and impeach.
We're going to, of course, we're going to have faith and have patience. We're going to wait till every vote counts, right? That's right.
So Shapiro Mastriano obviously running to succeed Governor Tom Wolf.
And here at this hour in Northeast Philly, votes are still being counted at the city's ballot processing center.
Workers up all day and into this evening and into this morning. In fact, Hank is live outside. Hi, Hank.
Hey, good morning, Karen, Thomas. It could take a while, but the good news is here in the Northeast,
Stop right there. Have you ever heard of elastin? Elastin is what we call the youth protein, or the
as the ballot counting continues in Philadelphia, as it must, at this citywide processing center on the north end of Roosevelt Boulevard up here in the Northeast. Karen Thomas, you remember by state law, Philly could not begin counting its ballots, mail-in and otherwise, until the polls opened yesterday, 7 a.m. Philly District Attorney Larry Krasner yesterday said that his office had received very few calls regarding improprieties at polling stations, electioneering being the main culprit. That's folks being a little too close to polling stations politicking, but that is par for the course on Election Day. Key statewide races, as we have said, already been called. However, State Attorney General Josh Shapiro blowing out State Senator Doug Mastriano in the gubernatorial race. Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman has been announced the winner over TV Dr. Mehmet Oz in the race for the senatorial seat that Republican Pat Toomey is retiring from. Now, Karen Thomas, city commissioners yesterday voted to reinstate a process called poll book reconciliation. They say it is a painstaking process, but what it does is reaffirm every single vote. The city being that much more careful as it has to take the time. State law requires it, as it has to take the time to count every single ballot cast in the city, and that's the process going on behind us right here off of Roosevelt Boulevard. Guys?
And that is the end result to count every single vote. Hank, thank you. 339.
That's some problems in Mercer County where people couldn't vote for some time. The voting machines were all down due to some technical issues. They said the scanner were not accepting the ballots. So the malfunction forced the voters at more than 130 polling places to fill out a standard ballot.
So it was determined that what we would do was remove the scanner. People would fill out their ballot just like they would do, but instead of putting it into the scanner, they put it into the basket or the box where they would have gone had the scanner worked.
So the Board of Elections says they didn't discover the problem here because until the machines were turned on. They didn't do the run-through first. So.
Let's take a look at some of the key races in New Jersey, starting with District 1. Democratic candidate Donald Norcross is the projected winner over Republican candidate Claire Gustafson. For District 2, Republican candidate Jeff Van Drew is the projected winner over Democratic candidate Tim Alexander. And for District 3, Democratic candidate Andy Kim, the projected winner over challenger Bob Healy.
And let's take a look at some of the very, very close races right now in Pennsylvania. District 7, you've seen all the commercials. Still too close to call, we're going to say, this hour. The candidates, of course, Democratic candidate Susan Wild, and then there's Lisa Scheller. So this is a very narrow margin. And in District 5, Democratic candidate Mary Gay Scanlon is the projected winner over the challenger David Galluck. And then the key Senate and gubernatorial races, many, many others are also in the spotlight.
Yeah, not the only ones, though. Coming up right here on Good Day Philadelphia, a different issue. A look at how marijuana is doing on the ballot. That's coming up.
All right, and that was live coverage from our sister station, Fox 29 in Philadelphia. We're going to take a short break. We'll have more after this.
Would like to say thank you to all those that tuned in, and this was the coverage. Went for about 10 hours, and we're going to call it